This story begins on one of the busy streets of Korea. Locals were walking around the city, talking about how their day went. One blonde man, talking on the phone, smiled widely as he talked to his friend about his director and his promotion. Raising his eyebrows, he noted that the area was in a terrible state, as only homeless people lived there. Meanwhile, a man with long dark hair and tattered clothes made his way through the crowd. He froze and clenched his fists, mentally wondering where he was and what kind of fetid air surrounded him. The noise from all sides was enough to deafen anyone. He clenched his fists, convinced that this chaotic place was nothing like the OK Kingdom he once knew. The hero was still not sure what this place was, although he was sure that it was not an illusion. Everything seemed too bright and real. The protagonist knew that he needed to find out where he ended up. The man stood in the middle of a busy street, stunned by the surrounding noise. The thing is, the main character is the Flame Emperor. Everyone who ever called him Yomru was considered doomed to die. Those who had faced him in battle had no doubt that he was indeed the Flame Emperor. He felt no pity and shed no tears. Although he had taken the form of a man, he had not been one for a very long time. Wherever he went, a trail of blood was left behind him, and the cries of the fallen were heard. No one dared to follow in his footsteps, for he had become nothing other than the god of death. The protagonist killed the supreme master of the dark path, Murim, and forced the leader of the heavenly demon cult to kneel. For such a feat, he was hailed as the pinnacle of martial prowess, revered by both light and dark warriors, and so he became known as the god of martial arts. Now the protagonist remembered how he sat on the top of a rocky slope, looking at the village. Relaxing, he took a sip from his glass, thinking that his past now seemed like a dream. It seemed to him that life offered nothing but bloodshed and violence. Suddenly, a voice came from somewhere nearby. A young girl closed her eyes and smiled warmly, urging him to admire the beauty surrounding them. Sitting under a tree, the man admitted that he did not understand whether she really saw beauty in simple flower petals. In response, the girl smiled at the flower in her hand. For her, joy was laughter and dancing for no reason. She handed the man a bright yellow flower, expressing her faith that perhaps someday he would understand. Until then, she was ready to share her joy with him. The guy carefully studied the flower in his hand. The hero realized that meeting this girl melted his once hardened heart. Suddenly, he understood what it meant to laugh and cry. Yomru reflected on how he never expected a life full of chaos and destruction to bring him any joy. He wondered if she had found her own happiness, and wondered what he himself should do. Perhaps he should strive for happiness, or perhaps he should not get too entangled in such fleeting emotions. The hero watched the rose petals fall in front of his face with a slight frown, wondering in his mind if he had managed to achieve eternal immortality. A sudden gust of wind sent the fallen petals flying high into the air, a whirlwind of pink leaves rising over the rocky slope. Now Yomru lay on the ground with his eyes closed. Until he finally opened them, he could not understand where he was. Sitting in the cave, he turned his head, surprised by what he saw. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, believing that he had just been on the path to immortality. At that moment, he wondered if someone had put an illusion on him and he himself was not aware of it. He sat up and peered into the darkness ahead, deciding that he had to run no matter what. He needed to figure out what was going on. Suddenly he froze, his eyes widening as the one-eyed monster's head appeared behind him. Turning around in fear, he gathered his courage to accept the fight. Meanwhile, outside nearby, a portal was pulsating. A command voice announced that Alpha Team should enter the portal. If anything suspicious happened, they were to report it immediately. Their mission was to conduct reconnaissance and return alive. The boy raised his eyebrows as he looked around, thinking that for a Class A portal, it was eerily quiet here. The girl walking next to him with a brightly shining flashlight asked if he really slept during the briefing. After all, everyone knew that the smartest monsters hid in Class A portals. She frowned, noting that it had been 5 years since the incident in which the guards from Group Zero had died under similar circumstances. The girl remembered that these people had dared to penetrate deep into the portal, where a swarm of monsters awaited them in the darkness. None of them survived. One of the guys raised his eyebrows awkwardly and scratched the back of his head, muttering an apology. Then suddenly the girl frowned and demanded that no one move. The guys froze in place for a moment. Suddenly a loud roar echoed through the cave, shaking everything around them. The girl looked forward, worried by the fact that she hadn't felt the presence of the creature at all. She wondered at what point it had appeared. The Class A monster had been hiding, pretending to be dead. One of the guys opened his eyes wide, urgently attracting the commander's attention. The girl moved forward, ordering the others to retreat. She herself would hold the monster at bay. Ahead lay the lifeless body of a giant cyclops with a gaping hole in its chest. The girl's eyes widened in obvious confusion. At that moment, the squad was contacted by radio, reporting the discovery of multiple corpses. Class A Cyclops and Class B monsters. The girl walked closer to the hole in his chest, noticing that all the high-level monsters had been killed. She explained that they would continue scouting and promised to report back once the mission was completed. At that moment, a guy approached the girl and said that he had already passed the information to headquarters. He then asked if it was possible that the monsters were fighting among themselves. The commander stared ahead, noting that even if that was the case, the Cyclops would not have received such injuries from lower-level monsters. The boy assumed that another guild was hunting in the area, especially given the recent trend of guilds only targeting high-level portals. The girl rubbed her chin thoughtfully. She wondered out loud if there really could be a guild in South Korea that hunted wherever it wanted, and no one knew about it. Meanwhile, the main character emerged from the portal, dragging a bright stream of energy behind him. Yomru frowned and looked around, mentally wondering where he was. He remembered that when he first opened his eyes, he found himself in a cave full of monsters. He wondered why such weak creatures that he could defeat with one blow attacked him at all. Coming out of the cave, he saw tall buildings in the distance, and the ground beneath him was covered with sand. Yomru frowned again, silently wondering what these ruins were and if there was any life left in them. Kneeling down next to the skeleton, he took off his tattered clothes and put on a torn t-shirt, thinking about how he had once again landed in an unfamiliar, lifeless place. All around him was dust, ruins, and weathered remains, no trace of life anywhere. At this moment, the hero raised his eyebrows in surprise and looked away. He frowned, suspecting that this was the work of the sorcerer he had encountered earlier. The celestial demon cult came to mind. Their mages used forbidden spells, and what he was feeling now seemed eerily similar. The protagonist believed that he could cleanse the area of such corrupted magic, though he also believed that it would be wiser to examine his surroundings before releasing such a power. Looking into the distance, he came to the conclusion that his first priority was to get out of here. Dark energy began to swirl around his body. His attention was drawn to a tall building in the distance, and he decided to head there, noting that the concentration of black energy seemed weakest in that direction. Meanwhile, the story shifts to a small restaurant, and the news reported that the Korea Awakened Association has yet to release an official position on the incident. Meanwhile, in both America and China, countries with their own awakened zero-level beings, discussions have already begun regarding the mysterious portal. At one of the tables, a girl raised her hand to ask when they would be served. The senior manager of the Yangchunggak restaurant, Sarah, smiled while holding a tray of plates and said she was on her way. The girl closed her eyes and smiled as Sarah placed plates in front of them, wishing the heroes a pleasant appetite. Suddenly, the door of the cafe creaked open and a guy in glasses walked inside. Sarah immediately noticed him, noting that he hadn't come in for a long time. The director of the Awakened Association, Buck, waved his hand casually, asking for a plate of what Sarah had prepared. The girl came closer, noticing that he looked exhausted, and asked how he was feeling. The man sat up and mentioned that another portal had opened in the Deadlands. According to him, the guilds were currently fighting fiercely for territory, and they were burning out from overexertion trying to contain the conflict. Buck explained that they were under enormous pressure. Everyone was hunting for this portal, mainly due to the recent surge in demand for magic stones. The death toll during raids had increased dramatically. At that moment, the restaurant manager, Sam, approached them, frowned, holding a tray in his hands, and noticed that the portals were inexorably increasing in number. The tank sighed tiredly, admitting that the constant load was killing them. He noted that while the situation was difficult, it also had its benefits. The increased supply of magic stones meant that their market price would fall. However, Sam put his hands on his hips, insisting that the appearance of so many monsters did not bring them joy. The number of customers dropped sharply. Buck smirked and asked who dared to leave their home in such dangerous times. At that moment, the courier's iron suitcase fell to the floor with a crash, and another man entered the establishment, holding out his phone, explaining with disappointment that another portal had opened, and that he could no longer work in such conditions. Sam, trying to remain calm, asked him not to raise his voice in front of the clients, reminding him that his salary had already been doubled. The young man, clearly irritated, closed his eyes and turned away, wondering if Sam really believed his life was worth so little. He repeated that this could not go on any longer. Then he demanded either a pay raise or a replacement courier. Sam, trying to defuse the situation, asked how he could do that, noting that times were hard for everyone. The guy annoyed that Sam wasn't listening to him at all, since he was risking his life. With a slight smile, Sam turned to Sarah and mentioned that it was time to pick up Hannah. He asked if she could take care of it. The girl looked at him in surprise and noted that it was not time yet. However, the man insisted. Then Sarah said that she understood and promised to return soon. Sam then rubbed his chin thoughtfully, thinking about how many people were becoming increasingly worried about the constant appearance of new portals. It was now incredibly difficult to find willing workers. He thought that he had only recently settled in this place and he did not want to leave it. The man wondered why it had become almost impossible to find a decent courier these days. Meanwhile, the hero frowned, noting how different everything here was from his homeland. And yet there were similarities. Many of the people in this land seemed to have an inner energy. Among the crowd, whose bodies were glowing with energy of various colors, he noticed a woman and a little girl standing to the side. He thought the girl's energy stood out in particular, pure and bright. The man watched her smile and thought about how pure and radiant her energy felt. He began to wonder if there was something more to this girl, something hidden within her that made her stand out from the crowd. Suddenly, Sarah closed her eyes, noting that the wind had become too strong. A gust of wind tore the bandage off Hannah's head and carried it somewhere outside. She frowned pitifully and extended her hand, but the woman warned her that chasing after him was too dangerous. But Hannah, frowning, extended her hand again and ran to the crosswalk, declaring that her father had given her the armband. She picked up the blindfold and smiled proudly, thinking she had caught it. At that moment, a large blue car screeched to a halt behind her. At that very moment, the bandage slipped out of her hands. Sarah clutched her chest in horror as the car sped towards her daughter. But at that moment, someone's hand reached out to the girl. The protagonist rushed forward and grabbed the child, saving her just in time. The girl looked up at the man who was holding her tightly, still shaking. Her mother screamed in panic. The girl looked into the eyes of her savior with wide eyes. The man realized that she was seconds away from being hit. He asked if she was okay. At that moment, Sarah approached them, calling out to her daughter. The girl immediately threw herself into her mother's arms. Bowing low, the woman expressed her gratitude, admitting that she had no idea how to repay him for saving her child's life. The hero assured her that he did not need anything in return. He was just glad that the child was safe. Hannah looked at him and smiled warmly. Then the man thought about how he had directed energy into the child's nervous system and believed that everything would be okay with her. Sarah then asked if she should help him get to the hospital, but the hero raised his hand and assured her that he was okay. At that moment, his stomach growled loudly, and Sarah and Hannah's eyes widened in surprise. The man lowered his head in slight confusion, trying to remember when he had last eaten. A memory came to him. Before coming here, he was sitting on the edge of a rocky slope and eating a single dumpling. Then Hannah smiled and pulled down his shirt, telling him that her father was a cook and inviting him to have dinner with them. Sarah closed her eyes and smiled softly, saying that since he had saved her daughter, the least she could do was make sure he didn't go hungry. Although Yomru protested that he had not done it for the reward, his stomach began to rumble again, this time even louder. The girl giggled, and he finally admitted that he would not refuse such an offer. Soon they came to a small cafe with a red sign and lanterns hanging above the entrance. The tables inside were mostly empty. Suddenly Sam screamed, shocked by the news that Hannah had almost been hit by a car. His face contorted with panic as he leaned over to check on his daughter, asking if she was hurt and if they should go to the hospital. But Sarah calmly explained that their daughter was fine and pointed to the man who saved her, mentioning that she had invited him to eat to show her gratitude. Sam's eyes widened in surprise as he rushed towards the stranger. Shaking his hand and thanking him for saving Hannah, he insisted that the man could order whatever he liked from the menu. Hannah then raised her hand and reminded everyone that her father always said that you can't sit at the table dirty. Yomru looked at his dusty and torn clothes and frowned. The restaurant owner asked if he wanted to take a shower while the food was being prepared, and the protagonist gratefully agreed, saying that he didn't want to bother anyone, but he wouldn't mind freshening up. Soon Sam handed the man a clean blue t-shirt from the hanger. The guy thanked him. Sam smiled, noting that he had put on a bit of weight lately, so the clothes wouldn't fit him anymore anyway. Considering their similar builds, he thought they would fit Yomru well. In the shower, the hero noticed unusually bright walls. He wondered for a moment where the source of water was. The well. Then he turned his attention to the toilet and then called the owner. The man looked up in response, and the protagonist pointed to the toilet, explaining that there didn't seem to be enough water in the well. Sam raised his eyebrows in confusion, asking what kind of well Yomru was referring to. The hero's reflection shimmered in the water as he noted that he wouldn't be able to wash himself using that much water. A shocked Sam widened his eyes and explained that what he meant was not a well, but a toilet. The guy turned to him and asked if he really meant to say that the place was a toilet. Sam confirmed that it was indeed, explaining that the toilet used the same water as the tap. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise and turned his attention to the shower. He explained that when a certain lever was turned, water would start to flow. The guy asked if he was doing it right, just as the shower head started wriggling under the pressure of the water. Sam screamed, begging someone to catch her quickly. Yomru, now frowning and covering his face with his hands, asked what kind of snake was spitting water at him. Kneeling down at the bathroom door, Sam announced that the test was finally over. The protagonist wiped his face with a towel and declared that he now felt good. He sincerely thanked the owner. Turning his head, the man admitted that he hadn't meant to be rude, but he couldn't help but ask where the stranger had come from. It was as if he had never seen a bathroom in his life. Then Yomru frowned, trying his best to come up with a suitable explanation. When Sam and Sarah heard his explanation, they both widened their eyes in surprise, asking if he had really lost his memory. The main character admitted that only fragments of his memories remained. He could not remember at all how he ended up here. The man, noticing his torn clothes, noted that now it made sense. He assumed that the cave the stranger had emerged from was actually one of the portals. The guy frowned at the mention of portals. He remembered the glowing stream of energy, asking what portals were. Sam explained that these were mysterious doors to other dimensions that began to open in their world. To this day, no one truly understood them as the doors appeared and disappeared without warning. Sam added that sometimes people were pulled into these portals, and in order to survive, they were forced to survive alone until the door closed again. He noted that victims often lost their memory, and in severe cases they could even forget the basic skills of civilized life, the man continued, saying that such people are called isolationists. Then Sam smiled softly and promised to explain in more detail later, but for now they needed to eat before the food got cold. Yomru frowned slightly and smiled shyly, thanking them and asking what kind of dish it was. He looked at the plate in front of him, feeling uneasy about the strange color of the dish. Something about it made him wary. A memory flashed through his mind, his hands scooping up the water. The color of the dish reminded him of his dedication. There were dead fish floating in the muddy pond. The grass around was strewn with bottles and garbage. Little Yomru looked in horror at his own reflection. He remembered being in a pit of stagnant water, forced to drink dirty, blood-stained water filled with decay and death to survive. At this moment, Hannah looked at him and asked why he wasn't eating. She wondered if he didn't like the black noodles. The protagonist, still stunned, raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked, how could he eat something like that? The girl reached for his plate with her utensils and explained that he needed to stir the noodles and wrap them around his fork. Hannah then smiled and held out a fork to him, encouraging him to try it. The boy raised the fork of noodles to his mouth, and Yomru's eyes widened. Despite the strange appearance, the hero closed his eyes and began to chew diligently. The taste surprised him. It was not at all what he expected. In fact, it was excellent, better than anything he had ever eaten before. Sam smiled and scratched the back of his head, apologizing that he couldn't offer anything better. They simply didn't have any more food at home. Sarah smiled too, promising that next time they would treat him to something even more delicious. The protagonist frowned, then politely asked for another plate of the same dish. Hannah noted with delight that he had gotten dirty again. Sam chuckled and told him that he could eat as much as he wanted. Later, Yomru stood at the entrance to the establishment, expressing heartfelt gratitude for the hearty meal. Sam looked at him with a kind expression and replied that there was no need for gratitude. At that moment, the hero noticed a piece of paper stuck to the glass of the shop window. Interested, he asked what was written there. It turned out that it was an ad for a courier. Sam explained that they needed someone to deliver food. They had couriers before, but they all demanded too much money, so now they urgently looked for a replacement. The hero then asked if this meant that the courier would be given a room. Sam confirmed this, adding that there weren't many people willing to do this job these days. The hero's eyes lit up. He realized that since he couldn't return to his world yet, he needed to settle down somewhere. This opportunity presented itself at the most opportune time. He could work, and at the same time learn how the new world works. Then the protagonist asked if he could get a job as a courier for them. Sam's eyes widened in surprise, and she asked if he was serious. The man rubbed the back of his head and admitted that they would have been happy to have him. But there were legal complications with hiring an isolationist. Then Sarah smiled warmly and extended her hand, reminding everyone that the boy had saved Hannah. She offered to help him, mentioning that she had heard that a citizen could serve as a guarantor for an isolationist. Sam raised his eyebrows uncertainly, but Sarah, hugging her daughter, declared that this meeting was not an accident. It was fate. She offered to vouch for the boy so that he could become their courier. The man then admitted that she was right. Such a procedure did exist, and turning to Yomru, Sam announced that he was ready to vouch for him. Touched, the hero pounded his fist into his palm and promised to do everything possible. He then introduced himself as Kanso and stated that he was 35 years old, at which point the couple screamed in shock. Sam chuckled and shook his hand, exclaiming that they were the same age, although the guy looked much younger. Because of this, he suggested that they talk in an informal setting. The guy agreed, saying that he would work hard for him. They shook hands firmly. Then the hero remembered how the girl from his past life suggested calling him Kanso. She smiled, saying that this name would remind him of the need to smile more often. The protagonist took her hand and smiled softly, admitting that she wasn't very good at coming up with names. The girl smiled warmly, explaining that she liked the name because it meant a wide smile. Kanso raised his eyebrows in interest and smiled back, taking her hand. He stepped forward and agreed to wear that name with pride. As night fell, the crows settled on the wires, and suddenly they began to caw wildly, excited by the surge of magical energy. Meanwhile, the protagonist sat in his room, channeling energy from his chest, and when he finished, he slowly opened his eyes. Sitting in the lotus position in the middle of the semi-dark room, he silently reflected on how this world seemed to be filled to the brim with pure energy. Looking around, Kanso thought that the people here had many everyday objects whose purpose he could hardly understand, and looking at the kitchen utensils, he thought to himself that this was truly a world of wonders. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of the door creaking open. He turned around to see Sam walking inside, looking completely shocked to find the protagonist sitting on the floor with his legs crossed. At a loss for words, the man simply stared at him. Kanso then stood up and greeted him, wishing him a good morning. Sam, still confused, asked why he was sitting in the dark with his arms crossed over his chest. Kanso admitted that he simply couldn't find the lamp, which explained the lack of light. Sam, now even more confused than before, made a note that he would need to teach his guest how to use the light switch. With that, he walked over to the wall and pressed the switch, explaining that pressing the button would light up the room. The sudden light causing Kanso to widen his eyes in surprise. At that moment, Sarah came in and commented on how early the hero was already up. Tying his apron, she greeted him. Kanso turned to her and asked if she was going to the kitchen to start cooking. Sam, heading towards the kitchen, explained that they hadn't started yet, but since they were opening the establishment soon, there was still a lot of work to do. Soon, Sarah joined her husband and they quietly discussed their tasks while Kanso remained seated at the table. After a moment, he looked up and offered his help. Sam looked at him with slight distrust and asked if he really wanted to help, adding that the guest could still rest a little. He admitted that he felt awkward being asked to come to work so early. Then Kanso extended his hand and insisted that he simply wanted to repay their kindness. Sam, holding a frying pan, stepped towards him and asked if he could help with the cleaning. He handed him a vacuum cleaner, explaining that the device would make the process easier. Watching the young man awkwardly hold the vacuum cleaner, Sam began to explain how it worked. That pressing a button activated the suction, and that they were supposed to move it across the floor like a mop. However, before he finished explaining, the vacuum cleaner suddenly sucked in a strand of Kanso's long hair. Sam turned around with a forced smile, mentioning that their daughter sometimes helped with the cleaning, but then let out a cry of shock as he asked what was going on. Kanso's hair was disheveled in all directions. A worried expression was frozen on his face. Sam muttered with a heavy sigh that although the vacuum cleaner was quite old, it was still powerful, so it should be used with caution. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked if Kanso could handle the task. Without waiting for an answer, he went into the kitchen, saying that he needed to start cooking and that I would leave the rest of the cleaning to him. The protagonist nodded and turned back to the device, whispering under his breath. He admitted that while he needed to clean it, this tool was much more dangerous than expected. Then, as an idea struck him, his eyes lit up, and he asked himself if he should try using magic instead. He then raised his hand, which immediately began to glow with magical energy. He clenched it into a fist, concentrating hard, raising it higher. He released a controlled gust of wind that swept across the room. As his eyes lit up with power, he collected all the dust and dirt in the apartment, lifting it up to the ceiling. Then, with a sharp movement, Kanso created one large lump of garbage, and with magical precision launched it into the trash can. Satisfied, he looked around and noted that the dust was gone, but the cleaning was not yet complete. Raising his hand again, he scooped up some water from a nearby bucket. The water danced around his palm, sparkling as if lit from within. Clenching his fist once more, he directed the stream of water across the room, cleaning every surface. In one smooth motion, he even washed the ceiling. Resting his hand on his hip, Kanso concluded that the cleaning had gone quite well. Just then, Sam returned and called out to him. The protagonist extended his hand towards the room and explained that he had cleaned it up in his own way. The man then asked how he did it. Sam's face contorted as he screamed, demanding to know if it was Kanso's ability. The hero, a little confused, asked if he meant control over water. Then Sam nodded, still confused. Kanso asked what made that so unusual. Sam started pointing a shaking finger at him, demanding to know if he really was a high-ranking awakened. The protagonist frowned and asked what exactly an awakened was. Sam explained that awakened was a term for those who had displayed superpowers, a phenomenon that began 25 years ago, when portals to other dimensions first opened. He added that these abilities are also called aura, and those who possess them can wield powers such as telekinesis or elemental magic. Sam elaborated further, noting that a person's control over their aura determined their class, and the higher the class, the higher the person's social status and influence. He nervously wiped away the beads of sweat that had appeared and admitted that he had once worked as a loader among the awakened individuals, but he had never in his life seen anyone manipulate aura with such skill as Kanso. He then clenched his fist and declared that a man with Kanso's talent should not waste his time in a small restaurant. Instead, he insisted he should become a hunter in a guild where he could live with dignity. In response, Kanso muttered that he had no intention of becoming a hunter. Sam then shouted that Kanso simply didn't remember how harsh life was in this country, and that high-level awakened people lived like nobles. Taking a step closer, the protagonist replied that Sam's words only made him less inclined to become a hunter. He said that in his past life he had tasted wealth and honor, but realized too late that it was all fleeting. Sam spread his hands in disbelief, asking if the boy was regaining his memory. But Kanso, with a look of disappointment on his face, admitted that this was not a return of memory. He had once lived in a completely different world. He explained that he had once fallen into oblivion and woke up inside one of the very portals that the man had spoken of earlier. Having escaped from this place, he headed to the city, driven by the desire to find pure energy. During the conversation, the young man recalled the moment when he saved Hannah, who was almost hit by an iron cart. Sam looked at him with a mixture of concern and admiration. Then Kanso, frowning guiltily, apologized, admitting that he never intended to deceive anyone and believed that he should have told the truth from the very beginning. With tears in his eyes, Sam said that the young man had clearly been through a lot and must have been terrified to find himself in such a completely alien world. In response, the protagonist hesitantly asked if the man believed his story. Sam then put both his hands on the boy's shoulders and assured him that if he were in his place, he wouldn't be able to share everything right away either. He added that they could tell others that Kanso was an isolationist, and suggested that he consider getting tested for superpowers. He explained that taking the test could greatly improve his life from now on. Meanwhile, in the Awakened Support Department, in the first group office, a young man fell asleep at his desk, his head on the table. Suddenly a girl entered the room and loudly called his name. The frightened man, Jin, suddenly woke up and began to adjust his glasses in a daze. The girl looked at him with concern and asked if he really had been working all night again, warning that such a habit would eventually wear him out. The girl from the Group 2 inspection department, Molly, raised an eyebrow and asked what the hell was going on that kept him working around the clock. Stretching, Jin explained that this was all because of Case A-0128109. He admitted that he had no idea where to even begin. Molly then handed him a stack of papers and told him to take a look. She already knew that he was still looking for the elusive Awakened Class 0. Jin adjusted his glasses again, confused, and looked at the paper. His eyes widened. It was the number he had just given. Molly informed him that the chairman had ordered the case closed. As he continued to look through the documents, she repeated in a firmer tone that the order to terminate the investigation had been signed by the chairman himself. Hearing this, Jin's expression darkened as he desperately asked if the chairman really wanted them to give up on searching for the Awakened Class 0. Then, unable to contain himself, he threw the papers on the table, clutched his head and screamed, demanding to know how this could have happened. Molly, who was watching him, calmly reminded him that it was the chairman's decision. Then Jin grabbed his head tighter and exclaimed that for the first time in the history of their country, they had a real chance to discover the awakening of their own 0 class. The girl said that even if they had continued the investigation, they still would not have found the person in question. She added, looking at Jin, that everyone already knew about this case, and no one was even sure whether it was possible to kill such a person with bare hands. Then she reminded him that all the damage had been done by one person. Molly wondered anxiously if the perpetrator had even been human. Jin ran his hands through his hair and, although confused, insisted that it was definitely a person. He stared at the monitor and explained that he had analyzed every wound inflicted on the monsters inside the gate, and all evidence pointed to one human fist. He admitted that he rechecked the data several times, and each time came to the same result. Jin added that this was their only chance. If they could find this awakened one, Courier would finally take its rightful place among the allied nations. Molly, who had been listening intently, asked hesitantly what they would do if they looked and still couldn't catch him. Then Jin crossed his arms over his chest and firmly replied that there was nothing to be afraid of. They would find him no matter what. Hearing this, the girl agreed, noting that such a person really could not be stopped. With a wave of her hand, she declared that she would deal with the chairman herself, and told Jin to continue the investigation as quickly as possible. The genie jumped up from his chair and thanked her with visible relief. Then he asked if she was really leaving on business and what her plans were for lunch. Then Molly stopped and mentioned that she had an appointment, but was also planning to have lunch with her younger brother. They hadn't seen each other for quite some time. Then Molly added that if he hadn't eaten yet, he could join them. Adjusting his sleeves, Jin declined with a grin, saying he would just grab something from the store and eat at his desk. Then he asked what Molly herself would eat. She answered vaguely that she didn't know yet. She mentioned that her brother told her that there was a well-known restaurant nearby, although she did not ask what kind of food they served there. Hearing this, Jin added with a grin that he knew exactly what place their department head, Buck would recommend. Molly said that her brother also mentioned that the department head recommended this place to him. Jean looked at her in surprise and concluded that it was probably the restaurant that Mr. Buck loved so much. Then he asked if she remembered the name. Soon after, Molly's turned out to be a restaurant with a sign called the Spring Pavilion. A few minutes later, her brother Morty came and explained that he had long wanted to have lunch with her there, as jjajangmyeon was simply exceptional. Struck by this name, the girl asked in confusion if he really meant it. The young man asked if his sister really didn't like jjajangmyeon. In response, Molly gently placed her hand on his shoulder and assured him that she was simply happy to have lunch with her brother. In fact, she loved jjajangmyeon. Smiling involuntarily, she added to herself that she had simply hoped that he would take her to an elite restaurant at least once, and not to ordinary establishments. But after a moment's thought, she stepped forward and admitted that she was dying of hunger. As they entered, she looked at her brother and said that she was genuinely interested in hearing about the restaurant that the head of their department had recommended, adding that the food must be extraordinary for him to speak so highly of it. A moment later, a warm and kind female voice greeted them with a cheerful greeting. Sarah looked at the guests and gestured for them to sit down. Without taking her eyes off them, she explained that it was a self-service restaurant and that they should follow her. Molly, slightly confused by this format, simply nodded. Sarah handed them the menu and politely asked them to call her as soon as they had decided on their order. Molly, a little skeptical, asked her brother if the restaurant was really that good and why it seemed so empty. In response, Morty smiled and gently told her to stop worrying. He assured her that the food there was really good. Handing her the menu, he added that he was sure she would like it. A moment later, Molly asked if he had decided what to order yet. The guy, smirking, said he had settled on jjajangmyeon. Molly, still a little unsure, said she would try it too. Morty then raised his hand and beckoned to the waitress, who came up to them with a notepad in her hand, and asked if they were ready to order. Morty asked for 1 serving of sweet and sour pork, and playfully winked at her, and called her madam. Then he asked for 2 more servings of jjajangmyeon. Molly, caught off guard, was so surprised that she almost spat out her water. Then Sarah covered her face with her hands in embarrassment, and added that she would add an extra portion of dumplings on the house. Molly then looked at her brother with a smirk and teased him by saying that he had become very outgoing. Morty simply replied that it was just being polite. Turning to his sister, he asked how things had been going for her lately, especially considering how chaotic things must have been after the A-class portal incident. Pouring herself a glass of water, Molly sighed and admitted that the headache was the least of her worries after the ordeal. Her brother, curious, asked her to tell him more. The girl then took a sip and explained that this incident had attracted a lot of attention. If the association couldn't find the only O-class that had awakened in many years, their reputation would be irreparably damaged. In response, the chairman ordered the case to be closed. She then asked if Morty remembered her colleague Jean from the support department, noting that he had vowed to find the awakened human no matter what. Morty smiled sympathetically and noted that it was clearly a difficult time for his sister. Molly admitted that while the easiest thing to do would have been to drop the case, she couldn't pass up the opportunity, after all. Both she and Jean were making things difficult for themselves now. Suddenly, Molly felt a strange sensation on her back. Her eyes widened and turned red as she turned around sharply. Morty, noticing her reaction, looked at her with concern and asked what happened. Molly noticed a suspicious man at a table in the back. She stared at him, convinced that he had an incredibly powerful aura coming from him. She wondered why she hadn't felt it before. Just a minute ago, there had been a surge of energy. She frowned, her thoughts racing. Her ability to detect auras had definitely affected the man, and in just a second, a huge amount of power had burst out of him. But somehow, he had hidden it again just as quickly. She then thought that if she wasn't mistaken, this man should be at least an A-class awakened. His strength could potentially rival that of the O-class awakens they were hunting. At that moment, Sarah approached their table and, smiling warmly, announced the arrival of their order. She placed plates in front of them and wished them a pleasant appetite. Morty thanked her and excitedly asked his sister to look at the food. Then Molly looked at the table and admitted, somewhat stunned, that everything did indeed look delicious. She started eating and tried to shake off her anxiety, thinking that perhaps hunger was playing a cruel joke on her. After all, no one would believe that an awakened O-class would hide in a restaurant like this. She continued eating her noodles, then turned to her brother with a loud scream, asking if he had gone completely crazy. Morty, shocked but amused, looked up and asked if she liked the dish. Molly exclaimed in delight, wondering aloud why her brother had never brought her to this establishment before. The food, she said, was amazing. Morty chuckled and said that she scared him, then added that he knew from the start that she would like it. Meanwhile, Kanso watched them. While Molly was loudly proclaiming how delicious the food was, the protagonist silently picked up Hannah's teddy bear and thought that one of the guests seemed to have an exceptional sense of aura. Observing the boys, he came to the conclusion that their energy signatures were indeed different, but both could be considered masters. Kanso then reminded himself that these were beings known as awakened. He had to remain on guard and not reveal the level of his own aura. The next day he was cleaning again using his magic power. When the hero finished, everything around him was sparkling. Although he was still dissatisfied, he admitted to himself that for now, the result was quite enough. The boy remembered looking into the toilet after his first arrival in this world, realizing that he was still adjusting to life here. The kind couple who owned this establishment had already taught him a lot. He also remembered the watering can from which water was spraying in all directions, and he chuckled to himself, noting that there was still a lot he didn't know. Touching his chin thoughtfully, Kanso reminded himself that he didn't need to rush. Everything would come in time, but first, he needed to learn more about the awakened. Suddenly, a loud growl was heard from outside. The protagonist's eyes widened, and he turned towards the source of the sound. As it turned out, it was coming from a motorcycle. Without hesitation, Kanso ran out into the street, wondering what kind of creature could make such a sound. To his surprise, he was immediately greeted by a man. It was Sam, holding the helmet in his hands. Sam noticed that the guy had arrived just in time. He had something he wanted to show him. The protagonist looked at the man curiously and asked about the sound, wondering if it came from the strange object Sam was holding. Sam nodded in acknowledgement, then pointed to the car and explained that it was called a motorcycle, a riding device he would use in his job as a courier. He admitted that it still took him some time to learn how to ride it, but suggested that the boy should get used to it for now. Kanso stared at the car in surprise and asked what it was. Then Sam threw him the helmet and explained what the thing was called. He then put on his own helmet and explained that motorcycles are fast and therefore dangerous, so riders need protective gear. The protagonist, listening attentively, grinned and put the helmet on his head. In his opinion, they were almost identical to the helmets that warriors wore. Sam then got on the motorcycle and told his companion to sit behind him. Kanso complied, climbing onto the back of the bike and remarking that it was a lot like riding a horse. Sam laughed and agreed. In a way it was. Having said this, Sam engaged the clutch and, looking sideways at the main character, noted that this was where the resemblance to a horse ended. According to him, the motorcycle was 100 times faster, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Before he could say this, the vehicle took off and quickly sped down the road. After a few minutes, Sam turned his head slightly and asked his passenger if he was feeling okay or if he was experiencing motion sickness. Kanso remained silent, not knowing what to answer. After a moment's hesitation, he pressed himself closer to the man and asked if it was really necessary to travel in this manner. Sam, catching the worry in his voice, asked in response if Kanso was afraid. As they continued to speed down the street, he explained that the fear of riding a motorcycle would make delivery work nearly impossible, as there were no other fast ways to get around the city's narrow alleys. Kanso heard this and, thinking out loud, wondered if the real purpose of the job was to deliver food quickly. Then he found himself wondering if the speed was still too slow. The motorcycle was too loud in his opinion. He muttered to himself that using his body lightning technique, he could go much faster than he was now. A few minutes later they stopped. Sam dismounted and suggested that they take a walk around the area, mentioning that most of the clients lived in this residential complex. He pointed to the sign and added that the place was called La Journée. On the side of the building was a sector number, and the first digit of each apartment number indicated the floor it was on. Coughing awkwardly, the protagonist caught Sam's attention and remembered how he once told him that the city was too dangerous to live in due to the presence of monsters. He asked why in that case the people didn't just leave it. Sam then crossed his arms over his chest, replying that while the city was indeed dangerous, it was not to the point where people would voluntarily leave their homes. He explained that 25 years ago, monsters first appeared, making it initially impossible to live there. However, soon after this, people discovered that they could use magic stones to build protective barriers around cities. Thanks to these barriers, their city became relatively safe, and Kanso, interested, immediately asked what kind of stones these were. Sam, smiling, told him that they looked like nuggets found in the bodies of slain monsters. These stones, he explained, contained so much energy that they gradually began to replace traditional energy sources, leading to a significant leap forward in scientific development. However, he added that this did not mean the streets were completely safe, so caution was still needed. Then, deciding that they needed a break, Sam took a can of soda out of his bag and opened it with a quiet hiss, smiling as he handed it to the protagonist, asking if he wanted to try it. Kanso instinctively took a step back at the sound of the can opening and asked in fear what it was. Sam laughed and offered him a try, insisting that he would like it. After all, he was sure that the protagonist had never tried anything like it before. Kanso took the jar in his hand, looking at it nervously. He thought to himself that he was afraid to try it, But on the other hand, he also hesitated before trying the jjajangmyeon dish. Gathering his courage, he took a sip, wondering what taste awaited him. Instantly, he felt an electric current run through his body, causing it to glow faintly. A spicy sweetness spread within him like a lightning bolt of sudden enlightenment after long, intense training. He frowned slightly and carefully crushed the can with one hand, thinking about how strange this drink was. Looking at the aluminum shell, he decided that even the Ice Palace Elder's magical panaceas couldn't compare to this. Sam, smiling again, asked if he was surprised. He patted his stomach and added that this drink also helps with indigestion. Kanso, amazed, exclaimed that it was incredible. Sam then walked up to the motorcycle and said that it was time to go back as they had had enough rest. Then Kanso wondered again if he really had no alternative. Sam, taken aback, admitted that while other modes of transport certainly existed, nothing was as suitable for a courier as a motorcycle. The protagonist replied that he could handle it just fine on foot, and Sam's jaw dropped in shock as he began waving his arms and shouting that the deliveries had to be quick. Otherwise, the noodles will swell during transportation, spoiling both the appearance of the dish and the mood of the buyer. Kanso looked at him coldly and said that he had nothing to worry about. Pointing to himself, he confidently added that on foot he was faster than any motorcycle. Sam cried out in disbelief, asking how that was possible. Then, after a moment of thought, he crossed his arms over his chest and decided that it wasn't that unlikely. He reasoned that the boy had most likely awakened, probably at least Class A. Kanso said that if Sam didn't believe him, he would demonstrate it on the way back. Then Sam nodded and climbed onto the motorcycle, asking if the protagonist remembered the way to the restaurant. When Kanso confirmed that he had done it, Sam said that he believed him, although they would check it just in case. He told Kanso to run, adjusted his helmet, and added that he would meet him there. He started the engine and announced that if Kanso really managed to fight him off, he would approve the delivery without the motorcycle for him, with which he sped off, announcing that the race had begun. In fact, Kanso was not called the Emperor of Flame for nothing. He possessed extraordinary mastery over the element of fire, especially the skill known as the invisible body technique. As the name suggests, this made him completely invisible, allowing him to approach enemies undetected and eliminate them with ease. After reaching the level of enlightenment, he further refined the technique, turning it into the void invisible body technique. Moving with astonishing speed, he passed by the awakened company staff without being noticed. His form, enveloped in magical energy, left no traces. This technique didn't just mask his presence, it dramatically increased his agility and speed to seemingly impossible levels. This new evolution of his technique, combined with his status as the best martial artist, earned him the title of God of Martial Arts. It was a title even more revered than God of Death. A few minutes later, Sam pulled up to the restaurant on his motorcycle, stopped the car, dismounted, and took off his helmet. Taking a deep breath, he looked around and asked where the main character had gone. As he approached the restaurant door, he muttered under his breath that Kanso must have been going full speed ahead, treating this like a competition. When he opened the door, he was immediately shocked. Standing in front of him was his family, his wife, his daughter, and the main character. The man stared at Kanso incredulously, blurting out whether he had actually arrived before him. His wife Sarah, laughing slightly, informed him that the main character had appeared 10 minutes earlier. Still confused, the man approached the young man, and remembering his previous promise, allowed him to make the delivery without using transport. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he reminded Kanso of the upcoming test of superpowers. This news surprised Kanso, who did not expect it so soon. However, Sam, clearly excited, enthusiastically exclaimed that the test simply had to be taken, as he was curious to know the classification of the main character. Some time passed and the guys came to the testing site. A tall skyscraper loomed ahead. The man put his hands on his hips and loudly announced that they had finally arrived. But internally, he admitted with some embarrassment that he had somehow convinced the boy to take the test. Looking around, Kanso noted how crowded the place was. And as an undocumented citizen, a person who had just come out of the portal, he was required to go through numerous bureaucratic procedures. The two of them sat down at one of the reception windows, where Kanso was handed a form to fill out. Looking at the form, Kanso asked what exactly he should write, considering that he had no identification. Sam pointed to one of the boxes and told him to use the restaurant's address in the area designated for his stay. When they finally exited the building, Sam clenched his fists, mentally expressing his fatigue from the endless paperwork. At that moment, the protagonist turned to him. Taken by surprise, Sam asked what was on his mind. Kanso asked how exactly the test would be carried out. Sam responded by explaining that during the test, he would have to place his hands on two spherical objects slightly larger than his fist. Then an electric current will flow between them. The stronger the impact, the lower the classification. Those who are better able to resist this will be considered to be awakened individuals of a higher level, as the strength of their resistance indicates a higher energetic potential. Kanso then asked if it was really beneficial to be high class. Sam assured him that it was. Life could change dramatically for a person with high class. In fact, he added, some particularly gifted people were considered national treasures. He noticed that high class brings with it comfort and ease. Kanso thought to himself that anyone else in his place would have jumped for joy at the thought of wealth and recognition. But he believed that fame and fortune were ultimately fleeting. In his opinion, human desires were endless and insatiable. No matter how hard a person tried, one life would never be enough to satisfy them all. He remembered the time when he had left the world of temptations to seek peace in a secluded mountain village. He reminded himself that he could not allow his inner peace to be disturbed again. Raising his head to look at the towering skyscraper, Kanso made a silent decision that from now on, he would hide his true level. He then informed Sam that he was ready to continue, and the man nodded approvingly and wished him luck. Shortly after, the elevator with the hero inside arrived at the second floor. Kanso noticed the automated voice announcing the floor number and watched with slight amazement as the doors opened. He mentally noted that the box not only moved on its own, but also spoke, and when he walked out, a man approached him and asked if he was Kanso. Nodding in confirmation, Kanso heard the man introduce himself as Peter, the head of Section 2, and inform him that he would be conducting the test. They shook hands and Kanso politely remarked that it was nice to meet him. Peter smiled and replied that the feeling was mutual. Then, with a hint of nostalgia, he added that it had been quite a while since they had tested the isolationist. An interested Kanso asked if that was true. Peter explained that there had been a surge of isolationists about 10 years ago. But over time, the Korean government had managed to regain control over most of the territory, and such incidents had become rare. He even joked that the North had little chance before, and even less so now. Kanso stared at him in confusion, wondering which North this man was referring to. As they approached the room, Peter told him that the test would take place there based on Kanso's classification, and he would be sent for appropriate training later. He grinned and handed a piece of paper to his assistant, informing her that he had brought a test subject. Kanso's attention was immediately drawn to two glowing spheres, exactly as Sam had described. The girl told him to place both hands on the spheres and remain still until the test was completed. The protagonist carefully spread his hands, then the assistant activated the device, and Kanso realized that he did not feel any electric current at all. His body seemed to be completely resisting the attack. He remembered Sam's words that the greater the resistance, the higher the classification. He looked down at the spheres and decided that he needed to harness his inner energy. A shining stream of magical energy flowed between the spheres. After a few tense moments, the assistant began pressing buttons. Turning off the device, she informed him that the test was complete and that he could remove his hands. The result, she announced, was a Class F. Kanso, worried, asked what this meant. She explained that Class F humans were technically awakened, but only slightly more capable than normal humans, who were scientifically classified as Class G. Peter watched the protagonist with sympathy. He assumed that, being an isolationist, Kanso had hoped for a higher classification and imagined how disappointed he must be. Meanwhile, Kanso sighed mentally. He realized that he had made a mistake. He had only lowered his resistance enough to get an F class, while he had intended to get a G class. He scolded himself for simply not being able to lower his resistance all the way. Peter, now with tears in her eyes, suddenly burst into a heartfelt plea, begging Kanso not to let his classification determine his worth as a person. He insisted that his value went far beyond a simple label. The protagonist, however, stared back at him in confusion, unable to fully understand why the department head was so agitated. Meanwhile, the story moves to the Korean Awakened Association's support department, the department in question that handled matters of great importance and strict confidentiality. His task forces were organized by numerical rank, with the first group handling the most highly classified cases, and the rest following in descending order of secrecy, the head of the second group being responsible for training the isolationists, a position of no small importance. This was because among the isolationists, there were often awakened individuals with the potential of the upper class. Even if this duty interfered with the performance of their main duties, the organization of proper training for such people remained mandatory. At that moment, Buck stood next to Peter's desk, casually asking if the man was working overtime again. Peter, clearly startled, looked at his colleague and asked what could have brought such a busy man as the leader of the first group to his office at such an hour. Buck simply patted Peter on the shoulder and explained that he had heard about the signing of the order regarding the training of isolationists. This news prompted him to register and, incidentally, to invite Peter to share dinner with him. He looked warmly at Peter and asked how the testing had gone. Peter, rubbing his forehead, replied that Buck could see the results for himself. He was the first isolationist to appear in many years. Although the higher-ups remained silent on the matter, their displeasure was obvious. He then opened the file on the monitor, which showed the protagonist's rank, F. Buck, surprised, confirmed that it was indeed an F rank. Peter just nodded, noting that such outcomes did happen from time to time. Buck expressed regret as he looked at the screen, while Peter added that a long period of isolation as an isolationist could lead to difficulties, and it would be much better for him to be included in the upper class. Peter then raised his head and said with a grin that he wouldn't mind some kimbap or anything else to satisfy his hunger. Buck, reacting with feigned disappointment, squeezed Peter's shoulder tightly, and the man, alarmed, asked what was wrong. Then Buck smiled widely and teased him for sneaking into his office in the middle of the night to offer him cold gimbap from a convenience store, insisting that only fresh ones would do. Peter protested in horror, saying they could have gotten by with simpler food. But Buck, now really animated, shouted that fine food was not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, the main character woke up from his sleep and sat up abruptly in bed. The clock showed almost 6 a.m. He looked at him and noted to himself that his friends in the spring pavilion were most likely already awake. As he put on his slippers, he stretched out his arms and thought that his sleep had been unsatisfactory, perhaps due to the intense mental effort of the previous day. However, he remembered that the previous day had brought not only tension but also pleasant moments. After his afternoon workout and dinner, he sat down at the table with a delicious bun in front of him. Awakening from this brief memory, Kanso thoughtfully touched his chin and admitted to himself that, other than jjajangmyeon, this roll was one of the few dishes in this life that had truly surprised him. He scratched the back of his head, realizing he had to do something about the lingering fatigue. He thought that the chi breathing practice might help. However, Kanso quickly realized that this couldn't be done here. Too many people in the building would notice that he wasn't a class F at all. He remembered Molly, the woman who had almost caught the disease while eating, and he concluded that even if she had felt something, the association's headquarters, filled with awakened people of all classes, would have posed an even greater risk. Some of them probably had a more acute sense of aura than Molly, so he had to remain careful. Thinking about all this, he sat back down on his bed and reflected on how surprised he had been at the department's persistence in training him. He initially assumed it would be superficial, but the training turned out to be much more meaningful than expected. He remembered what happened last night in the classroom. Peter was standing in front of the students with a book in his hands. A portal was shown on the projector behind it. He explained that an S-class portal had suddenly opened, releasing hordes of monsters. The result was devastating, with both civilians and awakened suffering massive losses. This event became known as the Great Clash. Although humanity eventually triumphed over the monsters, the conflict zone became uninhabitable and was now called the Land of Death. Even criminals did not dare to hide there. The main character listened attentively. He remembered the moment when he came out of the portal. It really was in the Land of Death. Only after that he found the city. He rested his chin on his hand and thought that even if 2 or 3 S-class portals opened at the same time, the association would not be able to contain the resulting chaos. It would be a disaster. Just the day before, Kanso had begun to understand the structure of society in this country, which now seemed to him like a tower of ill-fitting parts. He suspected that even the slightest jolt could cause the entire structure to collapse. As a martial artist of extremely high caliber, he found it ironic to appear in such a fragile society. Looking around, he came to the conclusion that a quiet and anonymous life was almost impossible for a man like him. Yet, even if it was selfish, he deeply desired to spend the rest of his life in peace, so it was imperative that no one learn of his true rank. Kanso looked forward and suddenly frowned. Through the wall, he felt a person approaching, a figure radiating pure energy. It was Peter. The man approached the door and knocked carefully, asking if Kanso was awake, and from inside the protagonist called him to come in. Peter walked inside looking clearly exhausted. The protagonist, still sitting on the bed, looked at him and noticed his tiredness. Peter scratched his neck awkwardly and asked if it was true. Meanwhile, Kanso poured hot water from the coffee maker into a mug, added a packet of instant coffee, and gestured towards the coffee maker, inviting Peter to pour some for herself. Peter, pleasantly surprised, noticed that the main character had only learned this yesterday and was already practicing the next morning. Then Kanso, holding a steaming mug of coffee, turned with a smile and handed it to the man, modestly attributing his skill to Peter's leadership. Peter thanked him and took a sip, his body instantly seeming to fill with energy. He noted that the coffee tasted as if he had just awakened from the most refreshing sleep. The protagonist also took a sip of his drink, silently acknowledging that Peter had made a genuine effort in teaching him. Offering this coffee was his way of showing gratitude. Kanso immediately asked his boss what they were going to learn that day. Peter, raising his index finger, explained that their first lesson would be about the cafeteria. Kanso, intrigued, thought the cafeteria topic sounded interesting. Then Peter turned to him, laughing slightly, and mentioned that he had asked for a special menu to be prepared. Arriving at the cafeteria, the man noticed that it was quite crowded for the morning. Kanso, watching what was happening, thoughtfully compared the establishment to a field kitchen in a military campaign. Peter agreed, saying that the work was often like war, so the comparison was not far off. But he added that unlike in the field, the portions here were much larger. He told the protagonist to fill his tray with as much food as he wanted. Kanso, worried, asked what would happen if the people were late for breakfast and did not have enough food. Then Peter, smiling, admitted that the protagonist was quite considerate of others, but assured him that there was nothing to worry about. If some dishes ran out, the cafeteria staff simply prepared new ones. Kanso then picked up the ladle, expressing his amazement at the idea. Peter continued by saying that they were living in an age of plenty, and after the wars, such conveniences had become possible. While the protagonist agreed that living in an age of abundance was a blessing, he admitted that what surprised him most was something else. He was amazed by the speed of logistics and the incredible technologies that made it possible to preserve food products for a long time. Peter, thinking that the protagonist was an isolationist and had only started his training the day before, was impressed by his strategic thinking and laughed, attributing it all to the local scientists whose work made a wide range of products available all year round. For office workers like himself, Peter said, the cafeteria was a place to relax and recharge, and Kanso agreed, adding that eating was probably the most enjoyable part of the day. Then Peter, taking a deep breath, admitted that he rarely visited the cafeteria, since he usually had to settle for quick food. Soon after, they found themselves in an elevator, and the man asked the protagonist if he liked the food. Kanso nodded enthusiastically, expressing that he liked it very much. A pleased Peter replied that it had been a great experience, since he had already shown the protagonist the cafeteria, and he thought that was enough for today. Kanso, however, was a little disappointed, and mentioned that he thought there would be more lessons. He asked if it was possible to continue. In response, Peter sighed, noting that the protagonist was not easily fooled. He explained that the next class would be a tour of the gym, but added with a smile that for a first grader like him, it was not necessary, so they could skip it. Peter commented that being an F class isn't so bad after all, as it has less responsibility. Turning away from the protagonist, he clenched his fist, thinking to himself that he was interrupting the lesson because he was distracted by his own work. He felt that he was deceiving a naive isolationist who did not yet understand the realities of his world. As soon as the elevator doors opened, the man pointed forward and indicated that there was a gym ahead. He mentioned that any awakened person has the right to train there, regardless of their class. He explained that all awakened ones are allowed to use the gym, except for criminal imposters, who will be denied entry. The man looked at the newcomer and added that if he wanted to train there, that would be great. Kanso, however, firmly replied that he could do without it. Peter looked at him in surprise and confusion, wondering why the protagonist did not take advantage of this opportunity. He explained that all the services were free, and he could explain how the gym could benefit him. Kanso, however, looked around at the diligent people in the room and said that he appreciated their efforts, but did not believe that he would need any training. The man, surprised and a little puzzled, asked what the protagonist's plans were for the future. After a while, he came out of the building and saw Sam nearby. He came up and thanked him for coming to meet him. Sam, in turn, politely replied that it was not a problem. Then he asked what class he was in, to which the protagonist handed him his hunting license and said that he was in Class F. Hearing this, Sarah raised her hand to her face with slight disappointment, noticing that he looked like a person who should be in the G class, like a normal person. Kanso then explained that he had failed to harness his internal energy in time, which resulted in a higher grade than he had expected. Sam, approaching him with a more attentive expression, remarked that it was not a bad thing at all. His abilities were clearly beyond the ordinary, and it was impossible for an ordinary person to possess them without attracting attention. Kanso asked if he was really that suspicious, to which Sam confirmed that the people from the company had been watching him closely the whole time. By the time Peter finished telling the story, Jean, who was standing next to him, asked if there was anything else unusual about this guy. Peter shrugged and replied that the protagonist had incredible intelligence and the ability to learn. He remembered how the protagonist offered him coffee and said that, to be more precise, the protagonist was very smart. If you explained a concept to him, he immediately understood how to apply it in different contexts. He learned quickly and remembered information well. Jean, with a thoughtful expression on his face, rested his chin on his hand and said that the law enforcement department, especially the first group, shared something much more interesting with him. They mentioned that the protagonist's movements and sense of balance were not typical for anyone in his class, and they even had doubts about whether the testing machine was functioning properly. Peter, confused, explained that after testing the machine had been checked again and there were no problems with it. He was confident that the protagonist's class had been fairly distributed. However, Peter said that while anyone could develop further, the protagonist would never go beyond the lower classes, let alone reach the upper levels. Then Peter asked if the protagonist's unusual attention was due to the fact that so many years had passed since an isolationist appeared in the company. Then Jin, still thinking, admitted that he expected more from the protagonist, so he was a little disappointed. Then he asked about his plans for the future. Peter, thinking about his student, remembered that the main character mentioned wanting to help his friend in the restaurant business. Meanwhile, at the Spring Pavilion, Sam handed him a phone, saying that he could contact him any time with this thing. Kanso expressed his gratitude to his friend. Sam then reminded him that he had bought the device with his isolationist allowance. Then he asked if he needed anything else. His wife, Sarah, who was sitting next to him on the couch, also asked if the protagonist had any wishes. Kanso, looking at his hair, mentioned that he had been thinking about cutting it. He added that he had never really noticed it before, but had recently noticed that most men in their civilization wore their hair short, so he didn't want to stand out. Hearing this, Sarah clapped her hands happily, expressing approval of the idea. She eagerly asked what kind of haircut he wanted, assuring him that short hair would suit him very well. Her husband scratched his cheek, a little embarrassed, and agreed, admitting that any hairstyle would suit their friend. But he suddenly remembered that he needed to chop ingredients for tomorrow's dinner. Sam, heading to the kitchen, reflected that when his wife started talking about fashion, it could go on forever. Then Sarah, with a radiant smile and sparkling eyes, turned to the protagonist and invited him to accompany her to the hairdresser. Sometime later, as they approached the barbershop, Sam commented that the main character's new haircut was so stylish that it could be seen from a mile away. As they walked down the street, the protagonist began to experience a strange feeling, as if everyone was staring at him. People on the street remarked that he had the appearance of a model and admired his looks. An unknown girl even ran up to him, asking for an autograph and a joint photo. And soon after that, another girl made the same request. Then Sam, worried, came forward. Apologizing to the girls, he told them that the main character was not a celebrity, but an ordinary guy, and there was no need to ask him for autographs. The girls were surprised and couldn't believe it. One of them noted that such a handsome guy couldn't be an ordinary person. Sam exhaled heavily and, approaching the main character, muttered that the girls were just crazy. Kanso, confused, wondered why he couldn't just take a photo with the girls. Sam explained that the main character was so handsome that he was often mistaken for a celebrity. He warned that if the girls were allowed to take pictures with him, these pictures would most likely be posted on the internet, and soon the main character would be recognized everywhere. Sam warned that such attention would only bring trouble. Kanso, looking at him with slight fear, nodded in agreement. He thought to himself that he needed to be more careful. It would not be good for him to stand out in the crowd in such an obvious way. The next day, the cafe was full of people. Everyone was chatting and enjoying their food. The waiter wished the girls bon appétit, which immediately lifted their spirits, and they thanked him. Kanso was walking through the cafe holding a menu in his hands when he suddenly noticed a table with people. He approached the table and asked if the girl had decided what she wanted to order. The girl immediately covered her face with her hands and shouted for him to bring her 2 servings of jjajangmyeon and seafood udon. Then the hero smiled and asked her to wait a little, then passed the order to the cook, who took it. The other 2 tables immediately ordered the same dishes. The people in the cafe were animated and enjoying their food, and the girl, after trying the food, exclaimed that the cuisine in this cafe was excellent. She and her friends agreed to come back every day for more raiding men. Meanwhile, Sarah, smiling, thanked the girl and told her to come again. Just at that moment, another girl from the side called out to her, asking if there were any free seats. Sarah smiled awkwardly and explained that the cafe was fully booked. The girl, upset by this news, immediately clenched her fist and shouted that she would wait. At that moment, another girl in the queue also shouted that she would also wait. Then Sarah, with a sweaty face, said that they were almost out of food in the kitchen, so it would be better if the girls came back tomorrow. With tears in their eyes, the girls expressed their disappointment, complaining that they were not able to eat at the establishment that day. Suddenly, a woman's cry was heard from the crowd, asking to be let through. Sarah looked down the aisle and saw a girl raising her hand. The girl greeted her and introduced herself as Jenny, saying that she had come for an interview. Jenny extended her hand and introduced herself properly, explaining that she was 23 years old, a college graduate, and currently looking for a job in her field. Sarah took her to the restaurant and explained that the establishment had been short of workers lately, which is why they decided to hire another part-time worker. The girl was impressed and noted that the Spring Pavilion was a very famous restaurant, and she was happy to work there. Sarah, somewhat embarrassed by the flattery, asked if the restaurant was really that famous. Then, looking at the main character, Jenny added that this handsome guy had attracted the attention of the entire female population. Kanso, watching his future colleague, was quite surprised. Their eyes met, and he thought to himself that she was an interesting person. Her strong aura impressed him. He realized that in this civilization, people with superpowers lived well and were valued. which led to a much higher quality of life than ordinary people. Jenny, feeling a little confused, followed Sarah into the kitchen. Sarah then asked her to help pack the pickled radishes for now, as she still had to take care of the delivery and orders. Sarah then approached the protagonist and handed him a list of orders. She asked him to deliver everything according to the instructions. Soon, Kanso had prepared all the dishes for delivery, put on his helmet, and said that he was ready to deliver the orders. Jenny, turning around with a smile, assured him that everything was fine. At this point, Sam, having finished preparing the dish, placed it on the table and asked the new employee to help pack the portions. During the break, Jenny looked at the visitors and noticed that when she first heard about the spring pavilion, she was told that there were few visitors there. Just at that moment, the main character appeared behind her and asked if she was busy. Jenny, surprised, turned around and asked if he had delivered everything yet. Kanso confirmed that this was the case, explaining that the delivery addresses were just a few steps away. Jenny then placed another box of orders on the table and announced that everything was packed and ready to ship. Kanso took the package and told Jenny that he was leaving. The girl waved her hand at him, reminding him to be careful. After some time, once inside the restaurant, the protagonist mentioned that he had finished with the delivery. Sam looked at him and asked him to sit down, noting that he had already delivered everything for lunch. Kanso came up to the table and asked if they were already getting ready for the evening picnic. Sarah confirmed that they were, but she suddenly remembered that it was time to pick up Hannah from kindergarten. Hearing this, Jenny approached the owner and asked if they really had a daughter. Sarah looked at her and answered in the affirmative, explaining that their daughter was 5 years old. She then turned to the protagonist, asking if he could pick up Hannah from kindergarten, as they were expecting an influx of visitors that evening and had barely had time to prepare food. Kanso responded without hesitation, offering to help and assuring them that he would be back soon. Then Jenny, looking confused, turned to the woman. She shyly said that she also wanted to meet Hannah. She asked if she could go with the main character. Sarah's husband winked at the woman, and she immediately understood. Then she agreed that they could go together. Her excitement was obvious. Jenny was overjoyed and said that they would be back soon. He and Kanso walked along the road together, each holding an umbrella. As they walked, the girl introduced herself, adding that she was 23 years old. Then she asked the protagonist what she should call him. Kanso said that he was 35 years old, but she could call him whatever she wanted. At which point Jenny, taken aback, exclaimed that he certainly didn't look 35 at all. Then Kanso turned his gaze to her and explained that for some reason many people thought that way. Intrigued, he decided to ask her why she decided to take a job at the Spring Pavilion, given her abilities. In response, Jenny turned away, feeling a little awkward, and denied that she had any abilities at all. She smiled, convincing the protagonist not to think that she had any evil intentions. She just wanted to look at him. But before Jenny could finish, she suddenly screamed, pointing towards the doors where someone was standing. She asked if it was Hannah, the girl they were following. The teacher told the girl to say hello to her uncle, and with that, Hannah began waving happily, smiling widely. Kanso asked if she had a good time, to which the girl nodded enthusiastically. Then she looked proudly at the teacher and announced that he was her uncle. The girl greeted the main character, saying that Hannah had told her a lot about him, and she was very curious to meet her wonderful uncle. Kanso then asked if she was okay, to which the girl blushed and screamed loudly, immediately asking for forgiveness. She turned to Jenny and asked if she was the protagonist's wife. Then suddenly the teacher recognized Jenny and asked if it was really her. However, Jenny quickly covered her mouth with her hand and interrupted, shouting that she actually worked there. Sora then whispered to her about her work in the guild, but Jenny insisted that she not mention it. She looked at Hannah and explained that her parents thought she was a normal person. She added that she was on a mission and asked Sora to pretend she didn't know her. She then waved goodbye to Hannah, saying she would see her tomorrow. After this, the main character turned to the teacher, telling her that it was time for them to leave. After saying goodbye, they began to descend the stairs. As they walked, the protagonist turned to Jenny and asked if the kindergarten teacher was her friend. In response, Jenny laughed awkwardly, confirming that this was true. However, Kanso wondered why they hardly talked in that case. Jenny blushed and explained that they saw each other too often, which made her laugh out loud. Then she looked at the girl and said that walking in the rain with an umbrella was nice. Hannah happily agreed with her, asking if her pretty aunt also liked to walk in the rain. Jenny smiled and replied that she preferred walking with her uncle. Then Hannah said that she liked her umbrella because it had ducks painted on it. At this moment, Kanso looked at Hannah and asked if it was too heavy for her to carry the umbrella. In response, Hannah smiled and assured him that it was not too heavy, so she could carry it herself. She walked forward happily, and the protagonist said that if she needed help, she should ask for it. They continued walking down the street, passing an alley where a wet animal was sitting. Suddenly the girl stopped, peering into the alley. She pointed and exclaimed that there was someone there. Hannah then immediately ran forward, shouting for her uncle to look at what was there. She noticed a mouse lying on the ground and screamed that it was squeaking. Then Kanso picked her up and asked why she was out in the rain. Then Jenny leaned over to take a closer look and said it wasn't just a mouse, she said it was a dungeon rat. Then Kanso asked if it was some kind of magical animal. Jenny explained that the underground rat lived in the dungeons, but was not a magical creature. Unlike magical beasts, she did not harbor hostility towards people, and did not try to harm them. This rat had a heightened sense of her natural enemies, magical beasts and monsters. Jenny noticed that the rat's skills and cute appearance made it a favorite among hunters, many of whom tamed it. She assumed that the rat had entered the portal with its owner and something had gone wrong, and, injured, it had somehow gotten out of the portal. Hannah looked sadly at the injured rat and then screamed that she didn't want it to die. She asked if they could heal it. Then Kanso looked at the girl and replied that it would not be easy to save her. Hannah tearfully asked if it was true that the rat was still alive, adding that if it was still breathing, they shouldn't abandon it. These words deeply affected the protagonist. He remembered himself kneeling among the dead bodies and thought to himself that he was blind. He realized that even if the rat was still breathing, it would die sooner or later. After much internal debate, he decided that all life was valuable. He remembered his past and wondered how he could be any different from the cold-blooded killer he once was. After a short pause, the protagonist closed his eyes and, despite his uncertainty about this decision, said that he would take the rat with him. Jenny looked at the girl, her face softening into a smile, and said that they would rush to the restaurant and try to save the animal. Kanso noticed that the rat was in very bad condition, barely breathing. He warned that they needed to hurry if they wanted to save her. Hearing this, Hannah became very scared and asked what they should do. Kanso looked at the trembling rat and noted to himself that its breathing and heartbeat were weak, as if it were dying. After a short pause, he pressed 2 fingers to the animal and poured magical energy through them, wondering if he should breathe life into it. Jenny watched the process, her face reflecting obvious surprise, beads of cold sweat running down her face. After a while, the others returned, and the girl immediately rushed to her parents. Her mother looked at her with concern and asked what was wrong and why she was crying. Hannah screamed, begging for help. Then Kanso extended his hand, holding the wounded rat, and the girl's parents were clearly shocked. Sam stepped forward and recognized the creature as a dungeon rat. He asked where they found it, and the protagonist explained that it was found in an alley. Sam then pointed to the rat, and noted that it looked like it had been attacked in the portal not far from there, and that it was barely breathing. Hannah then spread her arms wide and loudly declared that she would rescue the rat and take it for herself. After which Sarah sat down next to her daughter and, smiling warmly, explained that it was not a hamster, but a dungeon rat. If they found it outside the dungeon, then it most likely had an owner who was probably looking for it, and was concerned about its well-being. Kanso, looking at the rat, agreed with Sarah, but added that first they needed to cure it, and then Sam, having come to his senses, admitted that the priority should be caring for the rat. He suggested that they find the nearest veterinary clinic. Just then, the door to the restaurant opened, and Buck and Morty walked in, greeting everyone. Sam looked at the new arrivals and invited them to sit down, asking if they had come to eat. However, Buck immediately noticed the underground rat and came over to examine it, asking if it belonged to them. Sam calmly confirmed that it was indeed the same rat, and explained that his daughter had found it on the street and it appeared to be injured. Then the man thoughtfully put his hand to his chin and noticed that the rat's condition was indeed serious. Then Morty came over and asked if he could take a look. He carefully picked up the rat and assured them that they could help her. After examining the rat, he was amazed at how well it had already been treated, stating that the first aid had been very professional, and the rat was in much better condition than it had appeared at first glance. Buck, listening, noted that the rat had been brought out of critical condition, and would only need a small amount of additional energy to fully recover. Meanwhile, Kanso, observing Buck, immediately realized that this man was gifted, but he never imagined that he possessed such mystical abilities. As he watched as Buck enveloped the rat in mana, and seemed to draw energy from the environment, converting it into healing power, Kanso concluded that Buck was likely a healer. The rat suddenly started squeaking, and Hannah's face lit up with happiness when she saw it. Then Buck, smiling, put his hand on Morty's shoulder and introduced him as their famous healer, Hannah. Jumping for joy, shouted that the uncle was simply a miracle worker. He handed the rat to Hannah, who thanked him and expressed her appreciation. Buck smirked and remarked that this little girl was very lucky, and Morty agreed. Kanso, looking at them, thought to himself that this must be the true power of the awakened, and it was truly incredible. Sam then approached the girl and asked what she was doing. Hannah explained that she was looking after a rat, and it seemed to be getting better. A few seconds later, she squealed, screaming that the rat had moved. Her father asked if this was really the case, and Hannah added impatiently that she had put out a bowl of milk for the rat, suggesting that it was probably hungry. Sam smiled warmly and told his daughter that the rat had eaten, which meant it was time for her to eat too, and he advised her to wash her hands before eating. After the rat drank the milk, it looked forward, and Hana, still watching it, began tapping its head on the table in confusion. Kanso, puzzled, asked what was wrong with her, wondering if the rat was trying to tell him something. The rat began jumping around the room and squeaking loudly, apparently trying to attract the protagonist's attention, urging him to follow it. At this point, Sam entered the room and, noticing the rat's strange behavior, asked what was wrong with it. Kanso replied that the rat seemed to be leading him somewhere. He wondered if she was really trying to show him something, and then the rat squeaked loudly in response, as if confirming her intention. Sam, thoughtfully resting his chin on his hand, said that the animal was quite intelligent, but he thought it odd that it had no owner, and he supposed that something must have happened. Turning to the protagonist, Sam asked if he should go and see. Kanso agreed, noting that he walks quickly and can quickly check everything. He put his hand to his chin, considering the situation, but ultimately decided to follow the rat. In response, Sam waved his hand, suggesting that they couldn't just ignore the rat, as Hana would be upset. The girl clenched her fists, looking at the main character with an encouraging smile. Kanso, smiling in response, agreed to go, although he felt a sense of caution. He turned to the rat, noting that he could sense a strange energy surrounding it. Meanwhile, Sam, watching the rat, admitted that he did not fully understand the situation, but the protagonist said that he had seen such energy before, although he still could not explain it. He asked the rat if it knew where it wanted to go, and it responded with a squeak. Taking her in his arms, the protagonist decided to go with her. Then Sam and Hana wished him good luck. As they stepped outside, the animal began to shiver from the cold, squeaking loudly, at which point Kanso noticed a stream of aura ahead, and asked if they were heading in that direction. Running closer, he looked up and saw that it resembled the portal through which he entered this world. The portal brightly illuminated the street, and the protagonist realized that it was definitely a portal. Meanwhile, from inside the portal, screams and wheezing of an approaching horde of monsters could be heard. The awakened who came to clear the dungeon were clearly stunned. One of them waved his hand and shouted, asking if they were really going to die here. His comrade, fighting back with his shield, shouted that there were too many monsters. Another man, counting, announced that there were only 4 monsters left. Meanwhile, the girl with the raised staff began to tremble, warning that she would soon run out of strength and would no longer be able to maintain the barrier. The man heard her words and looked at the number of monsters surrounding them. Realizing that this could be the end, he expressed gratitude for having the opportunity to fight alongside them. His comrade smiled and thanked him for everything, then suggested throwing a party in the afterlife. The scarred man mockingly replied that he had had enough of them in this life. The girl, holding the staff with the little strength she had left, thought to herself that only an S-rank hunter could save them. But that thought seemed like nothing more than a distant, pipe dream. As soon as this thought came to her mind, the glow of her staff began to fade. Suddenly a squeak of an underground rat was heard from behind. The others were caught off guard. Their attention switched to the source of the sound. In the blink of an eye, the green blood of the monsters sprayed out in all directions, and the skeletons around them were blown to pieces. The mage girl, tears streaming down her face, called out weakly. Her companions screamed in shock and asked if all the monsters had been killed. When all had calmed down, the ground was littered with the remains of many skeletons. The awakened began to look around, confused by what had just happened, wondering what had happened. They were surrounded, and yet now everything seemed to have changed in an instant. It was then that the girl turned to them and asked if they had heard Karanga's squeal. At that moment, the protagonist rushed forward, determined to destroy the monsters with his incredible technique. He poured magical power into his hand, which began to glow brightly, and with one blow, he destroyed all the monsters in his path. The area around him was covered in pools of green blood, and there were many lifeless bodies lying around him. As the carnage died down, Kanso remembered that the last time they encountered monsters in the portal, they failed to destroy them all, leaving the smaller ones alive. This kept the portal open, but this time he was determined to see it through to the end. While he was thinking about this, a monster appeared behind him. Kanso immediately sensed its presence and quickly turned around, cutting the monster in two. When he cut off part of the zombie's head, he noticed something was shining inside it. That's when he realized that it was their core, meaning the head was the weak point. At that moment, a horde of monsters began to crawl towards him. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed a sword lying nearby. He rushed towards it with incredible speed, muttering under his breath that he would lend it to him. He gripped the weapon tightly and declared that he would avenge its previous owner. Then the zombies and skeletons rushed forward to attack, but the air was filled with the sound of rapid successive blows, followed by the lifeless bodies of the monsters collapsing to the ground. Within minutes, the battlefield was littered with dead bodies, their twisted bodies strewn across the floor. Kanso stood in front of the huge doors that were oozing demonic energy. He carefully approached, and with some effort, He placed his hands on the doors and swung them open. As the doors creaked open, a voice came from inside asking who dared to disturb his peace. And before the hero stood a massive headless horseman, clearly furious. The rider roared, demanding to know how the protagonist had the audacity to invade his domain, stamping his foot. The rider proclaimed that no one would escape unharmed. He raised his weapon, swearing that creatures like the protagonist were only fit to be killed. When the rider swung his weapon, the protagonist managed to dodge, surprised to see that the knight was holding his own head in his hand. The rider, taken aback by the protagonist's words, was even more stunned when the protagonist added that he had a rather unique appearance. The rider's eyes flashed with rage and he shouted that Kanso would pay for mocking him. With a mighty blow, the rider aimed his spear towards Kanso, rushing down to strike, intending to kill him with one blow. Then Kanso, enveloped in mana, raised his hand and asked if the rider's weak point was his head. The rider frowned and looked at the protagonist in confusion. Kanso raised his head, looking intently at the rider, and began waving his arms, leaving a magical trail in the air. The rider, screaming in rage, called him an insolent man. Without thinking twice, the main character launched a magical beam at the knight, piercing him right through. The rider then let out a loud cry before vanishing into thin air, leaving behind only a swirl of purple mana. A glowing stone fell from the dissipating figure, landing at the protagonist's feet. He picked it up, wondering what it was. After examining it, Kanso guessed that it was probably the source of the energy he had sensed earlier. Probably what the people in this world called magic stones. As the stone began to glow brightly, emitting blue mana, the rat in the protagonist's pocket peeked out, quietly squeaking. She climbed onto his shoulder, and the protagonist, feeling a sense of accomplishment, muttered that he had eliminated everything that posed a threat. The rat then jumped onto Kanso's hand, and the protagonist told her that the portal would soon close. So he gently lowered her to the ground, urging the animal to run to its owner. He put the rat down on the ground, wishing it well, and watched as it squeaked loudly and ran towards the exit. Kanso then crossed his arms over his chest and muttered under his breath that Hana would definitely be upset. Soon the rat ran to the place where the group of awakened were. Several men in suits noted that for some unknown reason it was classified as a C-class dungeon. One of them suggested that perhaps an S-class hunter had come to their aid. However, another quickly pointed out that all the S-class hunters they had encountered emitted incredible power, and if any of them were in the dungeon, they would have felt it immediately. The man suggested that it could be the rumored awakened Class 0, to which the girl, lost in her thoughts, replied that anything was possible. Then she turned to the side, her gaze landing on the rat, and muttered that Kurongi was definitely approaching. The rat, who was now looking around in fear, squeaked loudly, darting around in circles, the others wondering if she was really looking for someone in the dungeon. The girl's eyes filled with tears as she whispered that the rat was looking for one of their team, Soul. The boy turned to the bloody corpse nearby and quietly declared that he was already dead. Then Kuronga ran up to the body, uttering a distressed squeal. She stood on her hind legs and stretched out her front legs towards the lifeless body, squealing in despair. Then Kuronga turned back to the group, clutching her paws to her chest in fear. The girl looked forward, her voice shaking as she asked what was going on. The man replied that the portal was empty and that it would close soon. They needed to collect as many magic stones as possible and meet at the exit in exactly 20 minutes. Meanwhile, the people standing behind the portal shouted that a special forces group was leaving and urged them to hurry with the stretcher. Kuronga, still upset, ran past the people in despair. Meanwhile, people were shouting, asking how many were killed in total. It started to rain heavily outside, and the rat sat in the rain, quietly squeaking, with its head down sadly. Meanwhile, Hana sat in her room, feeling deep sadness. Her father came up to her and gently informed her that the rat had returned to its owner. He said that it was for the best. Then Hana, with tears in her eyes, replied that she knew it. Her voice broke as she said sadly that she would never see it again, and that was why she was sad. At that moment, the door to the house opened and the protagonist walked inside. He immediately noticed the dejected expression on Hana's face and asked why she was so sad, as if someone had died. Sam looked at his friend and replied that she never said goodbye to the rat. Confused, Kanso asked which rat he meant. At that moment, Kurongi climbed out of her pocket. Hana immediately heard a rat squeak and turned around. Without thinking, the girl rushed to hug the rat, while the protagonist turned to Sam and explained that the dungeon rat's name was Kurongi. He raised his finger and continued saying that it seemed like the rat's owner had taken the rat along on a monster-slaying mission, and they had both gotten hurt. Hearing this, the man asked what exactly had happened. Kanso then said that he found the owner of the rat dead. He added that unfortunately nothing could be done as so much time had passed since the man's death. Sam's eyes suddenly widened in shock as he realized the gravity of the situation, and he asked incredulously if the protagonist had actually entered the dungeon. Kanso crossed his arms over his chest and confirmed that he had indeed entered there. Sam then pointed his thumb up, stating that the portal would probably be cleared soon. Kanso replied that the store had already been cleared and had since been closed. The man gasped in amazement. He then remembered how he worked as a loader in the past, and began to wonder about the protagonist's true class. Perhaps he was an S-class like the legendary Hunter Leon. He remembered the shock he felt when he first encountered an awakened one, and had the opportunity to interact with various hunters while working as a loader. Except for the unrivaled Hunter Leon, no one was able to enter the portal and clear it alone. However, Kanso did not emit such a terrifying aura as Leon. Leon emitted an almost insane magical energy that was almost impossible to ignore. If the protagonist hid his aura so well, it seemed likely that he was the supposed Class 0 awakened that everyone was talking about. His thoughts were interrupted by his daughter, who, having tied a bow on Korongi, asked everyone to look. Her father smiled tenderly and replied that she was just like a princess. He then turned his attention to the protagonist, smirking inwardly and thinking that there was nothing to worry about. After all, the protagonist was his friend, so it didn't matter whether he was a Class 0 awakened or not. Soon it was deep night, and Sam, lost in his thoughts, reassured himself that nothing bad would come of it. He decided to think only about the good. The next morning, Hannah, Sam, and Kanso decided to leave the dungeon rat, for which they received a scolding from Sarah. When the main character woke up, he looked at the calendar and realized that today was his day off. He wondered what he should do during the day. Should he train, or perhaps look for a job for a couple of hours? Suddenly, a memory from his homeworld popped into his head. He remembered how that girl once scolded him for always working and never finding time to rest. She snatched the rope from his hands and demanded to know why he found it so difficult to relax, saying that it was stupid to work when he should be resting. Leaving that memory behind, Kanso smirked as he remembered the girl telling him exactly that. Now he was wondering if he should take a look at the trophy on the table. It was a magic stone, and it was radiating strong energy. Kanso stared at him, thinking to himself about the invisible alien energy. The people of this civilization seemed to be using the energy of these stones, and he noticed that it was similar to the dark magic used by the followers of the heavenly demon cult. This magic was banned in the magical community because it was obtained through human sacrifice. Throwing this thought aside, the protagonist took the magic stone in his hand and silently told himself that he could not keep such a dangerous object. Now, he would seal its energy. After that, he left his room and ran into Sam, who noticed that the protagonist had woken up early. Kanso then asked if Sam was really going to spend his entire day off chopping ingredients. Sam chuckled and explained that he had to be responsible even if it was just chopping onions for tomorrow. He then mentioned that it was the protagonist's first day off and asked what he wanted to do. Kanso crossed his arms over his chest and replied that he was still thinking. Then Sam, with a smile, suggested that they go to the library with Hannah. Kanso looked at him, confused at first, but after a while he and Hannah approached the building. The hero asked if there really were places where anyone could read valuable books, to which the girl replied that she just wanted to leaf through them. Then Kanso put her down on the floor, warning her not to run away and to come back as soon as she chose a book. Then the hero moved the chair and thought to himself that everything here was quite comfortable, especially with the huge number of books. Hannah reached for a book on the shelf when a strange guy approached her and asked if she needed help. He pointed to the book, asking her to get it. The man quickly grabbed the book and handed it to the girl, who thanked him. At that moment, Kanso turned to watch the interaction, studying the man's aura. He thought to himself that the man had probably awakened as well, as his aura was unusually strong for his age. The stranger exhaled heavily, and Kanso, although he didn't know what this man's life was like, could tell that it wasn't easy for him. The hero continued to watch, noting that the man was not as strong as Jenny, but there was something about his abilities that intrigued him. Then he wondered why the man was still in such an insignificant position. Then Hannah, looking at the man with interest, asked if he felt unwell. The surprised man replied that it was written all over his face. The girl explained that even her uncle was worried about him. Then the man turned to her and in a fit of anger shouted that her uncle was a peddler from the spring pavilion. Kanso, hearing this, came closer to them and asked if the young man knew him. The man extended his hand and replied that Kanso was very popular on social media, that women liked him, and that he was known for delivering goods quickly, despite being a walking courier. The man then asked if he could find out what class the protagonist was in. The protagonist replied that he was in class F, causing the man to exclaim loudly in shock. Sometime later they were sitting at the table, and the man explained that this was how he lived. Kanso rested his chin on his hand, thinking about the situation. He realized that raids were only allowed for people of a certain age, so the man had to make do with whatever work he could find to survive. The man explained that this is why he accepted any job offered to him. He also volunteered at the library, because it helped him earn extra money on top of his scholarship. Then the hero looked thoughtfully at this man and asked if there really was no one who could help someone with such abilities. The man replied that his grade was C, which was neither good nor bad, and that was why no one sponsored him. He looked at Kanso, adding that he felt like he had no special abilities and that his mother lived in poverty. Kanso raised his hand, explaining that class doesn't determine everything in his life. Then he asked the man if he really wanted to upgrade his class. The boy's mouth dropped open in surprise, exclaiming that such a thing was impossible. He asked incredulously who told him this. Kanso replied that the man was giving up without even trying, and then asked if he wanted to become stronger. Then the guy clenched his fists, shouting that, of course he wanted to, but he didn't know how. In response, Kanso crossed his fingers and calmly stated that he could teach him. Raising his index finger, he added that in return, he would ask the man to find information about a specific country. The boy asked out of curiosity what country he meant. Kanso replied that he needed information about the OK dynasty. Then the guy took the book and said that he was hearing about such a condition for the first time, but he would try to find information about it. Kanso thought to himself that if he had traveled through time, there should have been information about the OK dynasty in history. This seemed to explain why the magic of that dynasty and the magic of the current era were so similar, despite being called by different names. The guy started leafing through the book and read everything he could about this period. When the protagonist asked what he had found, the boy, looking confused, replied that he had gone through all the ancient dynasties. He looked at Kanso and added that there was no mention of a dynasty called OK. Then the man closed the book and repeated that there was no such dynasty. Kanso opened the book and thought to himself that all the dynasty names were similar to their civilizations. However, he had never heard of the Ok dynasty either. At that moment, he realized that this meant that there had never been such a dynasty on Earth. The guy, noticing his anxiety, asked if everything was okay. Then Kanso turned away, saying that he was just thinking. He then thanked the boy for his help and told him to come to the spring pavilion where he would treat him to some food. The boy, still confused, replied that it would cost him nothing. After that, they stood up from the table, and the protagonist, as he left, thought that although he did not receive the information he expected, one thing became clear. He did not travel through time, and was not bewitched by the mages of the heavenly demon sect. But this made him wonder how he ended up here. Later that night, in the spring pavilion, the hero sat in his room and meditated. His thoughts returned to his childhood, when his father gave him a relic that belonged to his great-grandfather. The boy looked at her in surprise, not understanding what this meant. His father patted him on the head and said that one day he would have to find it, and then he could return home. Leaving the memory behind, Kanso opened his eyes and wondered what this strange memory meant. He told himself that there was no need to rush, everything would become clear in time. As he continued to think, he heard something strange and wondered what was going on near the restaurant. A fat man was standing at the door, looking around. He then took out a wrench and sat down next to Sam's motorcycle. He muttered quietly under his breath that he would unscrew something to discourage the man from ever riding a motorcycle again. At that moment, a shadow appeared behind him, and when the man spoke, he was reminded that Sullivan had asked him to do it, so it was not his fault. Then Kanso, who was standing behind him, asked who Sullivan was. The man screamed in horror, falling to the ground. Then he asked who the man was. Kanso looked at him and calmly said that it was not good to shout at such a late hour and that he should be quieter. The shocked hooligan began to rise from his knees, asking who Kanso was. The hero calmly replied that he was a courier from the spring pavilion. When the man stood up, he said that it was good that he was the new courier. He then added that Sullivan intended to propose to the restaurant owner, so the protagonist should start looking for another job. Kanso, with a hint of disdain in his voice, replied that this was stupid. The bully pointed his finger at him and asked if the protagonist was really crazy, wondering why he was so arrogant. The man then asked if he could bring the protagonist back to his senses, and with these words he punched him. Kanso looked at him calmly and grabbed the man's fist with his hand. Cold sweat broke out on the hooligan's body as fear gripped him. He was scared inside, asking himself why this courier was so strong. Then the protagonist noticed that this man would do well to come to his senses. With these words, he placed his fingers on the bully's forehead and hit him hard. The force of the blow was so powerful that the man was thrown backwards, landing with such force that he bounced off the ground. Kanso, now standing over the bully with his hands behind his back, told the man to pass on the message to his stupid Sullivan. He threatened that if Sullivan continued to pick on the spring pavilion, he would be in trouble. The boy, now terrified, screamed as he ran away, grabbed his cap and ran out of the restaurant in horror. Meanwhile, Sullivan, the same man who had recently worked as a courier for Sam, stood leaning against the wall, holding the phone in his hand, gritting his teeth, wondering why the guy hadn't called him yet. At that moment, one guy ran up to him, shouting loudly that Donovan was back and needed to be examined. One of the men supported Donovan by the arm as he was having difficulty moving on his own. Sullivan then asked what had happened, and moving closer to the man, added that he had given him a chance, but it seemed he had failed again. All Donovan had to do was loosen the nuts on the motorcycle, and yet he had come back defeated. Donovan dropped to his knees in front of Sullivan, screaming for him to listen. He shouted that the new delivery man at the restaurant was no ordinary man, that this was the first time he had encountered such a monster. He explained that the delivery man had warned them not to go near the spring pavilion, or he would make them regret it. In response, Sullivan frowned in disbelief, shouting that it was no wonder the man was injured, but Donovan insisted, shouting that the courier was indeed a monster. Then Sullivan, after thinking for a moment, said that although the protagonist might be strong, they would go together and teach him a lesson. Looking at his phone, he decided that they needed to gather everyone and go look at the courier. Meanwhile, the main character was carrying 2 bags of food in his hands, and he placed them on the ground in front of the men. As he began to take out the food, he raised his head and asked where he could pick up the dishes later. At that moment, the bully walked up to the main character and, clenching his fists, shouted that the main character still didn't understand anything. Smiling, he said that the protagonist would have to work with them because they claimed that Kanso had beaten Donovan up good. He kicked the courier's bag and shouted that the protagonist had really upset Sullivan. Kanso stood in front of them, looking over their shoulders and asking if it was the same Donovan standing behind them. Then Donovan, clearly frightened, shouted that he had given everything to these people. The other guy turned the protagonist to face him, gritting his teeth, and demanded to know what he was muttering under his breath. He reached for the courier's helmet, shouting threateningly for him to take it off. Kanso frowned and looked at him, clearly angry. He grabbed the bandit's hand, telling him that he didn't advise such a weakling to talk like that to someone stronger. The man began to twitch his hand in fear, begging Kanso to let him go. Kanso twisted the man's arm and warned that Donovan must have already given them his warning. The man's face turned blue in pain as he screamed, looking at his arm. Then Kanso, enveloped in mana, said that he would have to teach the men a good lesson. After a while, he entered the restaurant, announcing that he was back. Sam noticed he was a little late and asked who had ordered so early, wondering out loud if it was really the jocks. After a short silence, Kanso replied that people just liked to eat. He added that the men liked it so much that they even washed the dishes themselves. Sam looked at him in shock, asking if they had washed the plates at all. Taking the plate, he noticed that it was very shiny. Then Kanso, wanting to ask a favor, asked if Sam knew a man named Sullivan and what his relationship was to this man. A bead of sweat appeared on Sam's face as he asked Kanso how he knew about Sullivan. He explained that this man had been a courier before him, but he had always slacked off, while demanding a higher salary. The hero then crossed his arms over his chest and stated that he had a conflict with Sullivan, adding that one of the visitors was his acquaintance. He continued by explaining that they had behaved inappropriately, so he had to teach them a little lesson. Sam thought to himself with horror that if Kanso was so strong, he must have taught them much more than just a small lesson. As it turned out, that time the main character took one of the hooligans by the hand and squeezed it tightly, causing the man to scream in pain. His comrade waved his hand and ordered them to grab him. Then Kanso, letting go of the bully's hand, swung his own, releasing an incredibly powerful stream of magical energy. The wind was so strong that it knocked all the bullies off their feet. Donovan, sitting on the ground, looked at Ben, whose hand Kanso was still squeezing with all his strength. Distracted by this, Donovan noticed that the protagonist was now standing directly above him. The man then crawled back with tears in his eyes, claiming that they would get into trouble if they did not leave. At that moment, Kanso extended 2 fingers, shrouded in his magical power, and struck Ben with them. Ben begged for mercy and was ordered to repeat after the protagonist, who demanded that he say that he would never harm the owners of the Spring Pavilion again. Ben repeated these words with tears in his eyes, screaming them out in horror. As soon as he finished, Kanso removed his hand and Ben fell to the ground, crying bitterly, after which the protagonist rose to his feet. He noted that, in addition to this man, they still had to deal with the leader. Donovan, now even more frightened, picked Ben up and asked if the protagonist meant Sullivan. He explained that the boss was watching from the sidelines but did not know exactly where Sullivan was. At this moment, Sullivan, hiding behind the barrels, thought to himself that he needed to get out of there as quickly as possible. He started to run, but the main character immediately noticed him. Meanwhile, Sullivan ran into the alley, trying to hide. He turned around and asked himself if it was true that now he would not be able to escape from the main character. Suddenly, Kanso appeared in front of him, asking if he managed to run so far. The man screamed in fear, saying that the protagonist had scared him. He then pointed at Kanso, asking who he was and why he was attacking people over what he called a harmless joke. Sullivan, introducing himself as a gangster, threatened to call the police. Kanso then stepped towards him, asking what other pranks Sullivan had in mind when he came in the middle of the night to sabotage the motorcycle. In response, Sullivan raised his fist, screaming what would happen if he did that to him. Kanso extended his hand and replied that the diseased branches should be cut off before they infect the entire tree. The shadow of his hand fell across Sullivan's face, and in horror he ordered them not to come near him. The next second a loud scream echoed through the alley. Meanwhile, Sam was sitting at the table peeling onions. Suddenly he received a message and picked up the phone to see an apology from Sullivan. At that moment, Kanso approached the table, asking if Sullivan had sent the message. Sam looked up and confirmed that it was, adding that Sullivan had said that he would stop being such a freak and go back to his village and work on the farm. Then, throwing up his hands in surprise, Sam asked how the main character managed to raise such a stubborn goat. Kanso, smiling, replied that he was just talking to him. He added to himself that while Sullivan might have been an asshole, he had once been part of the Spring Pavilion team, and Kanso was glad he had come to his senses. At that moment, Jenny entered the restaurant and greeted everyone. Sam apologized for calling her on his day off. However, Jenny smiled and said that she didn't have any plans for the day anyway. Sam then scratched his head, saying they were short-handed since his wife and Hannah went to a kindergarten event. Kanso adding that today was tree planting day. In response, Jenny smirked and said that her younger brother was also going to plant trees today as a charity event. The protagonist asked if her brother was interested in volunteering, to which the girl smiled shyly and said that he was just very kind. Then she laughed and shouted that they needed to get to work. But Jenny thought to herself that this guy was annoying her because he kept asking such awkward questions. Later, the boys were sitting at the table enjoying a pleasant conversation. Sam mentioned that Hannah and Sarah would probably have fun, as it was unusual for no one to be home and they were feeling a bit lonely. He then took a deep breath and noted that new portals had been opening in the mountains lately, expressing hope that his people would remain safe. Jenny raised her index finger and assured him that the Hunters Association would guarantee the safety of the festival, so he didn't have to worry. She added that the inspection of the Rostocek kindergarten was also under the supervision of the association, and strong hunters were appointed to ensure that everything went smoothly. Sam, feeling more confident, smiled and asked how Jenny knew all this. He noted that he had worked as a loader for the association for a long time, but had never heard of such details. Jenny responded by screaming loudly, causing the others to look at her in confusion. She winked playfully and said that it was a secret so she couldn't reveal it. Meanwhile, the pink-haired boy who was riding in the car let out a heavy sigh and said that he could no longer enjoy the day off in good weather. Wondering out loud why he was called today, he waved his hand dismissively, stating that Jenny was supposed to be at the event, and the woman sitting next to him adjusted her glasses and explained that the young lady had urgent business to attend to, so she had sent the least useful person in her place. According to her, it was easy to guess that Jenny meant the young master. Then the guy clicked his tongue in disappointment and exhaled, expressing disbelief. At this point, the woman remarked with a slight smile that she hoped the young gentleman understood the purpose of attending this event. She explained that an important and influential person from the association would be present, and this was the boy's chance to make an impression. She mentioned that she was referring to Sawyer, the only producer of S-class artifacts in the entire country. The guy then looked out the window with displeasure, asking if he really was just going to impress someone. The woman replied that the master had a business meeting and asked if he had read the additional materials she had sent him. The guy turned to her, crying out in surprise, asking what other materials she was talking about. Then the woman calmly explained that if he continued in the same spirit, she would be forced to report everything to the lady. The guy then yelled at her not to say anything, claiming she would kill him. Literally, not figuratively. In response, the woman adjusted her glasses again and asked him not to exaggerate. She reminded him that it was very important for him to make a good impression on Sawyer. She added that finding an awakened level 0 was as important as establishing a relationship with the famous artifact master. She then started pushing the boy on the shoulder, urging him to hurry up since they had already arrived. She shouted that they should quickly greet Sawyer. The worried boy asked if he could just walk up to him directly. He then walked up behind Sawyer, cleared his throat, and introduced himself as Christian of the Red Dragon Guild, mentioning that his father spoke highly of the master. Sawyer turned to him and asked if he was Howard's son, and the boy extended his hand and confirmed, saying it was an honor to meet him. Sawyer responded politely, stating that it was nice to meet him, but pointing forward, he added that if that was all, then Christian should go and enjoy the event. He turned away and told Christian not to interfere with his communication with his grandson. Then Christian, thinking to himself, realized that the rumors were true. Sawyer was a rather unpleasant person. Sawyer's grandson then ran up to Christian and bowed, apologizing for the teacher not always being prepared for such situations. The woman, Mary, made eye contact with Christian and said she expected nothing less from him. And the guy, outraged, noted that Jenny knew everything but still sent him away. He asked where his sister had gone on such an important day, leaving all her responsibilities on her younger brother. Mary explained that the girl had gone to spend time with her idol. Meanwhile, the protagonist carved a neat rabbit out of wood Then he asked Hannah if she was upset that there was no shovel with the rabbit. When he finished, he gave the carved rabbit to the girl, telling her that now she would have it. Hannah took the figurine with great joy. But now Hannah looked at the ground with tears in her eyes. Her rabbit on the shovel was broken into 2 pieces. The other children, confused, asked what they should do. Suddenly Hannah raised her head, crying bitterly. Her friend raised her fist and angrily told everyone that she had warned them to be careful with the shovel. Then Sawyer, hearing the screams, noticed that Hannah was crying and screaming that her uncle had made a rabbit for her, but now it was broken. The old man came up and asked if she wanted her grandfather to fix it. Hannah looked at him, asking if he could really do it. The old man reassured her by saying that of course he could. He took the shovel and the broken part of the rabbit, saying that Grandpa could do anything. Looking at the carved rabbit, he was amazed by the craftsmanship and wondered to himself who had made such a skillful piece. At that moment, a man appeared behind him, announcing that his scroll had arrived, and the old man turned to him, asking him to come and look at the item. He showed it to the man, asking if any of his students could reproduce such fine work. The man replied that it would be difficult to create something like that. Sawyer then looked at Hannah and remarked that her uncle must really love her. A happy Hannah replied that she loved her uncle too. Sawyer then carefully put the 2 halves of the rabbit back together, explaining that her uncle had worked hard on it and would fix it. Having connected the parts, he breathed on the spatula, and in a moment it was whole again. He returned the spatula to Hannah and told her that everything was ready. The girl was overjoyed and thanked her grandfather. Christian, who was watching this scene, crossed his arms over his chest. He noticed that this master did not care about anything, but needed the right approach. Suddenly his eyes lit up as he came up with a plan. He looked at Mary and said he had an idea. He instructed her to inform the team of assistants that they were changing their strategy regarding Master Sawyer. The girl bowed and assured him that it would be done. Recently, the protagonist has developed a habit of going to the bakery immediately after receiving his isolationist allowance to buy a delicious bun that he first tried during his training. He opened the door, greeted the owner, and asked if there were any more rolls left. The owner greeted him warmly, and Kanso walked around the room looking around. He approached the owner again and asked if the rolls were sold out yet. The owner replied that they had all been sold long ago, but then, with a smile, he pulled out one, saying that he had saved it especially for him. Kanso extended his hand to him, expressing that he had always helped him out, for which he was grateful. The owner handed him a box of rolls, reminding him that if he did not finish it all in a day, he should remember to put it in the refrigerator. Then Kanso, thanking the owner, headed towards the exit. Opening the door, he saw a girl approaching and let her go ahead. She immediately headed to the checkout. The owner, clearly embarrassed, remarked that the weather was fine today. Kanso watched them out of the corner of his eye before leaving. After some time, the main character found himself at home. He opened the refrigerator and put the roll inside. Meanwhile, Kurongi sat in his arms, drooling as she looked at the food. The hero gently poked the rat on the nose, telling her that she had already eaten her piece of roll. If she wanted, they could have another roll together for breakfast the next day. Later that night, the protagonist lay on his back with Kurongi fast asleep next to him. She heard a strange noise and, feeling that something was wrong, moved her ears. Then the rat got out of bed and quietly left the room. She slightly opened the door and, reaching the refrigerator, jumped onto the shelf with desserts. Coming closer, she brought her paw to her mouth in confusion, realizing that the roll was no longer there. At that moment, Kanso came up behind her, calling the rat's name. Kurongi turned to him and squealed loudly in surprise. The next morning, Sam smiled and asked if she had really eaten the entire roll by herself. The hero replied that Kurongi denied it, but it was obvious who the culprit was. At that moment, the door of the restaurant opened and a man stood up from the table. He looked forward, asking if it was Connor. The man walked into the restaurant, and when he saw him, he made eye contact with them. Then Sam looked at Connor, asking what brought him here. Connor smiled as he held out the bag and explained that he had come with beer. In response, Sam smiled and said that he shouldn't have bought the beer, and then asked who he had brought the roll for. Connor explained that he had a serious matter to discuss with Sam, and he had brought beer as a sort of bribe. Then Sam took the bag and, noticing the worried expression on the man's face, asked what happened. At which point Connor began to nervously fidget with his fingers, and then asked how Sam confessed his love to his wife. He continued to explain that the girl who came to his bakery was very beautiful and sweet, and he had been in love with her for 3 months. He sighed heavily, admitting that he didn't know what to do. The man was afraid that if he confessed his love to her, Missy would start avoiding him. So the hero advised Connor to stop thinking too much, reminding him that it would take a little time before the situation would become unbearable. Suddenly, Connor started crying, lamenting how such a wonderful girl could even agree to go on a date with him. Sam shouted in irritation, asking what he was even worried about, because it didn't matter. Then Connor, overwhelmed with emotion, began to bang his head on the table and cry. Then Sam wondered out loud what to do with him. He suggested the man go home and get some sleep. Kanso added that Connor could sleep in his room. Sam hesitated for a moment, asking if that would be too much trouble. Kanso smiled, assuring Sam that he always put the role aside for him alone, and he wanted to repay him. After some time, the hero brought Connor to his room and laid him on the bed. At that moment, Korongi opened one eye and looked away. Kanso turned in the same direction, asking what happened. The rat started jumping around anxiously, prompting the guy to ask what was wrong. When they got to the kitchen, the refrigerator door was slightly open. Kanso walked up to him, opened the door, and was shocked to find a fairy eating food from the refrigerator. The hero shouted threateningly, asking what the fairy was doing there. The fairy turned around in surprise at the sound of his voice, and covered in bun crumbs looked at him. When the morning came, the protagonist was sitting at the table with everyone else. The fairy was standing on the table when Kanso asked her if it was really her who ate his sweet bun. The fairy shyly explained that her name was Dorothy, and that she deeply regretted what she had done. Sam was stunned and asked how the flower fairy ended up in their kitchen, as they were usually drawn to flowers or honey. Connor pointed and suggested that she was probably attracted to honey. Kanso, confused, asked what exactly a flower fairy was. Sam explained that fairies were humanoid spirits that lived in portals. With the advent of portals, they began to settle in cities. Although the magical monsters were destroyed, no one harmed the fairies, as they did not pose a threat to people, and sometimes even helped, so they found their place in protected cities. Hearing this, Kanso extended his hand and asked if fairies were like their squeaker. Sam smiled widely, confirming that they were, but added that sometimes there were unpleasant fairies, although they still did not pose a serious threat. Hearing this, the hero looked with displeasure at the very upset fairy. Crossing his arms over his chest, he declared that he would forgive her this time, but reminded her not to steal from anyone again. Dorothy, clearly frightened, raised her hands and apologized, admitting that she was ashamed. She explained that she was simply hungry after hard work and wanted to eat. At this point, Sam asked if she really wanted to work for them. Sarah, still hesitating, asked how a flower fairy could help in a Chinese restaurant. Then Connor looked at the protagonist, suggesting that she could be of use to him. Sam turned to his friend and noted that it seemed like they were shifting their responsibility onto him. In response, Kanso smiled and asked if he could train the fairy and in exchange hire her. At that moment, Sarah imagined a man's beautiful body and joyfully exclaimed that it was a brilliant idea, as a man in good shape would definitely win women's hearts. Connor scratched his cheek in confusion, admitting that he had neglected his appearance for a long time, which caused him to lack self-confidence. Hearing this, the protagonist smiled and said that he would finally have someone to train with. Later, Kanso, Sarah, and Jenny arrived at the supermarket. The hero looked at the woman and asked why they came, adding that she asked them not to tell Sam or Hannah. Then Sarah explained that the day after tomorrow was her husband's birthday. Jenny clapped her hands happily, exclaiming that it was the boss's birthday. The woman crossed her arms over her chest with a confused look. She wanted to buy him a gift but wasn't sure what to give him. Then Jenny took her hand and reassured her, telling her not to worry as she would help, while Jenny thought to herself that she had never imagined such a situation before, even with friends. She then looked at the protagonist, realizing that this was also a shopping trip with Kanso. Even though they were with Sarah, she still felt like they were on a date. Sarah also looked at the protagonist and asked him not to tell her husband anything, adding that they would hide the gifts in his room. Then the protagonist assured her that he understood everything. He then asked what gift she was planning to give her husband. The woman explained that she was thinking about buying him shoes, but she wasn't sure he would actually wear them. Jenny then raised her finger and suggested that they buy him some vitamins or supplements since the boss had been looking very tired lately. Sarah was very pleased with the idea, admitting that Jenny was always better at choosing gifts. After that, the girls went to choose everything they needed. While the main character stood to the side, looking away, he noticed that the girls nearby were whispering, looking at him. He finally walked up to his friends and asked if he could leave. Hearing this, Jenny raised her hands in protest, insisting that he couldn't leave. She then put glasses on the boy's face, saying that people wouldn't be able to see how handsome he was. After that, they continued their shopping. Jenny went up to the display window pointing to a large teddy bear and said that Hannah would definitely like it. Kanso agreed with her. But it was at that moment that a strange, powerful aura caught his attention. A loud cry of pain echoed throughout the store, followed by frantic shouts ordering customers to stay in their seats. People began to shout that there were illegals in the store. Kanso asked who these people were, and Jenny explained that they were awakened people who used their abilities for crimes. The guards immediately pointed their guns at the thief, and Kanso, noticing the blue aura surrounding the intruder, realized that not all awakened people had the same aura color. He found it odd that the thief didn't seem to know that the mall's security had activated the barrier, meaning no one could leave unless they were involved in setting it up. Kanso then asked why they would commit a crime, knowing this, suggesting that perhaps they had some other plan. Jenny replied that it could be a diversion, allowing them to investigate other potential targets. The hero then closed his eyes and asked if there were any magic stones stored in the basement of the building. Jenny confirmed that in such a large shopping mall, there would most likely be a lot of Class A stones. She started waving her arms, assuring him that security had everything under control and would sort it out. Then Sarah, looking anxiously at her phone, mentioned that they would be late picking up Hannah from preschool. The girl sitting in the kindergarten was visibly upset, and the main character, feeling that he had no choice, decided to help the security service. He told Jenny to stay with Sarah and, pointing to the side, added that he needed to go to the toilet for a moment. The girl looked at him, advising him to be careful. Kanso quickly ran to the side, finding himself behind a wall where he saw several corpses. He wondered out loud what had happened, but when he touched them, he realized that they were still alive. Although in critical condition, he provided first aid, but they were barely able to stand on their feet. The hero then continued down the corridor, looking into an open room where a man with a sword was pointing at people, ordering them to move. Kanso felt a strange aura coming from him, a power unlike anything he had encountered before. Wondering what to do next, he walked into the room, knocking down everyone inside with one deft movement. The hero quickly walked past the people standing at the computers, bending over their bodies, thinking about how he would get information, although he had no one to interrogate. Determined to find out what had happened through rumors, the hero raised his head and declared that he would leave the rest of the investigation to associations. Meanwhile, the girl turned to the people around her and shouted that the people dressed in black were just a distraction that allowed others to steal the stones. She turned to the man and asked him to detain those involved in the theft from the store. Without a second's hesitation, she jumped down and ordered the two men to follow her into the basement. All three of them ran quickly, and she held a knife in her hand. Soon the girl pressed herself against the wall, trying to move silently. Suddenly, she turned sharply, looked into the office and shouted at the people inside to stay put. But soon, looking at the bodies lying on the ground, she asked what had happened there, wondering out loud who could have dealt with all the robbers. Meanwhile, Kanso stood in front of Sam and noticed that it was his birthday, and he was busy with work. Sam, yawning, casually asked what was so special about birthdays. After all, it was just a person's birthday. However, the hero objected, saying that no one's day could be ordinary. At that moment, Hannah and Sarah happily entered the room, carrying a cake and congratulating him on his birthday. The girl excitedly raised her hands, joyfully congratulating her father. Following this, Connor and Jenny entered the restaurant and asked if they were late. Sam, touched by this sight, burst into tears, and Hannah asked him to quickly blow out the candles. A few days later, Sam announced that today was a holiday, and Kanso, peeling onions, asked if it was Children's Day. Turning around, Sam confirmed that it was, and since it was a weekend, they would probably make some good money that day. The hero quickly peeled another onion and explained that he had read that the day was dedicated to children, adding that Hannah was a child too. Then Sam mentioned that he was planning to take Hannah to a magic show after dinner. He put his hand to his chin thoughtfully, wondering how they would have managed if Jenny hadn't been there today. And Kanso extended his hand, assuring him that he had called for a replacement. As soon as he said this, the door of the restaurant opened, and a guy walked in, greeting everyone. Sam looked at the newcomer and asked if he had all the necessary documents, including a certificate of guardianship and a medical certificate. The guy immediately handed over everything necessary. Pointing to the dirty dishes, Sam told the boy to wash his hands first, and then wash the dishes. The boy quickly completed the task, and Sam praised him, saying that he worked very quickly. He noted that it was clear that the boy was awakened. Kanso looked at the boy and explained that it was not easy, as he delivered newspapers every day and learned through hard work. He lowered his head, acknowledging that even an awakened person must train his skills. The man raised his head in surprise and asked himself why Jenny, who was a G-class, was so much more agile than this boy. Meanwhile, Jenny was sitting in the car, looking unhappy. Her subordinate, Mary, was sitting in the front, and she mentioned that they would be arriving soon. She said that once they got out, Jenny should first greet the president, then the association chairman, and after that she needed to talk to the other guild directors. The girl replied that she understood everything, and then asked about her father. Mary explained that he had promised to pay a short visit, and Jenny reached into her bag and remarked that he must be very busy. She mentioned that it was Children's Day, and asked why she had to come to a corporate party with such dark, loud makeup and a red suit. Mary then turned around and explained that the color red symbolized their Red Dragon Guild, so they had to be patient. The guild had to serve as an example for the children to follow, and an object of aspiration. As Jenny applied her lipstick, she asked what aspirations or examples they could set when they could barely cope with each new portal. And yet here they were, talking about these things. She looked into the small mirror and noted that, however, this country owed its well-being and security to them, since their world was constantly balancing on the edge of the abyss. Mary then reminded her not to forget her status, emphasizing that Jenny was the most beautiful and representative face of the guild, the Witch of the Red Flame. Hearing this, Jenny became very tense, and the lipstick slid down her cheek. Mary, noticing this, took out a napkin and said that it was quite natural for an awakened person from an established family to be as beautiful as Jenny, so there was no need to be embarrassed about it. Jenny wiped off her lipstick and thought to herself that in the past, she had simply wanted to look older so that she would not be neglected because of her age. But now this bright makeup had become an integral part of her image. Mary, who had been watching Jenny out of the corner of her eye, asked how her hobby of playing lower-class women was going, and an excited Jenny insisted that she was working undercover to protect civilians in case of an emergency. The girl listened carefully before pulling out a piece of paper, assuming that it was simply because Jenny had a favorite pastime, an outlet outside of work and guild affairs. A few minutes later, their car stopped. Mary got out first and opened the door for Jenny. The girl got out of the car and thought to herself with a smile on her face that it had been a long time since she had been a hunter. Meanwhile, the main character walked through the mall, holding Hannah's hand. The guy walking next to them noticed an interesting quest and called out to Kanso. Kanso turned around and saw the boy pointing at the dart game. Fearing the worst, he stepped aside, thinking that the assassins were training here in broad daylight. Hannah, however, told him that it was just a game. Then the hero realized that these were the same entertaining games that the people of this civilization enjoyed. The guy explained that for every burst balloon, points were awarded. Hannah then pointed ahead and mentioned that the grand prize was a teddy bear. The hero knelt down and asked the girl if she really wanted this toy. The girl smiled and happily replied that if she had such a teddy bear, she would be very happy and would not even want sweets. The protagonist then asked her, how about some chocolates? Hannah covered her mouth with her hands and thought for a moment before exclaiming that she wanted to eat all kinds of delicious things, including chocolate. The hero then turned to the boy and asked if he could try the game, hoping it would help him become friends with Hannah. The boy awkwardly scratched the back of his head and said he would be glad to. But he was an awakened person with a rather useless explosive ability. He explained that while it wasn't very strong for a C class, it could cause a small explosion, enough to briefly blind and distract the monster. He sighed in confusion and added that this ability was of little use in everyday life. However, Kanso assured him that there was nothing to worry about and suggested that he try to do as he was told. He approached the station and asked the man for 3 darts. Upon receiving them, the guy expressed his bewilderment, wondering how he could possibly hit the 100-point target with all 3 darts. The hero then instructed him to stand steady and tense his core muscles, explaining that if he were unsteady while throwing, the dart's center of gravity would be shifted. He added that the shoulders and wrists should remain relaxed, and the dart should be aimed slightly higher when aiming. Finally, he stressed the importance of concentration. The boy then threw the dart at the target, and to his amazement, hit the 100-point mark. He jumped for joy, screaming with excitement. Hannah, delighted, picked up the big teddy bear and hugged it tightly. At that moment, a voice announced over the loudspeaker that the show of the powerful wizard Konkul was about to begin, and asked everyone to take their seats. The girl looked at her uncle and excitedly shouted that the illusion show was starting and they needed to run. Kanso turned around and smiled as he watched her run forward. He shouted for her to be careful not to fall. Meanwhile, the guys in black masks were holding bags in their hands. One of them asked if they were really putting themselves in danger. Another guy shouted that when the order came from above, they had no choice. He added menacingly that if they did not kill all these people, they themselves would be killed. The second guy, looking scared, asked what would happen if they were caught. His companion, raising his hand, reassured him not to be afraid, explaining that even if powerful awakened seekers were to look for them, they would not be able to find them. The guy took a deep breath and asked if the blood flower was really their only goal. They pointed their weapons forward and the first guy ordered his colleague to look for a target. The boy, who was watching the scene closely, thought that the pink-haired girl must be the one they were hunting. He aimed at Jenny, and realizing this, thought that it was her, the Red Flame Witch, and that she must die. Meanwhile, Hannah was standing near one of the chairs, waving and shouting at the guys to come over as it was a good spot. The boy, still unsure, asked Kanso if they should sit there, since they would have a good view of the levitation tricks from there. In response, Kanso crossed his arms over his chest and said that he could do it himself. However, seeing the boy's confused expression, he added that he was joking. The boy laughed and said that his favorite trick was when someone was cut in half and then put back together. The hero, surprised, wondered out loud if they really had such tricks where a body could be cut up and then put back together. The young man explained that even when you know it's just a trick, it still looks very convincing. Kanso then replied that he didn't even know if it could really be called a trick. Suddenly, something caught his attention. He looked around, feeling a familiar aura, and thought that it might be Jenny. Soon he noticed a woman with an aura emanating from her. He pointed towards her and asked who she was. The young man replied that these were VIP seats and pointed to the woman, saying that she was an important person. He enthusiastically explained that it was Black Rose. He added that in South Korea, not knowing her would be considered suspicious, even as if she were a spy. Kanso thought to himself that she must be a very powerful hunter to be so well known. The boy confirmed this, explaining that she was the best hunter of the Red Dragon Guild, one of the 3 main guilds. Then the hero looked at Jenny and thought that she seemed like a high-class girl. Jenny, who was nervously clutching a piece of paper in her hands, didn't understand why the people from the Spring Pillar were here. Although she enjoyed watching Kanso, he, on the other hand, thought with a slight smile that Jenny probably had her own reasons for hiding her identity. Meanwhile, the host began to present a great illusion show. His voice was full of joy. The magician began to juggle boxes. The hero rubbed his chin thoughtfully, wondering how objects moved without magic. Suddenly, a bullet seemed to come out of nowhere and hit his temple. He quickly turned his gaze to her and used his aura to reflect the bullet. The next bullet hit the protective glass. Jenny immediately asked what happened. One of the guards excitedly shouted that these were aura-charged ammunition. Meanwhile, the snipers fired 2 more bullets. The guards quickly raised their shields, shouting that they needed to increase the shield power to protect the lady. The bullets kept hitting the shield, and the guards were shouting that the bullets were going through the shield, but they had to find a way to stop it. One of the guards, puzzled, asked what kind of bullets these were that could penetrate the strongest energy shields. He was afraid of who might be responsible for this, and why it was happening. Meanwhile, Jenny stepped forward, deciding to open the shield herself. The guard looked at Black Rose in surprise. Jenny, irritated, asked why they were still sitting there, asking if they were going to look for the criminals. She didn't understand what was happening and what happened to her friends from the restaurant. Meanwhile, organizers began calling for evacuation in a certain direction. Sarah hugged Hannah and asked if she was scared. She tried to calm her down, assuring her that her mother was there. The girl showed her the teddy bear and said that it was injured. Then Hannah ran to Sam. The hero, tense, thought about the girl who cried because of them. He decided to find them and make them pay for it. He turned to his companions and said that he needed to go to the toilet and would be back soon, as it seemed the danger had passed. At this point, one of the snipers, not noticing Kanso's appearance, asked his partner what he had done, since he was supposed to kill this red fox with 1 shot. His partner explained that he had aimed straight at the head, but for some reason the bullet had bounced off. Kanso was surprised that it was worth arguing about. One of the snipers asked excitedly what they should do now, suggesting that they could shoot a civilian to cause panic and escape in the noise. His partner, however, doubted whether it was worth doing. Meanwhile, Kanso, beginning to get angry, could not come to terms with the idea that they would shoot at civilians. Then he pulled out the cartridges, deciding to return them to the snipers. An aura surrounded him as he waved his hand and sent bullets towards them. One sniper was wounded in the side, the other in the back. Both soldiers immediately fell, screaming in pain. The hero calmly looked at the wounded, thinking that not only Hannah was crying because of them, but now they were trying to shoot at civilians too. One of the snipers, kneeling, muttered that he didn't know who this man was, but their boss would definitely not forgive him for this. Kanso then immediately asked who their boss was. He frowned when he heard someone calling for them to run. The moment he jumped off the roof, he thought that the hunters from the association would soon deal with this. He then headed back, feeling obligated to reassure Hannah. Meanwhile, Sora, the woman who worked at the kindergarten, smiled as she looked at the children playing at the table. She decided to check her phone and was shocked by the news she saw. Nervously, she patted one of the girls on the head and told them that they would be back soon, so they should wait and behave. Then she hurried towards the exit. Sora answered the call, telling the person on the other end that she understood. This could well have been an attempt by illegal immigrants, so children need extra security. The caller thanked her for taking on this task, even though it was the inspection department's task. At that moment, the children came out the door calling her. Then Sora asked them to wait and, talking on the phone, promised to call back. She then walked into the classroom and apologized for keeping them waiting. She asked the children if they knew what day it was tomorrow. They all replied that tomorrow was Parents' Day. Sora smiled, telling them that it was the correct answer. Then she explained that today they would make paper carnations to show their gratitude to their parents. The children enthusiastically began cutting out paper flowers. Sora complimented Hannah on how beautifully she carved her flower and asked who she would give it to. Hannah replied that she would give it to her mom and dad. The girl sitting next to her raised her hand, exclaiming that she would do the same, and the boys at the next table said that they were making flowers for their mom, dad, grandma, and grandpa. However, one of the boys sat quietly, and Sora, noticing this, looked at John with concern. She sat down next to him and said that his carnation was also very beautiful. Then another boy asked if he had someone to give his carnation to. The children began to discuss that John actually had no one to give him to, since he had no parents and lived with his aunt. One of the boys reluctantly said that his mother forced him to be friends with John, but he didn't want to. Sora immediately hugged the boy who was barely holding back his tears, thinking that she shouldn't have said anything. Then suddenly Hannah jumped up from her chair, and screamed that they were all bad boys. She ran up to their table, saying that if they didn't have a mom and dad, they should just imagine what it would be like to be asked questions about who they were making carnations for. At that moment, John began to cry, and the other boys immediately followed suit, saying that they did not want to be left without their mom and dad. Sora then tried to calm the children down by reminding them what they should do if they did something wrong. The children responded that they should apologize. She then suggested that they apologize to John and promise never to say such things again. John heard the boys apologizing to him and forgave them quite quickly. Then Hannah smiled and said that they had better stop crying and go make carnations together. John replied that he would give the carnation to his aunt. Hannah, smiling happily, assured him that his aunt would be very pleased. The boy, embarrassed by all the attention, simply nodded. Meanwhile, Mary walked down the corridor, lost in thoughts about the guild leader Howard. He was an A-class awakened, one of the great warriors who emerged during the Age of Chaos. He mastered both the magic sword and fire magic, and played an important role in winning the war against the monsters. Mary then looked at the sign next to the door and sighed, thinking that this was the greatest guild in South Korea. Sometimes Howard's presence scared her. She knocked on the door, silently hoping that she wouldn't make a mistake today. And as she entered the office, she greeted the man and began to look through the papers on his desk. Mary informed him that she was going to read him his schedule for the day, noting that he had a meeting with the president in a few hours after lunch, but the man interrupted her, asking her to wait. He then inquired about the progress of the investigation into the assassination attempt on his daughter, and the use of aura-infused ammunition. Mary replied that the Silver Tower Group was currently under suspicion, but there was no news yet. Howard slammed his fist on the table, cursed, and demanded that they find the people behind the attempt on his daughter's life, emphasizing that it must be done as quickly as possible, and at any cost. Mary assured him that she could handle it. Then she mentioned that she had brought the materials he asked for from the Spring Pavilion restaurant. Howard then began looking through the newspapers, noting that the owner of the restaurant was a man he once considered a friend. He remembered how this man helped him explore the dungeons and was a talented chef. Then Mary adjusted her glasses and asked what he was going to do with it. Howard clutched the papers tightly, confused by her question. He explained that after his wife's death, Jenny had lived only for revenge, and this was the first time she had been interested in anything else. He folded his hands together and added that he had always been kind to the restaurant owner and was now just looking out for them. He told her not to take any action against him. Dismissing the secretary, he watched as the door slammed shut. Then Howard pushed his chair back from the desk and reached for the safe. As he dialed the code to open it, he thought about how the paper flower he was about to take out was the first carnation from Jenny. Whenever he looked at it, all his tiredness and irritation seemed to melt away. He hoped that one day his daughter would smile again like she did when she was a child. Meanwhile, the young man ran towards Kanso, who was sweeping the street. He asked if the man was finishing his work. Kanso replied that the young man had arrived earlier than usual. The boy then explained that, thanks to his training, he was able to deliver the same number of newspapers in less time, and he expressed his gratitude, although Kanso believed that the boy's improvement was due to his own efforts and that he had only given advice. The young man admitted that he had been depressed for a long time, thinking that his life would remain ordinary and boring. However, after training with Kanso, he felt that he was capable of achieving anything he wanted. He had no idea that the dart-throwing technique Kanso taught him would help him develop his abilities so much. Kanso did not quite understand what the boy meant, which prompted the boy to explain. He explained that his dart-throwing technique was very useful to him. Kanso, however, meant something else. He was concerned about the youth's mentality, explaining that the boy would forever remain a C-class if he did not change his approach. The young man was puzzled, asking if it was not obvious that the chances of a second awakening were practically non-existent. He went on to explain that even if someone experiences a second awakening, there is no guarantee that their class will rise. Then Kanso, tightly gripping the handle of the broom, thought that the young man was wrong. Awakening was only the beginning. He wondered if the people of this civilization could not understand this concept. He then asked the boy about his knowledge of breathing techniques. The boy, confused, asked what he meant. Kanso then scanned the boy and realized that the awakened in this civilization did not know the proper methods of controlling their energy, which explained why they were so ineffective at it. Suddenly the boy perked up. Realizing that it was getting late, he decided to leave, as he had to make the last delivery. However, the hero was still slightly perplexed. Later, Kanso returned to the cafe, sitting opposite Sam, sipping a soda. Finally, Sam couldn't hold back any longer and asked what seemed to be bothering the guy. Kanso then crossed his arms over his chest and asked Sam what he would do if he knew the secret to making all the awakened ones much stronger. Sam replied that if he knew such a secret, he would share it with them. Kanso then asked if Sam would like anything in return. The man replied that if his home and family were protected by even stronger awakened ones, that would be enough. He explained that the secret would not only benefit him, since he was unable to protect his country or civilization. But he also did not want Hana to live in a safe place. Kanso understood and smiled slightly as Sam handed him another glass of soda. He thought about how he had lived quietly undercover for a long time, not wanting to wreak havoc on this world. He drank the soda in one gulp and smiled again, thinking that sharing this secret with the whole world would make everything more orderly. And that was exactly what he wanted. So the hero decided to develop a breathing technique for the awakened. When it was late evening, Kanso sat down at a small table. An open notebook lay in front of him. He was actively writing in the notebook with a pencil. After a while, he took a deep breath, thinking that he had not slept for 2 nights and was finally finished. He crossed his arms over his chest, thinking about how this technique would allow the awakened to concentrate their aura into their bodies and prevent it from being lost. Then the hero closed the notebook and called the technique the method of a pure and righteous heart. He rubbed the back of his head, muttering to himself that the only thing left to do was find a way to spread this method. Kanso remembered his conversation with Jenny when he asked her to tell him about the president of the Hunters Association and what kind of person he was. The girl described him as a great man whose name deserves to be remembered in history. She said that, frankly speaking, if it were not for him, Korea would not even exist today. The president was always there when help was needed most, and he was a man who undoubtedly deserved his position. Kanso thought about this for a moment, and now, reflecting on that conversation, he found the president to be a fair, good-natured authority figure. He was exactly the kind of person who could take responsibility for the distribution of his manuscript. If he could really be trusted, then perhaps the president could be trusted with such a secret. Thinking about this, Kanso decided to take a walk. Meanwhile, the chairman of the Hunters Association walked down the corridor accompanied by his bodyguards. He then entered the elevator heading to the 69th floor. Entering his office, the man greeted the security guard and asked the secretary to bring him a cup of coffee. The chairman settled into his chair, looking through some documents. His gaze fell on a blue notebook with the inscription, "Method of a Pure and Righteous Heart." Seeing this, he realized that it was probably related to martial arts, so he turned the notebook over in his hands. The secretary soon brought him coffee, and the chairman thanked him. Then he asked the boy if he knew what kind of notebook it was. The secretary looked through the notebook carefully, and after a moment admitted that he did not know. The chairman guessed that the Pure and Righteous Heart method probably had something to do with martial arts. He casually asked the secretary if he had ever read novels about heroes who found ancient manuscripts that made them stronger. In response, the secretary smiled and replied that if reading books could give such abilities, that would be wonderful indeed. The chairman stroked his beard thoughtfully, intrigued by the contents of the notebook. He began to turn the pages, noting that the handwriting, although not particularly elegant, was energetic. Suddenly, something caught his attention, and he slammed the notebook shut, only to open it again and become engrossed in reading. As it turns out, Kanso wrote that the method involves strengthening the connection between the Dantian and the energy core, allowing a person to use their aura without unnecessary losses. This would make awakened people much more effective in combat. The man's brows were furrowed, sweat was breaking out on his forehead, and he was so absorbed in reading his notebook that he barely noticed the secretary bringing another cup of coffee. The chairman continued reading, noting that the author of this method seemed to be explaining that the modern classroom system was outdated, as if the teacher were sitting next to him and guiding him. The author shared his method with humanity free of charge, hoping that it would be used only for the sake of peace and security. The chairman then leaned back in his chair, thinking that scientists all over the world had been studying the possibility of raising the level of awakened people, but no one had found an answer yet. All the research seemed futile. He wondered who could have written something so grandiose. The contents of the notebook were compelling, written at a very high level, and yet he wondered who had brought it here and why. Suddenly, as he turned the page, the president noticed something that made his heart skip a beat, a set of fingerprints. But then he realized that it was more like a symbol. It was the only trace left by an awakened level 0 individual, a rare and mysterious classification. The president thought that perhaps the author of the method was just such a person. If so, then there could be no doubt about the effectiveness of the method or the good intentions of the author. The president tried to maintain hope that this method did not cause him any trouble. The thought of trouble crossed his mind, but he decided that he had no objections. If the method worked as promised, it would be worth it. He remembered that even Leon had encountered difficulties in the area of energy conservation. The president then put the notebook in his breast pocket, muttering to himself that he was now very interested in meeting the author, especially after reading this method. He decided to contact him immediately. At that moment, one person was approaching the skyscraper where the man was located. Leon walked into the president's office, and the president was glad to see him. Knowing how much he hated leaving his home, Leon asked the man what happened. He handed the notebook to Leon, telling him to read it as he believed it contained the answers he had been seeking for so long. Leon flipped through the pages of the notebook, asking where the president had gotten such a tattered thing. Suddenly something caught his attention, and he immediately asked about it. The president, pleased with Leon's reaction, replied that he was waiting for exactly that expression on his face, so now his day was a success. Then Leon repeated his question about what it was. The president replied that it was indeed not a very good notebook, but he read the title, The Method of a Pure and Righteous Heart. He smiled and said that Leon had traveled abroad several times to meet with awakened level 0 individuals, asking them how they managed to control their wild energy. In response, Leon muttered that he had only received stupid answers, such as suggestions to undergo a second awakening, or be reborn at level 0. But now, looking at this notebook, he felt that this was the real solution to the energy problem. Leon excitedly asked again where the president got the notebook. The president replied that it was a gift from the only awakened level 0 in their country. The president then went on to explain that when he arrived at work that morning, the notebook was already on his desk, the cameras had not picked it up, and its origin remained a mystery. Then Leon clutched the notebook, eager to learn this method. He asked the president if he could test it first. The president agreed, explaining that this was the reason he called him, even if there were side effects. Leon's S-class abilities would allow him to overcome them. After that, Leon thanked the president, then headed towards the exit. As he left, he raised his head and his thoughts turned to the first awakened level 0 in Korea. He wondered who this mysterious hero could be. After some time, the guy was walking along a busy embankment. He soon stopped as he noticed a bench nearby, wondering if he should take a rest. Leon sat down, raising his hand above his head. The sky was incredibly clear, and looking up, Leon wondered how much time had passed since he left his home. He wondered how long it had been since he had last basked in the sunlight, and felt as carefree as he did now. He remembered how people around him looked at him with awe, calling him a hero. Leon frowned and wiped the blood from his face, thinking about how the crowd was cheering for this newfound cool hero who seemed to come out of nowhere. The news anchor was talking about him. A man named Leon, who managed to close an S-class portal. He was the first to do such a feat. But the price was high. His comrades died, and Leon began to fear the very power he possessed. He remembered that from that day on he lived in constant internal conflict. The more he tried to master his abilities, the more uncontrollable they became, leaving him increasingly isolated. Yet it was precisely because of this strength that many others were able to return to peaceful life. A slight tremor ran through his palm, and Leon's eyes widened when he noticed fresh blood on his hand. Although he continued to live, he never found it easy to bear the weight of his gift. Gritting his teeth, he slapped his palm sharply, then looked at it again, frowning, noting that it was clean. He came to the conclusion that he had not yet perfected this method, and must remain vigilant. For a long time, Leon hated his own strength. And yet, through mastering the pure and righteous heart method, he overcame this hatred and surpassed the limitations of Class 0. He admitted that the 0 class awakened who shared this method was indeed his benefactor. Just then he noticed a sudden movement in front of him and was surprised to see a courier wearing a helmet. Leon watched the man closely, suspecting that his abilities were related to speed, perhaps at least at the B-class level. Meanwhile, the courier unpacked the dishes from his suitcase, noting that they had arrived from the Spring Pavilion restaurant. Then the boy looked down at the dishes the man had brought. Leon's eyes widened and drool began to flow from his mouth. The young man frowned and typed something into his phone, stating that they absolutely had to visit this establishment. It was nearby, after all. Soon, the hero returned to the restaurant. Jenny handed him a glass of water, noting that he had performed impressively today. He gratefully reached for the glass. As he brought it to his mouth, the girl came closer and asked if something had happened to the water. Kanso then looked at the boy in the cap and said that the problem was not the water. Instead, he believed that it was the young man himself whose powerful presence he felt in the park. His aura was overwhelming. Meanwhile, the door of the establishment opened. Leon walked inside with a smile, wishing everyone a good day. Sarah approached him with a smile and asked if he would like to have dinner alone. Leon answered in the affirmative, took off his cap, and then asked Jenny what she was doing here. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, recognizing him. Sam, who was standing nearby, smiled and wondered out loud if the man looked familiar. Deep in thought, he put his finger to his lips and remarked that he might have seen him somewhere before. Then Jenny awkwardly spread her hands and declared that the young man was her cousin, adding with a nervous smile that he had such a typical face that people often thought they had seen him somewhere before. She then asked her so-called brother what he would like to eat and advised him to eat quickly and move on. Leon smiled and pulled out his chair, saying he would have the jjajangmyeon. Then Jenny returned to the table with a tray and handed him a glass of water. She asked what he was doing there, and if he was even allowed to leave the house. She pointed out that if he had another outburst of uncontrollable energy, she might be able to handle it, but the others probably couldn't. In response, Leon smiled and raised his hand, indicating that those days were behind him, and Jenny then asked if he had found a solution to his energy problems. Leon simply said that he would find out about it during their next training session at the association. Jenny frowned and clenched her fist, warning him to keep his mouth shut in front of the others, as they considered her to be just an ordinary girl. Just then, Sarah brought him his dish. Since Jenny mentioned that they were related, she increased the portion. Then the guy quietly laughed, noting that he really didn't need to do that. Leon then closed his eyes and brought a piece of noodle to his mouth. After tasting it, he opened his eyes wide and smiled. Even though the noodles were a little burnt in places, they were still delicious. Possibly the best he'd had in a long time. He hadn't had such fresh and well-made jjajangmyeon in ages. Pursing his lips and clenching his fists, he thought that he never expected to enjoy such simple pleasures again. Suddenly, bright streams of energy appeared around his body again. Leon's eyes widened as he imagined the bloody bodies sprawled across the restaurant floor. He jumped to his feet and clenched his fists tightly, realizing that this was serious. His emotions were overflowing, and with them, his aura was spinning out of control, his eyes widening in shock. At that moment, Jenny came up to him and asked if he had finished his meal, since it was time for him to leave. At the same moment, the main character was taking another order from the girl. Leon scratched the back of his head and turned around, unsure of what he had just witnessed. Kanso closed his eyes while Leon watched him closely, knowing that the situation was dangerous. Even though Leon had learned the pure and righteous heart method, he still lacked actual experience. Fortunately, he managed to suppress his energy in time. Kanso furrowed his brows, wondering who this mysterious person could be. It was clear that the stranger had mastered this method exceptionally well, despite Leon only releasing it into the world a few days ago. Considering that he was acquainted with Jenny, this person had to be someone important. Kanso looked at Leon, whose body was once again enveloped in shining energy. He noted to himself that although he was a bit rough, he clearly understood the theory. Perhaps he was even the only S-class talent in the country. Meanwhile, Jenny closed her eyes and asked Leon if he liked the food. If so, it was time for him to leave. Then the guy adjusted his cap and replied that he understood everything. At that moment, the guy's phone rang. Leon put the phone to his ear and answered the chairman's request, assuring him that he would be there soon. After finishing the conversation, he scratched the back of his head, noting to himself that the chairman had called him to a meeting. Jenny, sensing the urgency, urged him to hurry. Then Leon headed towards the front door, saying goodbye to his sister. The girl waved her hand at him, mentioning that they would see each other again, although not in this place. As he walked out, Jenny smiled and waved back, Kanso appearing behind her just as she let out a sigh of visible relief, clutching her hands to her chest and hoping he wouldn't give away her secret. She hesitated for a moment, but quickly pulled herself together, introducing him once again as her cousin. And the young man replied that he understood everything without question. Soon Leon arrived at the chairman's office and, approaching his desk, asked why he had been called. The chairman motioned for him to come closer and asked if he had already studied this method. Slightly bowing his head, Leon replied that the effect of this method was simply dizzying. The chairman clenched his fist, admitting that despite the remarkable results he had not been overly enthusiastic. Then he asked if Leon had noticed any disturbing aspects of the method. Leon furrowed his brows and raised his hands in front of him, explaining that while he was initially excited, deeper analysis revealed the truth. If this method were made public, it could plunge society into chaos. The chairman leaned back in his chair and admitted that, having realized that the method really worked, he had experienced the same fear. And yet there was something that worried him even more than the side effects. Leon, intrigued, then asked if it was possible that the man was concerned about the intentions of the method's creator. Then he clenched his fist, admitting that he too was afraid of the mysterious figure. Although what he felt was not just fear, but a complex mixture of horror and awe. The awakened Class Zero's motives remained shrouded in mystery, and Leon couldn't help but wonder what was really behind them. Meanwhile, Molly sat at her desk in the office, immersed in her work. Her colleague extended his hand to offer her a cup of coffee, and smiled as he noted that she probably needed it because of how tired she was. She accepted the cup with a grateful smile. The young man, looking at her again, noticed that she had stayed out late again, and asked, slightly teasingly, if she was drowning in work again. Molly smiled awkwardly, and admitted that it was true. She closed her eyes and pressed her hand to her forehead, admitting that the illegal awakenings had been becoming more and more active lately. Morty, her colleague, frowned and nodded in agreement, adding that he had also heard rumors that the suicide bomber was becoming bolder. The girl bowed her head, complaining that the investigators were under a lot of stress because of this man. Molly's frown deepened, pointing out that the support department was also overloaded with work due to the recent assassination attempt on Black Rose. She looked at Morty questioningly, asking if he was in a hurry himself, and if he had come all this way just to bring her coffee. With a weak smile, Morty replied that he had actually brought something else. He asked if Molly was free next Thursday night. When she asked him what he meant, he reached into his pocket, pulled out 2 tickets, and said that he had managed to get seats for the Golden Star Ballet, and hoped that if she was free, she would join him. In response, Molly winked playfully, noting that it sounded tempting, and asked if he really wanted to go to the ballet with her instead of his girlfriend. Morty then placed his hand on the table and smiled warmly, asking his sister not to be like that. With a small laugh, she finally relented, saying that if her little brother asked, then she couldn't refuse. The young man pointed to the calendar on her desk and asked her to mark the date so that she would not forget. Molly smiled and picked up the calendar, circled the 18th in red, and asked if her brother was happy now. Morty smiled back, gently extending his hand to her and telling her that he would now restore her powers before setting off, bright streams of energy beginning to swirl around the girl's body. Molly closed her eyes, smiling with a quiet serenity. When she opened them slightly, she stretched and said that her thoughts were finally clear. She thanked him, and he reminded her to take care of herself. When Thursday came, the family was in the spring pavilion preparing for the ballet. Sam, dressed in a light suit, standing next to Kanso, dressed in a darker one. Hannah, in a flowing pink dress, came down the stairs, radiating excitement. She raised her arms and twirled, asking her father and uncle if she was pretty. Sam smiled and closed his eyes, telling her that she was a real beauty. Kanso chuckled and added that she was an absolute cutie. Sarah appeared from around the corner in her business suit, smiling and noting that her husband looked quite respectable that evening. Sam rubbed the back of his head sheepishly, then smiled and leaned away, suggesting that she admire Kanso instead. Hannah spread her hands, declaring that her uncle was practically a celebrity today. Kanso, dressed in a black suit and tie, smiled, expressing his gratitude for the kind words. Then Sam rubbed his chin and admitted that he had a strange feeling about the evening. When asked what he meant, he fell silent. Sarah smiled and explained that they were concerned about the attention he was getting with his striking appearance. Kanso adjusted his sleeve and thanked him for the compliment. Then Sam cleared his throat and pointed towards the exit, indicating that it was time to leave. As they stepped outside, several girls couldn't help but glance at the hero, enchanted by his presence. Sam smiled sheepishly, realizing that Kanso inevitably attracted attention wherever he went. Kanso, however, frowned. Something was wrong. Despite the elegance and openness of the venue, he felt the same dark energy that lurked in the dungeons. He raised an eyebrow, startled by the intensity of the gaze he felt was fixed on him. The hero turned around, scanning the street for a source of energy, his gaze stopping on a girl in a long red dress standing at the entrance. Jenny, avoiding his gaze, nervously rubbed her neck, her eyes widening in surprise and a blush coloring her cheeks when she saw her colleague in a suit. The young man smiled to himself, thinking that he had expected to see her here. He crossed his arms over his chest and closed his eyes, wondering if he should tell her what he felt. He suspected that there were illegal awakened presence somewhere nearby. However, if he were to admit it to her, he wouldn't be able to explain it. It was impossible for someone of Class F to feel such things. She would understand that he was a Class 0, and he wasn't ready to reveal this truth. At this point, it was wiser to gather more evidence. Meanwhile, the fair-haired man who was in the building nearby smiled widely and let out a light chuckle. Sitting down and crossing his legs, he advised his companions to enjoy themselves. After all, this might just be the last ballet of their lives. The girl standing next to him bowed respectfully, offering Mr. Asmod an exclusive wine in honor of the occasion. The man rubbed his chin and raised his glass, noting that the blood-red wine was exactly what he needed. Asmod stood facing a group of people dressed in black suits. He asked if everyone was ready. The men responded with a bow, confirming that they were ready. Then Asmod rose to his feet, explaining that during the second act, Clara would dance with the prince, after which their magical performance would begin, all at his will. The group repeated the phrase in unison with unwavering determination. Then the man grabbed the hilt of his sword and swung it through the air, leaving behind bright streams of energy. After this, Asmod smiled, stating that it was time for them to leave. Soon they found themselves on the roof, Asmod of them crossing his arms over his chest, and noting that the view from there would be impressive, because from this vantage point, they would witness the explosion of the concert hall. His assistant asked him, not believing her ears, what he meant. Suddenly Asmod's eyes widened, a chill ran down his spine. Turning around, he noticed Kanso standing nearby. The hero clasped his hands behind his back and greeted him. Then Asmod asked who he was. Kanso, casually shaking his hand and coming closer, admitted that he didn't want to spoil anyone's mood, but hoped that they would cooperate. Then the blonde frowned, asking what the stranger meant. Asmod followed suit, raising his fists and challenging the newcomer, asking if he even understood who he was standing in front of. Without hesitation, Kanso stepped closer and delivered a powerful blow straight into Asmod's stomach, throwing the man back, leaving the girl frozen in shock. Kanso dusted off his hands, noting to himself that in all worlds, seemingly civilized conversation was often mistaken for weakness, and that language alone often led to men's deaths. Then Kanso urged the man to stop pretending and stand up. He then mused out loud that he hadn't hit him that hard. And yet Asmod had been so shocked. Asmod staggered back to his feet, clearly confused, and demanded to know if Kanso really understood who he was. Kanso calmly put his hands behind his back and asked who exactly he claimed to be. Asmod answered majestically, declaring himself great and powerful. At that moment, the protagonist's body began to be surrounded by blinding energy. Asmod blinked in confusion, wondering why he still couldn't clearly see Kanso's face. Kanso, however, remained unperturbed, saying that he didn't care who Asmod was. What really mattered was why he needed the concert hall. At that moment, a girl approached Asmod, and the blonde calmly said that a bomb had been planted in the hall. Asmod smiled widely and confirmed this, explaining that the bomb was planted in one of the support columns. When it exploded, every last pathetic insect in the building would perish. Then Kanso turned to the girl and asked if her subordinate was telling the truth. Asmod pointed at her in shock, claiming that he was her boss. Kanso then smiled faintly and disputed the claim, suggesting that it might not be true and wondering if it was time to end this farce. The girl's eyes widened. She smiled slightly and admitted that he had a keen intuition. She turned to look at Asmod, who was now kneeling, and asked loudly if it was really time to end this. She admitted that she was tired of playing the role of secretary. Asmod stood up and frowned deeply, clenching his fists. He demanded to know what she meant. Without hesitation, the girl reached out, piercing his chest, blood dripping from her fingers. She smiled coldly and took his sword, stating that this artifact, like the name Asmod, was never meant for him. Asmod clutched his chest in disbelief, demanding to know what she was doing. Then she placed the sword on his shoulder and gently told him to sleep, after which Asmod collapsed to the ground. Kanso watched the girl closely and asked who she really was. She smiled and raised her sword, finally revealing that she was the true Asmod. Kanso's eyes widened, and he asked if this meant that she was behind the terrorist attack. Then he lunged at her. The hero swung his fist, but the girl's body disappeared, dissipating like fog. Kanso frowned and looked away, concluding that it must have been an illusion spell. Suddenly Asmod appeared behind him again, smiling. She noted that he was fast. Kanso turned to her and asked if she was even human. She playfully responded by placing her hand on her cheek, and asked if it was proper to ask such things to a girl. Smiling, she raised her sword and stated that her name would remain a secret. Perhaps next time she would introduce herself properly. She swung her blade in a wide arc, leaving a glowing trail in the air. Then she sheathed the weapon, lamenting that she would miss a great show because of it. However, she decided to forgive him, because, as she admitted with a grin, he was her type. With that, Asmod stepped into the glowing portal, promising to see him again. However, her confident step faltered, her eyes widening in confusion as the portal began to warp. The bright stream of energy took on an unusual shape, and she froze in place, unable to understand why the portal created by her artifact was distorted. Kanso raised his hand and calmly asked if she really believed he would let her go so easily, a radiant energy enveloping his body as he stepped forward. He noted that her ability to cut through space was interesting, but mentioned that he had a solution. He would simply stitch the space back together. The energy raging behind him became even more intense. Asmod stared at him, not believing her eyes, realizing that he was much more dangerous than she had imagined. Then Kanso waved his hand, cutting through the dark streams of energy and leaving a bright scar in the air. At that moment, Asmod was enveloped in dark energy. She decided that her only way out was to take an ethereal form and escape. Kanso then raised his fist and shouted, asking how much longer she intended to dodge him. He punched again, but her body disappeared, leaving behind wisps of shadow. Asmod wrapped her arms around herself, thinking that the situation was dire. Even in her incorporeal form, she could still feel his blows. Her time was running out. Her eyes widened in horror as the remaining dark energy ran out. It was too late. If she had been at least a class stronger, this wouldn't have happened. Kanso, unperturbed, prepared for a new attack. Raising his knee, he delivered a powerful kick to her shoulder, sending her flying with a cry of pain, Asmod hitting the ground hard. As he approached her, the hero noticed a pool of black blood and noted to himself that she could not possibly be human. Then he loudly asked if she was a demoness in the guise of a woman. Asmod grabbed her shoulder, gritting her teeth in pain, and thought darkly that this situation had turned into a nightmare. There was no escape from it now. Her gaze darted to the hilt of her sword, thinking that she might have to resort to this method. Meanwhile, Kanso studied her. Her aura was so unusual that he couldn't help but wonder who she really was. Asmod smiled weakly and asked if he would spare her if she told him everything. Kanso put his hands behind his back and asked if she was really begging for mercy. She dropped to one knee, insisting that she would never ask for such a thing. Instead, she raised her hand and drew a sharp blade, and with unwavering determination, she plunged the tip of the sword into her chest. Kanso's expression darkened, and he silently admitted to himself that he hadn't expected this, that she would rather die than reveal her true identity. Dark streams of energy began to swirl around her body. Asmod watched this phenomenon with a thoughtful smile, suspecting that perhaps he was finally beginning to understand what was really going on. Her yellow eyes widened as she took a step back and said goodbye to the man, clearly hoping that their paths would never cross again. Kanso turned his attention to the dark energy, admitting to himself that he had never encountered such an ability before. He decided it would be better to suppress it first and ask questions later. His gaze moved to the man lying on the floor, who weakly extended his hand, accusing the girl of betrayal and swearing that one day she would take revenge. Then Kanso calmly convinced him to reveal their plan. The man, frowning, said that during the performance of Clara and the prince, a bomb was planted that was supposed to explode. He mentioned that there was a pyrokinetic in the audience before his hand fell lifelessly to the floor. Meanwhile, dancers graced the stage, performing a dance under the soft light of stage lights. Hannah, who was watching from her seat, widened her eyes in awe at the beauty of the performance. Sarah smiled and explained that next would be the waltz of the flowers, followed by the grand event, the dance of Clara and the prince. Meanwhile, Leon, dressed in formal attire, leaned toward his companions, asking if there really would be a dance in the next act. At the same time, Leon frowned. His thoughts were consumed with finding out the identity of the person who had entered his office earlier. That person had left a message about the presence of illegals in the Myeongsan concert hall and disappeared without a trace. Although the chairman had no idea where the stranger had gotten such information, he couldn't shake the feeling that it was probably accurate. His boss handed him a piece of paper with instructions to gather a squad of law enforcement officers and go to the scene. He assured him that there would be no problems. Leon studied the paper, his thoughts agreeing with the growing sense of aura that he was beginning to feel. According to the diagram, the source appeared to be coming from the technical floor, and he then announced that their first priority was to evacuate civilians. As one of the operatives threw open the doors and announced an emergency evacuation, calling for everyone to leave immediately, Leon selected 2 officers to escort him to the basement. As they walked down the stairs, he remembered how the association's director had provided them with the blueprints for the building, a gesture that had sped up their search considerably. Leon mentally noted that he would have to thank him later. In the dark corridor, a man in a suit stood with his arms crossed over his chest, his body radiating dark energy. Leon cautiously approached, sensing the suspicious aura emitted by this man. The man then addressed the squad, stating that access to the area was prohibited, and politely insisted that they leave, regardless of who they were. In response, Leon simply smiled and raised his fist, questioning the ban. Without warning, he struck him, causing the man to crash into the door and open a passage to a hidden room. Leon walked inside where 3 men were waiting for him. He smiled casually and rubbed the back of his head before formally introducing himself and stating that he had an order for their arrest. Soon, law enforcement officers quickly detained the group. Meanwhile, one of the men smiled with disturbing calm. Then Leon blocked the exit, demanding to know why he was smiling, and then grabbed him by the jacket, pressing him even harder. The man simply replied that smiling is not a crime. Then Leon leaned over threateningly and warned that he would not ask a third time. The man shuddered as he explained that the suicide bomber had been hiding among the audience in the concert hall. At which point Leon's eyes widened, stunned by the revelation. The man urged everyone to act quickly, warning that there was a group of illegals in the building and asked to immediately but calmly evacuate the premises. Meanwhile, Hannah sat on Sam's back. He urged her to hold on tighter. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes as she silently wondered where Kanso had gone and if he was safe. In another part of the building, a man raised his hands high, declaring that it was too late. They had already come to their senses. In a fit of despair, he offered his blood to the Great One. At that moment, a deafening explosion was heard in the hall. Panicked spectators hid behind their seats, shouting that there was a suicide bomber among them. Sam shielded his wife and daughter with his own body, closing his eyes and silently praying for help. At this critical moment, Kanso appeared in front of them. He frowned guiltily, regretting that he had come so late, and asked if Sam was okay. Sam raised his eyebrows and asked where he had been. Meanwhile, at the entrance, the men in suits declared that no one would be allowed to leave. They solemnly acknowledged that they were now victims for the Great One. Outside, a group of girls struggled with the doors, but they soon realized that they were locked from the inside. Someone's voice warned them to move away from the entrance. Leon then burst through the door with a powerful kick and announced that the group from the basement had been arrested. He ordered the crowd to stop resisting and surrender peacefully. A murmur ran through the hall as someone recognized him. It was Leon, the famous S-class hunter. Among them stood a man with dynamite in his hand. He frowned and raised his hand, declaring that he would never surrender, but instead would take Leon with him. As he screamed, a bright energy enveloped his body, declaring himself a second-generation pyromancer. He promised death to all in the name of the Great One. Leon covered his face with his hand, wondering if the man had gone crazy. The situation was dire. If the man exploded now, it would be impossible to contain the explosion. Leon hesitated, knowing that even if he managed to destroy the terrorist, the spark would still work, and detonation would be inevitable. Suddenly, Leon's eyes widened as he felt a powerful energy spread throughout the room. In an instant, shining streams of light stopped the impending explosion. The man froze in shock. The energy seemed familiar, as if it was deliberately enveloping the dynamite to neutralize the flames and contain the destruction. Leon stared at the dynamite, realizing that the energy had extinguished the flames as if they had never been there. At that moment, the bomber, stunned, dropped the dynamite to the floor. His body trembled, again engulfed in bright flames. He grabbed his head and collapsed to the floor. Leon rushed forward, grabbing the dynamite and coming to the conclusion that the man had used his own power to commit a final, desperate act of self-destruction. Still frowning, he examined the now inert explosive before handing it to the girl sitting next to the wounded man. He persistently asked if the man could still be saved, and the girl quickly examined him and confirmed that he was still breathing, although he needed immediate resuscitation. At this point, Molly and Morty approached the scene, showing their badges. The man stated that they could handle the treatment, explaining that he was a certified healer from the Silver Tower. He pressed his hands to the suicide bomber's body, and at that moment, bright streams of energy began to flicker around them. Kanso frowned, looking away in concern. Leon noticed him in the crowd and recognized a familiar presence. The hero then smiled and gave the boy a thumbs up, prompting him to smile back. Now he wondered to himself if the protagonist really had such feelings for him. Leon rubbed his chin in deep thought. He remembered the moment in the restaurant, realizing that the aura surrounding him now was the same one that once suppressed his own uncontrollable power. Hannah, standing nearby, watched the theater artists with a slight sadness. She dreamed of seeing Clara and the prince dance. A young girl nearby smiled at her and gently teased her, asking if the little princess really wanted to see the show. The girl nodded. Clara, who stood next to the prince, assured her that they would dance only for her. Outside the theater, the Shining Star troupe performed on the open street, with moonlight as their dancing aid instead of spotlights. The asphalt became their stage, and yet the band captivated the audience more than ever before. It was on this night that the unexpected happened. Leon approached the main character, pressed his hand to his chest, and sincerely asked if he could become his teacher. The guy smiled, a slight blush appeared on his cheeks, and silently clenched his fist in confirmation. But then the hero frowned, feeling that trouble was ahead. In the evening, the door to the cafe creaked open when Leon entered, but he was told that the cafe was closed. But then the hero stopped mid-sentence, recognizing the guy. Leon's cheeks turned red and a wide smile spread across his face. The hero, observing all this, admitted to himself that he expected Leon to appear sooner or later, but not so soon. When the boy approached him and addressed him with respect as his zero-ranked teacher, Kanso hesitantly replied that this was not the right place for such a conversation. He suggested that they meet the next day at the same time, in a safer place. Later, by the light of the lantern, Leon and Kanso stood opposite each other. Kanso apologized for causing Leon to be distracted from his work, although Leon insisted that he was ready to devote all his time to his lessons. He expressed his gratitude to his teacher for preventing the disaster. Kanso, puzzled, asked why the boy called him teacher. Blushing, Leon put his hand to his chest and explained that Kanso was not only his teacher, but also his savior. And it was Kanso's purity and righteousness of heart that had given Leon the ability to live like a human again. He even apologized for the rudeness he showed when Kanso first visited his house. Leon vividly remembered that day. He left the house with a gloomy look and demanded to know who Kanso was and how he found his location. The hero told him that a group of illegal immigrants were planning a terrorist attack on the Myeongsan concert hall, where hundreds of civilians would be in danger. He admitted that it was hard to believe, but assured Leon that it was true. Leon interrogated him, asking what evidence he had and why he had approached him specifically. Kanso explained that Leon was the only awakened rank 0 capable of stopping them. He claimed to have sensed a purified aura emanating from Leon, formed by the pure and righteous heart method. The boy, touched by the seriousness of the situation, asked to become Kanso's disciple. Then Kanso, interested, asked why he wanted this. Clenching his fist in determination, Leon declared that he needed to become stronger. Kanso, however, thought that the boy already had incredible strength. He wondered why Leon was in such a hurry. Surely with time and discipline he would continue to grow. Leon explained that after witnessing Kanso's abilities the day before, he realized how far he still was from being able to effectively protect others. He said that all his family, friends, colleagues, and comrades lived in this city. If South Korea faced danger, then they faced it too. This realization deeply affected Kanso, who realized that Leon's motives were almost identical to his own. Just as he had fought to protect Sam and his family, Leon now wanted to protect those he cared about. In desperation and emotion, Leon grabbed Kanso's hand, pulling his palm towards himself and tearfully begging him to take him as a student. The hero chuckled, clearly embarrassed by the boy's assertiveness. He thought that if he had agreed to teach Leon and the boy had become stronger, then perhaps he would not have had to intervene in crisis situations so often. Maybe one day Leon might even be able to help him. And if Leon gains power, perhaps even the simple hopes of people like Sam, to live safely in society, could come true. Then Kanso asked Leon how old he was, and to his surprise the boy said he was 32. Kanso tensed up. Leon was only 3 years younger than him. It was awkward when he was asked to be his teacher. Clearing his throat, the hero agreed to teach Leon, but insisted that it would be as a brother, not a formal mentor. Then Leon, beside himself with joy, bowed low and showered him with thanks. The hero then suggested that they meet every Tuesday and Thursday if the schedule suited him. He decided to start right now, wanting to teach the method of the pure and righteous heart. Leon was incredibly excited, noting that receiving such intense training directly from his Kanso was a completely different experience. He then asked what they would focus on next. Kanso, intrigued, mentioned that he had heard that Leon was a skilled swordsman, although he lamented that he did not have a sword with him. Then Leon rolled up his sleeve and with a grin summoned a sword, seemingly out of thin air. He took out a weapon from his spatial pocket and smiled, imagining the Wind Lord, his favorite sword. Kanso was stunned by how casually Leon created the blade. Leon explained that it was something called an inventory, a common attribute among the awakened. He was surprised that Kanso didn't have one. Then the hero, slightly embarrassed, admitted that he remembered how the teacher talked about this in class, but forgot because of its high cost. Leon agreed that it was useful and decided to give one of them to Kanso. He explained that the inventory appears as a tattoo on the body, and its size depends on the person's rank. Intrigued, Kanso asked how big Leon's inventory was. The guy replied that after he reached rank 0, his capacity increased to the size of a 30-story building. Kanso then asked if it was possible for Leon to enter his own inventory. Leon confirmed that this was the case, comparing it to a parallel dimension, but clarified that the time spent inside also depended on the person's level. Pleased, the hero thanked him, noting that such an inventory would be incredibly useful. Finally, he turned his attention to Leon's fencing, and he without hesitation began to demonstrate his technique. At some point, the young man began to run out of air. The hero narrowed his eyes thoughtfully as he watched Leon, noting to himself that while the boy's martial art had a certain rhythm, it lacked practicality in real combat. The hero demanded that the guy stop and asked who taught him this technique. Leon explained that he studied this art at the Hunter Academy, and that it was called the Manjum style. Then Kanso cleared his throat and remarked that the style was not bad, but it clearly lacked effectiveness. He then offered to teach the boy a much more practical martial art of swordsmanship if he was interested. Leon responded with a bow, expressing his humility and willingness to learn. Kanso promised to teach him a technique known as the Sea Storm Sword. When Leon hesitated, he asked if he thought the name sounded childishly catchy, although the boy didn't mean it that way. Kanso then asked him for a spare sword if he had one so he could demonstrate the technique. In response, Leon handed him the sword. Kanso drew his blade, and Leon watched with tense anticipation, thinking to himself that even the simple act of drawing the sword from its sheath seemed to radiate power when Kanso did it. The hero summoned his aura, and it seemed to already be radiating enormous power. Leon continued to watch him nervously. With a smooth movement, Kanso demonstrated the first movement of the Sea Storm sword. As he swung it, the blade began to glow. Then he struck a sharp, slashing blow, and the stone under the blow was split cleanly in half, as if it were butter under a hot knife. Leon couldn't understand how he managed to cut through the stone so easily. Then Kanso asked the boy if he saw the result. Leon, beaming with awe, replied that it was truly amazing. Kanso then explained that if you channel energy into the sword at the moment of impact, you can cut through any material, and thus motivated the boy to learn. Surprised, Leon asked if Kanso had used any force at all in the blow. The man shook his head, stating that if he had, the blow would have left a crater. The guy found this discovery incredible, but the hero did not quite understand what had shocked him so much. Leon clenched his fist in determination, mentally noting how huge the difference in strength could be between rank zeros. He realized how far he was still from Kanso's level, and resolved to study hard. When the next day came, Kanso was sweeping the street outside the cafe. He remembered the last time he broke the broom handle and thought that the new one felt stronger and more comfortable. Looking towards the entrance, he noticed a new bookstore and wondered when it had opened. Just at that moment, Leon came out of the building and, seeing the guy, greeted him with a joyful smile and waved his hand. Kanso, surprised, asked if the store belonged to him. Leon replied that he wanted to mention it earlier, but the right moment never came. The door to the cafe swung open and Sam burst into the street, calling for Kanso to stop sweeping and go get something to eat. Then, suddenly recognizing the man, he cried out in surprise, unable to believe that it was really Mr. Hunter standing before him. Leon greeted him and apologized for not stopping by sooner, explaining that he had opened a store nearby, at which point Sam awkwardly expressed his gratitude for saving their family recently, and asked again about the new store. Leon suggested that they become friends and work together as a team. Sam was stunned by the thought that the hunter was now working at the bookstore across the street. At that moment, Hannah ran out of the cafe, calling her father and uncle to eat. The girl recognized Leon as her uncle from the bookstore. Then Leon squatted down to greet the little girl, and Sam, smiling, asked if the boy had had breakfast. When Leon admitted that he had not, Sam invited him to have dinner with them. But Leon hesitated, feeling that it would be inappropriate to impose himself so early in the morning. Just then, Sarah came outside with a warm smile, assuring him that there was nothing wrong, they just needed to set another place at the table. She invited him in, and Leon happily agreed, and soon the young man was clearly enjoying the delicious food. Sarah asked him how he liked it, and he responded by praising her cooking, noting that he was completely full. Sam laughed happily, grateful for the opportunity to somehow thank the hunter. Bowing low, Sam once again expressed his heartfelt gratitude for saving their family. But Leon modestly raised his hands, insisting that he had merely done his duty. Later, while they were drinking tea, Sam curiously asked why Leon called Hero brother. Leon explained that it just happened that way. At this point, Sam was thinking about the relationship between the two men, trying to understand how his friend had somehow become close to such a famous hunter. Despite their friendship, much about this man still remained a mystery to him. Leon suddenly remembered that Kanso had recently received a tattoo of the inventory stone, but it turned out that the man had forgotten how to activate it. Leon then explained that it was quite simple. All you had to do was place the inventory stone in the right place and say the word apply out loud to start the process. Kanso followed the instructions and placed the stone on his right hand, announcing the command. His arm was immediately enveloped in a cold light, and a tattoo appeared. Then Kanso learned that to open the inventory, he only needed to say the phrase to himself. Open inventory. Leon demonstrated this by opening his own inventory and explained that he needed to visualize the item he wanted to obtain. Then a small portal would appear in front of them, and he could simply reach out and take the item out. When Kanso looked at his hand, Leon mentioned that he could even enter the inventory storage by himself. Out of curiosity, Leon asked if Kanso would like to try it. Although he hesitated at first, the man closed his eyes and mentally commanded himself to enter the inventory. A surprised squeak indicated that the little mouse, Korongi, had entered with him. The hero picked up the rodent and asked her if she was interested in where they were. Then he answered himself, stating that they were inside the inventory room. Looking around, Kanso remembered that Leon had said that this room could accommodate an entire building, yet it still seemed incredibly huge. As he began to stretch and warm up, he remembered the management's note that the storage room was always safe for the owner and his belongings, regardless of external circumstances. Inspired by this, he decided to practice the light body technique. The hero picked up speed and ran, amazed at the vastness of space. It seemed there was no end to it. He eventually decided to stop for the day, planning to explore it more thoroughly the next morning. Mentally ordering himself to exit the inventory, the man reappeared at the table. Sam, happy to see him back, asked if the space inside was as big as expected. Kanso replied that he couldn't even measure it correctly. It seemed as big as an entire city. In response, Sam gasped in surprise, and Leon added that the size of the inventory depends entirely on the strength of its owner. Leon clenched his fist, thinking about his brother's immense strength and the vast gap that still separated them. Meanwhile, the hero turned to his friend and noticed that, although the spaciousness of the room was certainly appreciated, something about it still felt off. Perhaps because there was nowhere to even sit. In response, Leon raised his finger in a lecturing gesture and explained that with the help of magic stones, one can create anything within one's inventory space, even entire buildings. The man confirmed with a slight curiosity whether Leon was referring to the magic stones found inside the monsters. Leon nodded and explained that only officially registered hunters could legally obtain these stones. However, in remote regions like Gangwon Province, many monsters roamed freely, untraceable by the association. Hearing this, Kanso smiled with obvious satisfaction. The mention of unclaimed monsters clearly excited him, as it meant that no one had officially laid claim to them yet. Leon, catching his reaction, also smiled and asked if he was interested in finding these magic stones. He added that no one had exclusive rights to the monsters in this region, and he personally would not mind joining in either. With that, Kanso, clearly pleased, said that it sounded like a fantastic plan, especially since it meant that he would finally be able to create something in his inventory. Leon, knowing full well that his brother would be delighted, smiled and reported that he had recently reached rank 0 equal, as a result of which his inventory had expanded, and now he too could build something in it. Thus they agreed that they would go together. Sam, who had been listening quietly, looked at them with a slight surprise. He had heard that all the monsters in Gangwon province were incredibly powerful, which left him a little stunned. Yet he was not worried about his friends, but about the monsters that might come their way. Just then, a cheerful cry came from the cafe as Hannah called her father, declaring that she wanted to become a ballerina. Sam, caught off guard, gasped in surprise. Then Hannah began to spin, declaring her dream of dancing beautifully and spinning gracefully like professional ballerinas. Sam remembered a recent street performance and came to the conclusion that she had probably been touched by the artists who performed for them. Sarah then smiled and added that she had asked around and found that there was a dance school nearby where tuition was not particularly expensive. Sam rubbed his chin thoughtfully and suggested visiting the school to find out more. Hannah, no less excited, readily agreed and said that she was ready to learn. Soon they arrived at the rehearsal room, where the young ballerinas were already rehearsing, the teacher walking among them, setting the rhythm and correcting their poses. When Sam's family entered, the receptionist introduced them to Mrs. Sari, the instructor. Sari quickly sat down next to Hannah and greeted her warmly, asking if the girl would like to take ballet classes, and offering her some training clothes so she could book a session right away. Clapping her hands, Sari began to demonstrate the movements and made the girls stand up straight. Hannah also repeated after the girls, and seemed to put all her energy into this practice. Sari watched her with a smile, already feeling that the girl had genuine talent. The man, apparently also an instructor, watched what was happening with his arms crossed over his chest. When the class was over, Sam and his family thanked Sari for her time and left the classroom. Then a man approached Sari and asked if this was the first time the family had attended her class. The woman confirmed that this was the case, and mentioned that they were hoping to enroll Hannah. Even though she had just met the girl, she felt confident in her potential. The man stroked his chin thoughtfully, and explained that he had come not just to observe Sari's teaching, but also to look for potential models among her students. He added that his ability responded specifically to Hannah. Sari was puzzled and asked if his ability included recognizing talent. The man nodded and said that it was the first time he met such a gifted child. He then asked for Hannah's parents' phone number. Sari, however, raised an eyebrow and asked if he had heard of privacy laws before handing over any contact details. She wanted to know his motives more clearly. Meanwhile, back at the cafe, Sam's surprised exclamation interrupted the conversation when he learned that his daughter was being invited to the casting. Sarah explained that the dance instructor's older brother worked at the Yelenins agency and asked if the family would be interested in their daughter becoming the face of a major children's clothing brand. She went on to say that the opportunity wasn't just a one-off photo shoot. The agency also offered Hannah training at the Yelenins modeling school. A stunned Sam exclaimed that it was the most famous of all modeling agencies. The man added that their daughter was destined to become a top model, especially since she went to Sarah, which explained her beauty. Laughing, Sarah added that their daughter also looks like her father, although his ears stick out a little, but assured everyone that it doesn't matter much. When night fell on the city, a man in a suit came to one place, sat comfortably on the sofa. Opposite him, his interlocutor was trembling with nervous tension. The mustachioed man, known as Mr. Mullen, gently advised him not to be so tense, poured him some wine and suggested he relax. The man thanked Malin, but the atmosphere quickly turned dark. Malin's demeanor changed, his aura becoming colder and more intense as he asked if they had heard anything from Asmod. The man immediately choked on his drink and began coughing violently. With eyes wide open in fear, he admitted that nothing had been heard from Asmod for the last 15 days, and not a word at all since the recent incident. Malin swirled his wine glass thoughtfully and muttered that such silence was unsettling. He slowly repeated his question, asking again if Nevis was absolutely sure he had heard nothing. Squinting, he then asked if a short trip to the Arctic Hell Portal might refresh his memory. The man, Nevis, shuddered inwardly. He knew full well that the Arctic Hell Portal was a frozen wasteland where the temperature dropped to -100 degrees Celsius, and nothing but snow and death awaited. Malin chuckled and casually asked if Nevis might know Koval's whereabouts. He had heard rumors that after the big fiasco at the concert hall, Koval and Asmod had fallen out and lost contact, and Mullen hoped that Nevis had more information. Nevis, sweating profusely, replied nervously that a small fry like him simply couldn't know such things, and he cursed himself silently for not realizing earlier that Malin had come in person. Scratching his chin, Malin calmly asked if Nevis was truly certain of what he was saying, at which point the man realized that Malin probably already knew that he had offered shelter to Koval. Then Nevis realized that his master would not leave so easily, and if he did not cooperate, Malin would throw him into the Arctic Hell portal, where he would freeze to death in seconds. Finishing the wine in one desperate gulp, Nevis told himself that he still wanted to live. Turning to Mullen, he finally asked if what he was about to say could remain confidential. Mullen gave his word with a weak smile. Nevis asked if the master really wanted to know where Koval was hiding. To his surprise, the place turned out to be none other than the Elenin's modeling agency. Meanwhile, Sam, sensing his daughter's flare of nervousness, gently reassured her not to worry, and she, in turn, calmly told him that she was fine. Meanwhile, the hero looked warily around the corridor. Without warning, the door in front of them swung open, almost hitting them. A man came out from there, and Kanso followed him with his gaze, unable to look away. Although the man himself did not emit any obvious energy, Kanso could sense a residual trace of demonic energy on him. He clearly carried its residual essence within him. Inside the office, the group was warmly greeted by a man who introduced himself as Charlie, the director of a modeling agency. Hannah responded with a polite curtsy and introduced herself. At that moment, Sam overheard Charlie telling the manager that they were absolutely right. This graceful girl really was perfect for advertising children's clothing. There was a hint of admiration in the man's tone, though awkward, and then Charlie turned his attention to Sarah, noting that her daughter was very similar to her, just as sweet and beautiful. With a gentle smile, he invited them to follow him, expressing his intention to show them around the agency. They walked into the training room where the aspiring models were practicing their craft. Sam noted with some surprise that he recognized several of the models in the room. However, Kanso was becoming increasingly tense. The man walking in front of him was emitting a powerful dark aura as they walked down the corridor, everyone they passed by greeting the director. Meanwhile, the protagonist has quietly sent a message to Leon, asking if he could investigate the Elenin's modeling agency for possible links to illegal activities. At that very moment, another man walked past, shrouded in a particularly dark energy. Kanso glanced at him out of the corner of his eye, noting to himself that the man was surprisingly good at disguising his identity, but his aura remained black as night. This suspicion confirmed for him that the agency might indeed be a den of illegals. A moment later, he received a message that startled him. Leon responded confirming that the agency was under investigation. The association had already planted undercover agents in it, and the deputy director was particularly suspicious. They were keeping a close eye on him. Putting the phone in his pocket, the protagonist approached Hannah and asked if she wanted to become a model. The girl turned around, raised her hands excitedly, and said that she had been looking forward to this day so much that she had not even slept the night before. The hero nodded understandingly and continued walking, but his face darkened. He silently swore not to take his eyes off the director. He reminded himself that if he dared to go beyond what was permitted, he would ruin all of Hannah's plans. Later, he opened his inventory and found himself surrounded by golden sand, holding a magic stone in his hand. Reflecting on his past, he remembered that he and Leon had previously hunted monsters in Gangwon province. Although he had killed several A-rank creatures and collected their magic stones, the energy within them was turbid and unstable, unsuitable for immediate use. With a strong dark energy emanating from the stone in his palm, Kanso began to channel his own energy into it, reminding himself of Leon's advice that only by purifying the stone with his own power could he shape it to his will. As his energy flowed into her, walls began to form around him. Floors and ceilings gradually materialized. He muttered to himself that the construction was guided by the imagination, and the more energy he put into it, the more the space responded. Tall columns rose up into the sky, and within minutes, a glass dome covered the structure above his head. Surrounding it stood a small but elegant building created by his will alone. Holding the stone in his hands, Kanso was amazed at how well it turned out, probably due to the high quality of the stone. Until then, he did not realize that he was able to build such complex structures. He placed his hands behind his back and muttered that this was a significant improvement. Then his gaze moved to the magic stone, pulsating with dark energy. It was the very first one he received from the portal. His thoughts turned to the main monster of this portal, whose energy he once tried to purify. This was the first time he encountered such an evil force. He remembered Asmod and the same dark presence he felt from her. As his thoughts wandered, Kanso remembered the agency's deputy director, and he noted that the same energy emanated from this man. As he thought about this, he placed his hand on his chin and thought that although Asmode looked like a human, she had black blood running through her veins. He doubted whether she could actually be a demon in human form. Introducing the girl again, he assumed that these beings must have completely suppressed their power by taking on human form. However, by human standards, Asmode would already have surpassed even S-rank beings. This kind of power was not trivial. He knew that if even a few of these creatures turned against humanity, the nation could fall under their onslaught. These thoughts made Kanso tense up. Although for now, he reminded himself, These were just suspicions. Exhaling sharply, he left the inventory. The next second he heard a loud scream from his friend. The hero opened his eyes in surprise. Sam, holding his hand with tears shining in his eyes, shared the good news that Hannah had finally signed a contract with a modeling agency. He added that Jenny had helped them carefully study the contract, and they could not have done it without her. Kanso, slightly taken aback, congratulated them all and asked if Hannah would be officially working as a model. Sam confirmed this. He explained that he would be accompanying her to a children's fashion show the following week. The hero, now thoughtful, commented that everything was happening very quickly. Sam agreed, spreading his arms and indicating that the first rehearsal was already scheduled for the next day. Still thinking, the protagonist asked how long the contract was for. Sam replied that it was for 1 year. Kanzo then recommended that they sign a one-time contract instead, since Hannah might change her mind about modeling over time. Sam nodded, admitting that he had thought about it too. He smiled, and added that Hannah was still very young, and might decide to follow a different dream in the future, so he would take the advice. Later, the whole family sat together on the sofa in the agency director's office. Sam, although slightly embarrassed, declared that they would now work together. Hearing Hannah enthusiastically declare that she would do her best, the protagonist folded his arms across his chest and smiled. Suddenly, a noise came from the next room. A gray-haired guy pounding his fists on the table, demanding to know why he was not chosen for the photo shoot. He reminded the deputy director that he had been promised the role. Then the deputy director, rubbing his eyes tiredly, replied that the decision had come from the director, and there was nothing he could do to change it. He asked the young man to calm down and invited him to join him on the roof so they could talk in private. Sighing heavily, the boy reluctantly agreed. Meanwhile, Kanso, who had overheard the conversation, immediately remembered that this man needed to be kept an eye on. He remembered Leon doing push-ups in front of him and noticed that he noticed a similar kind of energy in Asmode. If their source was really the same, then perhaps these people really did belong to the same gang. Leon mentioned that he had made inquiries about the agency. Although there was no conclusive evidence yet, something was definitely wrong. The guy then rose from the ground, adjusted his cap, and added that recently the number of suicides and accidental deaths has been growing, both among employees and among models. Kanso, who had been watching what was happening carefully, cautiously asked what all this could be connected with. Leon turned his gaze to him and replied that the police had been unable to find any connections between the cases, so the Awakened Support Department had taken over the investigation, and everything would now be carried out in strict secrecy. At that moment, the protagonist looked at the family and realized that he had no choice. He just had to go up to the roof and eavesdrop. Later, on the roof, the deputy director and the young man stood face to face. The guy, clearly unhappy, asked what he should do now. In response, the sheriff's deputy smiled ominously and looked him straight in the eyes. Suddenly, claws appeared from his hands and he slashed the guy across the face. Laughing maniacally, the assistant demanded that the young man give up his life force and disappear. As he swung his claws again, pressing his hand to the man's face, a girl appeared behind him, saying that she was an inspector from the Silver Tower. It was Molly, and she stated that the deputy was under arrest for serial murder and various other violations of the Awakened Criminal Code. Enraged, Bouvon threw the boy aside and growled, asking if the Silver Tower's hounds were really after him. He then lunged at Molly, declaring that he might as well enjoy another final fight. A fist darted towards her face, but the girl quickly crossed her arms over her chest, using mana to throw the deputy away. Gasping for breath, she grabbed the knife and opened one eye to assess the situation. The assistant laughed wildly and, mocking her, asked if she had really managed to fight him off. He sarcastically called her a good girl before running mana through his claws, stating that playing with her could be fun, so she'd better not disappoint him. As Molly prepared to stab him, she looked around, only to realize that he was gone. Suddenly a man appeared behind her, and then stabbed her in the back, blood splattering the roof. With bloody claws, Bouvon mockingly asked her if that was really all she had. Expressing his disappointment, large scratches now covered Molly's back. They were bleeding profusely. The assistant raised his bloody hand again, roaring that he would have to kill her. Just then, a wave of mana flared up next to his hand, and he looked at it in confusion, noticing that it was starting to disintegrate. Grabbing him by the wrist, he turned around and demanded to know who it was. The protagonist, standing in front of him, his face hidden behind a mask, calmly stated that he had arrived just in time. He approached and ordered the killer to move away from the girl. The enraged assistant rushed at the newcomer. Bouvon struck in front of him, but the image of his opponent disappeared into thin air. The man began to turn his head in different directions, desperately trying to spot his enemy. Looking in one direction, he noticed that his first target had disappeared. Turning in the other direction, he saw that the second had also disappeared. He spread his hands in despair, and his aura suddenly intensified, becoming much more terrifying. At that moment, Kanso appeared at the far end of the roof. Carrying 2 victims on his shoulders, he carefully leaned them against the wall, assuring them that he had stopped the bleeding, but that they should remain motionless. Molly looked at her savior and insisted that she couldn't just sit there. She had to call for reinforcements. But Kanso firmly replied that there was nothing to fear. He could handle it himself. The man raised his head and sniffed the air. Sensing a familiar scent nearby, he rushed towards the source with a roar, accusing his opponent of thinking that cunning would be enough to save him. Then Kanso came around the corner and told him to stop yelling. With obvious contempt in his eyes, he said that this man should stop pretending to be a man, because he already knew who he really was. He demanded that the deputy reveal his true identity. Hearing this, the man gritted his teeth and wondered to himself, how could this person know? He didn't believe that the Silver Tower's intelligence network was so good. Moreover, this newbie had such a suffocatingly strong aura. Realizing that there was no point in hiding any longer, he laughed evilly, crossed his arms over his chest, and vowed to show his opponent something truly shocking. His jacket tore as his body transformed, while Molly raised a trembling hand to her mouth, horrified by what she saw. Bouvan's form changed completely, his eyes glowing and horns appearing on his forehead. He glared at Kanso and stated that since his true form was now revealed, this man's death must be painful. In the blink of an eye, he rushed forward, promising to tear his enemy to pieces. Kanso, unperturbed, closed his eyes and exhaled slowly. At that very moment, he delivered a swift and powerful blow to his opponent's face. A burst of magical energy sent the man flying across the roof, dragging helplessly along the surface. When he finally stopped, blood was pouring from his nose. Dazed, he tried to comprehend what had just happened. As the protagonist approached, the demon remained confused by the pain that was piercing him. He did not understand why he was lying on the ground. He tried to convince himself that he had simply slipped and fallen, but Kanso stood over him and confirmed that the outcome was exactly as it should have been. The man wiped the blood from his face and, noticing its black hue, muttered incredulously under his breath. He wondered if there really was no human blood left in his body. If that was the case, then that meant he had completely depleted his reserves. This realization stunned Kanso, and he asked if the creature was a demon that had entered a human body and was now parasitizing it. The man, now frowning deeply and focusing his gaze on the protagonist, began to scratch the ground, leaving deep cuts. He stood up to his full height in front of the young man, squared his shoulders, and scornfully declared that he should not be compared to such pitiful inferior creatures. Then, with a deep growl, he leaned forward and let out a deafening roar right in Kanso's face. As mana began to envelop the monster's body, the creature proudly explained that the protagonist was only able to strike because he caught it off guard. Now he says, he has fully embraced his true form. Suddenly he appeared behind the main character, and threatened that this time he would really finish him off. Rising into the air, the creature swung aggressively at the young man. But Kanso turned sharply, caught the creature's massive claw, and, using his mana, threw the enemy's hand away with a light movement. Looking at the grotesquely twisted limb, he noted to himself that this was exactly how the technology was supposed to work. He quickly darted behind the wolf, ending up at his back, and brought his powerful fist down on her. With a blinding blow, he sent Bouvan flying far to the side, causing him to fall to the ground with a loud explosion. The wolf, now sitting on the ground with his muzzle down, was stunned. Even in his full monstrous form, he was unable to land a single blow. He silently wondered if this mysterious man was truly the one who defeated Asmod. As the protagonist approached, he questioned Bouvan about his true nature, demanding to know what he was if he was neither a demon nor a human. In response, the wolf only laughed and muttered that a man like him would not reveal the truth so easily. He insisted that he still had his warrior's pride, and would rather be killed than humiliated. Ignoring this bravado, Kanso stepped on the creature's tail, causing the wolf to cry out in pain. Then he leaned down with a clenched fist, wondering out loud if Bouvan really expected mercy. Without waiting for an answer, he began to beat the creature mercilessly. Molly, who was watching what was happening nearby, covered her mouth with her hand in horror. Eventually, Bouvan begged to stop the beating, offering to tell everything. He admitted that he belonged to one of the demon tribes that were sent to the second intermediate dimension. He explained that their mission was to harvest the spheres of despair. Intrigued, the protagonist demanded to know what these spheres were. Bouvan clarified that such spheres are formed when a person experiences extreme fear or despair in the moments before death. These raw emotions were extracted and compressed into physical spheres. Spheres of despair. He added that demons like himself who specialized in this craft were known as harvesters. Kanso looked at him with disgust and suggested that Bouvan must have had some kind of twisted pride in his profession. Then he coldly asked how many souls the creature had already taken. The monster replied that, to tell the truth, there weren't that many of them. Other officers had killed far more. Then Kanso rushed forward, grabbed Bouvan by the neck and lifted him off the ground. The monster begged for mercy. swearing that he was only following orders and never intended to harm the main character himself. He even gave his word of honor that he would leave this area forever. However, Kanso remained unmoved. He stated that this was the wrong answer. Then he asked who would restore the countless lives destroyed by the creature. Full of determination, he declared that he would seal away Buvan's power forever, so that he could never harm another soul again. Tightening his grip until Buvan was foaming at the mouth, Kanso smashed his head through the wall, thinking it would be best to leave the monster in the care of the Silver Tower agents. As the monstrous wolf form dissipated, Buvan's body lay limply before him. Kanso looked down, thinking darkly that this creature had been disgusting both before and after its transformation. Suddenly, a female voice called out to him. Turning around, Kanso saw that Molly was trying to get up. He told her not to move, warning that her wound could open up again. But she brushed aside her concerns and, smiling, came closer. With great curiosity, she asked if he was perhaps a rank 0 awakened. Kanso looked away and admitted that it was true. This was indeed his level. Molly, clearly surprised, asked again if this was true. But Kanso interrupted her, saying he had a favor to ask. He asked her not to tell anyone that they had met him. Clutching her stomach, Molly asked if he really didn't want to be found. Kanso, still avoiding looking her in the eyes, repeated that he preferred an ordinary life. He was tired of constantly sacrificing himself for the greater good. Hearing these words, the girl's expression changed to calm. He continued, saying that more than anything in the world, he did not want the people he loved to suffer because of him. Molly looked at him intently and suddenly saw Leon in his place. She thought to herself that he was repeating the same words Leon had once said, that in order to protect others, he had to say goodbye to his normal life. Realizing this, she raised her head again and silently concluded that the association would definitely benefit from the appearance of a rank 0 hunter. Still, having witnessed how hard it had cost Leon, she wouldn't wish that burden on anyone. Accepting his wishes, Molly nodded and said that she understood. He had saved her life, and the least she could do was respect his wishes to remain anonymous. Kanso, in turn, acknowledged that hiding the truth could be difficult and apologized for asking her to do so, in response to which Molly smiled softly and replied that it was okay. They all had their secrets. She then apologized again, her eyes filled with gratitude, and admitted that she should have thanked him sooner. She added that she realized that he was responsible for the incidents at both the Deathland Portal and the Myeongsan Concert Hall, and that he saved many lives. Kanso was silent for a moment, then adjusted his cap and simply said that he had nothing more to say, so he was leaving. And with that, he disappeared in a blinding stream of magical energy. Molly pulled her hand away from her face, stunned by how quickly he disappeared, like a gust of wind. Then, waking up from her stupor, she realized that there was still chaos around her and she needed to be put in order, her gaze moving to the side where the naked body of the demon lay. Disgusted, she pressed her finger to her ear, which was attached to a radio, ready to call for backup. She calmly reported that the threat was eliminated, and ordered a team of investigators and medics to be sent to the roof of the Elenon's modeling agency building. Time passed, and soon Buvan found himself in the interrogation room, tugging at his handcuffs with all his might, his mind racing in confusion, wondering how this could have happened to him. He leaned his foot on the table and tried to break the handcuffs again. It seemed like it was just a normal table with normal handcuffs, but he had no strength left. He couldn't even transform into his demonic form. After several futile attempts, he slammed his fists on the table in frustration. Wondering what he had done wrong, he muttered under his breath that, if it weren't for that guy's intervention, none of this would have happened. Suddenly, the ceiling lights started to flicker and sparkle loudly. Buvan raised his head in surprise. The next moment, everything around him went dark. Then just as quickly as it went out, the light returned. A man in a suit stood next to him. The presence of dark magical energy made Buvan go cold. As soon as the demon saw him, he was horrified. Malin looked at him with an expression of pure contempt and, chuckling, noted how absurd the situation was. Buvan began to twitch, desperately trying to break the handcuffs, shouting that he would explain everything. He did not expect such a strong blow and insisted that he did not tell people anything. Then Malin, with feigned indifference, placed his hand on Buvan's head, and the demon screamed, begging them not to kill him. Without saying a word, Malin put his index finger to his lips, signaling him to be silent. His mind wandered as he delved into Buvan's memories. He wondered why he couldn't make out the boy's face, and after looking through Buvan's memories, he came to the conclusion that they were too hazy. Malin then looked at the demon and stated with a smirk that he always knew Buvan would be useless. He raised his cane high and asked if Buvan remembered what he always said in such cases, adding that there was no room for idiots among the demon officers. In despair, Buvan screamed that the man who had done this to him, he couldn't believe it, was just a man. The space around them filled with mana, as Malin ordered him to be silent. In one swift motion, Malin struck Bhuvan across the back with his cane, piercing through his body. The man gritted his teeth, glaring at him and silently cursing him for bringing shame to their clan. Blood began to drip from Bhuvan's mouth as he fell face down on the table. The man, still shaking, managed to mutter that the protagonist was nothing more than a human. Then Malin walked up to the fallen demon, and with a sharp movement pulled his cane out of Bhuvan's body. He noted that Bhuvan was stubborn. Then Malin turned away from the lifeless body of his assistant, who was still bleeding. Suddenly, a prison guard burst into the room where Bhuvan was being held, screaming loudly. He gritted his teeth as he looked around the room, his eyes widening in shock. Then he burst into the other room, loudly asking what had happened to Mrs. Molly. Meanwhile, Buck sat on a chair, clutching his head, and screaming that it felt like it was splitting in two. Jean, standing next to him, urged him to calm down. Buck then asked if it was possible that a man who could turn into a demon was located in the very place he had sent agents to investigate. He screamed that Molly had been badly wounded while trying to arrest a suspect, and as soon as she had managed to get him to the association headquarters, an unknown assailant had attempted to kill him right in the interrogation room. Buck was beside himself, unable to understand how such a thing could happen within the walls of their own association. It was simply unthinkable. Then Jin closed his eyes and replied that they were lucky that the girl was still alive. Buck gritted his teeth and noted that Molly not only had detection skills, but was also an experienced fighter. He then asked if the person who attacked them was really that strong. Jin replied that no matter the situation, the girl had succeeded. He added that he personally inspected the crime scene on the rooftop, and based on his findings, Bhuvan was a human demon, at least S rank. Then Buck jumped up from his chair, his confusion obvious, and asked how Molly had managed to deal with such a formidable opponent. The chief raised his index finger and said that not only was Molly able to handle him, but the flow of Bhuvan's energy was blocked in his body. Buck's eyes widened, his mind racing as he processed what this meant. He adjusted the collar of his shirt and asked if it was possible that someone stronger than an S-rank monster had interfered. Then Jin confirmed in a serious tone that this was indeed the case, meaning that Molly had encountered a rank 0 hunter. Later that evening, a man was walking down the sidewalk and looked at the Korean flag, thinking to himself that today was Remembrance Day. On this very day, portals began to open all over the globe and monsters flooded the earth. Many lives were lost because people were left defenseless against such a threat. Every person lost someone, friends, family, loved ones. But no one could save the wounded in a world where monsters hunted everything that moved. Only then did the awakened appear, and by organizing themselves they managed to prevent the catastrophe. Gradually, stability returned to society, and medical care became possible again. And a hospital was built in memory of the victims. After a while, the sun began to set, and the man continued walking, mentally noting that the area looked exactly as he remembered it. He walked up to the doors of a familiar establishment, opened them, and walked inside. He immediately noticed a man at a distant table who waved enthusiastically at him, asking where he had been and if he had managed to get a sip without him. Howard muttered discontentedly that his son always insisted on drinking alone. He chuckled, his face turning slightly red. The man sat down next to him and replied that his son had only said that because he did not want to drink with him. While pouring a drink for his friend, he asked how Jenny was doing. Howard replied that he didn't know what Jenny did, only that he was involved in some charity work. He lamented that raising children was in vain, but at least he enjoyed drinking with them. The man then lifted the lid to reveal the roast pork and, taking a piece, noted how well the fried pork rinds went with the makgeolli. The man, picking up his chopsticks, agreed, remembering how, when he first started working as a hunter, he considered such snacks to be expensive delicacies. Howard nodded and said that it was still so. The man looked at the pork rind and, lost in thought, remembered how he went to a restaurant after work and ordered the same dish with takshu. After that, he drank it all in one gulp. As soon as the drink was finished, his cheeks turned red and his face lit up with a cheerful light. The man, looking at his friend, remembered the time when he started working as a courier. He was so irritated by his friend back then that there were times when he seriously considered strangling him. Howard laughingly pointed at him, implying that his antics had caused such a reaction. The man closed his eyes with a smile and remarked that, frankly speaking, his friend had made him more reserved over time. He had also introduced him to a charming girl whom he had married, so it hadn't been all that bad. Howard had grinned and nodded in agreement. The next moment, they both looked up and laughed together. After some time, the protagonist, Sarah and Hannah, approached the restaurant. When Kanso approached the door of the establishment, he felt an incredibly strong, magical energy coming from inside. This took him by surprise, and he wondered where such a powerful energy belonging to an unknown awakened one could come from. After all, the restaurant was closed and no one was supposed to be inside. When Sarah entered, she joyfully exclaimed that they had arrived. However, Her joy quickly turned to surprise when she saw her brother, Spencer, sitting at the table across from Sam and waving at her. He greeted her warmly, standing up from the table and smiling as he picked Hannah up in his arms, commenting on how much she had grown. Sarah, coming closer, asked why he hadn't warned her about his arrival. Her brother explained with a smile that it was supposed to be a surprise. He decided to take the day off for the day of mourning. Sarah, although a little puzzled, replied that it would have been better if he had called in advance. Spencer then put Hannah down and added that he didn't want to disturb her and her husband too much. He intended to visit the holiday home, but stopped at a restaurant on the way. Sam laughed heartily, saying that they were glad to see him and that he was always welcome. Just then, Sam noticed Kanso behind him and introduced him as the isolationist he had been talking about. The man extended his hand to Spencer, introducing himself, and they shook hands. Spencer watched the protagonist closely, thinking that he was not an ordinary awakened. Although his aura was not very strong, its purity was undeniable, and there was something about him that seemed harmless. Spencer even felt warmth and friendliness coming from him, which surprised him. Taking a deep breath, the man looked around, realizing that he had almost forgotten something important. He then asked if Sarah and his group were heading to the rest house. Sam replied with a grin that he was just waiting for them to go together. The man then put his hand to his mouth and suggested that they leave immediately. Later, near the rest house, the group, including Spencer, came forward in their black suits. Hannah screamed with joy when she saw her uncle in front of her. The man, leaning towards the girl, commented on how beautiful she looked even in black. Sam then asked if they could go inside, and the man, taking a deep breath, agreed that they should. Approaching the doors of the building, they entered and walked down the corridor. Tears welled up in Sarah and Spencer's eyes as they looked at the pictures of their parents displayed in front of them. Sarah whispered that they had arrived. She then leaned over to her daughter, asking her to greet her grandparents. Hannah bowed her head, closed her eyes and greeted them respectfully. Sarah, covering her face with her hands to hide her tears, quietly told her parents to rest in peace. After a while, they found themselves on the playground. Hannah climbed up the slide and ran up to her mother, laughing happily. The three men sat on a nearby bench, silently looking forward. Sam turned to Spencer and mentioned that he had something for him. Although he did not reveal where he learned it, he assured Spencer that it would comfort him. Upset, Spencer asked what it was. Then Sam told him in a serious tone that the nightmare of the Gangwon province, the arachniac monster that killed Spencer's parents, had been destroyed. He added that Leon himself took part in the hunt, and that an official statement would be made soon. Kanso, processing the information, thought to himself that arachniac was the name of the monster he and his younger brother had killed. A smirk spread across his face as he wondered why Spencer seemed so happy about this. Then Spencer, noticing his reaction, asked in shock if Leon had really gone hunting. Then he lowered his head, tears welling up in his eyes as he whispered through clenched teeth that for the first time in forever, his parents had been avenged. Sam, noticing his brother-in-law's tears, asked him why he was crying. Sometime later, the modeling agency held a fashion show. The host raised his hand and announced that it was time to begin. Kanso and Sam sat in the audience, their hearts full of pride. One by one, the children began to take to the podium. Suddenly, Sam jumped up and pointed to his daughter Hannah, who was walking elegantly down the runway in a beautiful dress. He immediately started taking pictures, excitedly shouting that she was his daughter. He couldn't help but admire how beautiful she turned out. Kanso, although embarrassed, thought to himself that Hannah was incredibly sweet. The next day at the kindergarten, the room filled with surprised gasps when the children asked if Hannah had really become a model. Standing in the spotlight, Hannah felt a little awkward. Suddenly, John turned to her shyly and handed her a paper swan. He quietly asked if she would accept a gift from him. Hannah, delighted, took the gift and asked if he had really made it himself. The guy, blushing, quietly confirmed that this was the case. Then Hannah smiled warmly, exclaiming that she would always cherish this. The boy, flustered and embarrassed, turned away, and then shouted that they would always be friends before running away. That same night, a drama was shown on TV at the Spring Pavilion, in which a girl held a man's jacket and demanded to know how he could cheat on her. At that moment, Sarah raised her hand, clenched into a fist, and screamed furiously at the screen, calling the girl a fool for not realizing that her twin sister had deceived him, and now he wanted to break off their engagement. Her husband looked at his wife in surprise, wondering what was wrong with her. Then he leaned towards the protagonist and asked why his wife was reacting like that. Kanso, putting her hand to her chin, calmly replied that she had every reason to be angry. Hearing this, Sam was taken aback and asked if the protagonist was really involved in such a complicated drama. Kanso easily confirmed this, explaining that he was really into it, giving a thumbs up and giving a brief outline of the whole plot. After listening to him carefully, Sam was shocked and asked how the main character understood everything so quickly, especially since he had not watched the drama from the very beginning. Kanso looked at his friend and simply replied that he had quickly put the pieces together. Then he asked if Sam was interested in the storyline, at which point the ending of the episode where the main character lost consciousness played on the TV screen. Sarah immediately called her friend and asked if she had watched today's episode. After the drama ended, the news started. The presenter reported that in honor of South Korea achieving its first zero rank of awakening, delegates from other countries arrived in the country, and their government expressed its gratitude to the guests who arrived. Hearing this, the protagonist put his hand to his chin and remarked that it was incredible. Sam, smiling as he joined the conversation, agreed that it was indeed wonderful that such powerful hunters had gathered for a summit in their country. However, the main character shook his head and explained that he didn't mean that. He lowered his hand and added that he was intrigued by the fact that those guys in the series were brother and sister. Meanwhile, Sarah's friend cried out in disbelief, asking if it was true that the plot centered around a girl in a beautiful dress. She clutched her head in despair, expressing that she simply could not accept this plot twist. So Sarah advised her to come up with something herself, since she was the screenwriter. She added that it was her job to come up with a plot before saying goodbye and hanging up. The girl, puzzled by the sudden end of the conversation, heard the call hang up and looked at the computer screen in confusion. Her eyes suddenly flashed with anger, and she screamed that this stupid series had to be stopped. The girl in glasses sitting opposite her asked her to calm down. She said that she had an idea. The girl suggested that they could rewind the plot 5 years ago and introduce a new character. The protagonist's little daughter, the white-haired girl, indignantly asked if such a change would be too sudden. The girl with glasses explained that this would not happen. In fact, it would have heated up the interest of the viewers to see what the main character's daughter was like, and at the most interesting moment, she would have met Namju, which could have raised the viewership of the last season to the skies. Then the white-haired girl walked up to Kimberly and put her hand on her shoulder. She took a deep breath and stated that she was absolutely gorgeous. She decided that's exactly what they would do. The girl hugged her, exclaiming that now all they had to do was find a pretty actress to play the role of their daughter. Then Kimberly coughed awkwardly and suggested that perhaps they should have lunch first. After a while, they arrived at the restaurant. Jenny looked at the open door, greeting the guests. She noticed the white-haired girl and thought she looked familiar. The girl sat down at the table and ordered 2 exquisite dishes. Jenny, still wondering where she might have seen this girl before, smiled and promised to bring their order soon. As Jenny turned towards the kitchen, the white-haired girl's phone vibrated. She picked up the phone and coldly replied that she was listening, and after hearing the producer's words, she agreed to include the cake in the storyline. After hanging up the phone, she breathed a sigh of relief. Haley smilingly mentioned that it was nothing special. They just asked her to include the cake. Kim sighed heavily, and Haley added that their studio was recruiting child actors from the Alenins agency. Jenny, overhearing their conversation, suddenly remembered that the girl was a scriptwriter for the series The Revenge of the White Rose. She remembered that they once organized a catering for an event related to this series, and that was where she met her. Kimberly, noticing that the girl was a model, remarked that there was a point to her beauty, but then asked if beauty alone guaranteed good acting ability, just as Sarah approached the table with food. At that moment, Hannah ran up to her mother and shouted her name across the restaurant. Haley frowned as she looked towards the girl. The girl was stunned by Hannah's cuteness, thinking that she was so adorable that her eyes were almost blinded by her charm. Then Haley stood up and turned excitedly to Sarah. She grabbed Sarah's hand, bowed low, and began to beg her to allow her daughter to act in the series. Sarah opened her mouth wide in surprise, looking at Haley incredulously. Sometime later, filming of the series took place on the observation deck. On the set, the main character of the series hit another character in the face. The producer and cameraman were discussing the situation when Hannah excitedly raised her hands, asking if she was really going to be filmed. Sam stood behind her smiling and asked if she really couldn't wait any longer. The girl, beaming eagerly, confirmed that she was excited but also quite nervous. She was excited about the shoot, as were they. Her father, raising his finger, reminded her that if she got tired at any point, she should let them know. Hannah turned around with a wide smile and confidently assured them that she could handle it. Meanwhile, Kanso, watching the girl, thought to himself that they had never seen her so charged before. He thought that if he tried to stop her from becoming a model, she would be deeply upset. Soon the producer shouted loudly that the scene had been filmed, and the girl stood up from her seat and announced that she was going to take a break. Then Sam saw her heading towards them, and noted that it looked like they were done for the day. He extended his hand in a warm greeting, explaining that Hannah had come to their shoot today, although she was still very nervous. But suddenly the producer coldly walked past them, making everyone surprised by such behavior. The girl turned around abruptly and ordered him to follow her because they needed to talk. Sam looked at the producer with a puzzled expression, wondering what had caused her sudden outburst of anger. Then they all sat down at a large table, and the girl introduced herself as the producer of the series Revenge of the White Rose. She folded her hands under her chin and introduced herself as Grace. She explained that she had heard about them from the screenwriter. She also asked if Hannah had received any formal acting training. Sam, feeling completely confused, replied that it was true, but assured her that the girl would learn quickly, as she was talented. Kanso listened to the exchange in silence, wondering how someone could so directly criticize a child for not having a formal education. Sam continued, emphasizing that the girl really wanted to star in their series. Hearing this, Grace took a glass of water and nodded, acknowledging that everyone had to start somewhere. Taking a sip of water, her thoughts briefly returned to the screenwriter Haley, who insisted on casting this particular girl. Haley even threatened to quit if the girl was not chosen for the role, and that is why Grace reluctantly agreed. She just wanted this issue to be settled. Grace then looked at Hannah and thought to herself that the girl was really cute, and she matched the description in the script. It was clear to Grace why the writer was so determined, and yet she couldn't help but feel unhappy with the decision. In her opinion, she felt that the choice of a child model as an actress was excessive. The scriptwriter was probably charmed by the girl's pretty face and naively believed that acting was easy. Clutching her glass of water in desperation, Grace muttered under her breath that because of this, her precious drama, The Revenge of the White Rose, was now in jeopardy of being ruined. Grace realized she would have to make life difficult for Hannah on set, perhaps with bright lights and smoke, which would likely cause the girl to burst into tears and run away. She found herself laughing to herself at the cruelty of it all, thinking with a wicked smile that as a producer she had the power and could not be forced to choose against her will. Sam, noticing the expression on Grace's face, asked if everything was okay. Then Grace woke up from her thoughts just as her phone rang. It was Mary, the secretary of the Red Dragon Guild. Grace quickly asked the people at the table to wait, explaining that she needed to answer a call. Mary greeted her and mentioned that she had heard that a girl named Hannah was going to be on the show. She then asked if it was true. Grace confirmed it and inquired about Mary's concerns. Mary explained that her director's wife really liked the show and wanted it to air regularly. Grace asked if this was really the case, to which Mary replied that she did not need to worry about funding, as the director would provide the necessary support. Mary also asked if they were working on the next season. Grace, somewhat embarrassed, smiled and thought to herself that no matter how talented Hannah was, she still needed sponsors. Grace then quickly said that she understood everything and would be filming more scenes with this actress. Mary, expressing her gratitude, added that after filming, she and her film crew could count on trips to a resort owned by the guild. Then Grace, feeling a little overwhelmed, shouted words of gratitude to Mary. However, the woman warned her that if Hannah or her support team were treated poorly during filming, it could cause problems. Grace immediately turned to the table where Hannah's family was sitting, and then responded by assuring Mary that she understood and that such a question would not arise. After hanging up, Grace put the phone down, her thoughts racing. She realized that she almost got into trouble because the girl was a relative of the guild director. She sighed and raised her head, admitting that she hadn't made the best impression on Hannah's family and that she needed to fix it. Grace then turned to the table with an awkward smile, asking if Hannah really wanted to be an actress. Sam confirmed that she did. Grace then leaned closer to Hannah and asked if she could just call her by her first name, to which the girl smiled and agreed. Grace folded her hands together and said that Hannah would be a great actress, praising her excellent diction and clear voice. She placed the script on the table and said it was time to start reading. While the girl was thinking about the upcoming scenes, she reminded herself to remain patient and collected, especially since the vacation at the resort and the financing of the future project were connected with it. Meanwhile, Hannah opened the script and began to read. The character she was to play, named Belle, was to be 5 years old. Grace looked at her in shock, realizing that the character's age was much younger than expected. According to the plot, 5 years have passed since some events. Becca was walking in the park with her daughter Belle. A man who was watching them came up and asked if this was White Rose. The girl turned around sharply at the sound of his voice. Then he immediately shouted that it was really her, and asked how much time had passed since they last saw each other. The girl smiled slightly, answering that it was a long time ago. Belle looked up at the girl and asked who the man was. Her mother explained that he was her friend and that Hannah should greet him. The girl bowed and introduced herself as Belle, stating that she was 5 years old. The man, stunned by her age, looked at her with disbelief. He stepped back, dropped to one knee and said with tears in his eyes that the girl was as beautiful as her mother. Then Belle, confused, asked him why he was crying. The man smiled and said it was because she was so cute. Tears came to the girl's eyes and she asked the man not to cry because it made her feel sorry for him. She immediately began to wipe away her tears, then raised her head and began to cry loudly. Grace, holding the script in her hands, exclaimed that everything turned out great. The man then patted Hannah on the head, praising her for doing so well, adding that he had tears in his eyes just watching her. One of the men standing next to Grace asked if Hannah had never performed so well before. He then turned to the producer and asked why she was crying. Grace's eyes filled with tears and she clenched her fists. With tears streaming down her face, she screamed that she had finally found her. Looking at Hannah, she realized that the girl was the muse of her creativity. Sometime later, the scene changed to a bright, crisp day. Kanso landed softly on the roof, using his invisibility technique to move quickly. He jumped from roof to roof, unnoticed by anyone, until he landed softly on the ground. Rising to his feet, he calmly walked towards the spring pavilion. He opened the door, removed the mask from his face, and was greeted by his friends. Sam noted that he was as fast as ever, but suggested that he could take his time for now. But Kanso replied that he was in a hurry, figuring that new orders had most likely come in. Jenny handed him a glass of water, urging him to drink it. The man thanked her and she smiled warmly at him, thinking to herself that he really was incredible. His client's address must have been far away, but he was back in no time. She blushed as she watched him, admiring how fast he was, faster even than she was at her own rank. However, her thoughts suddenly changed, and Jenny found herself wondering how it was possible that he had been given an F rank. That kind of speed, she thought, could only belong to a B rank, or at least a C rank. As the protagonist drank water, Jenny couldn't help but wonder why Kanso worked as a courier, given the extraordinary abilities he displayed. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened as he felt a familiar aura. The door to the restaurant swung open and Jenny bowed her head to greet the guest. But she was very surprised when the head of the inspection department entered, accompanied by a colleague. The man broke the stick in his hands and muttered, complaining that this flame was really killing him. Molly turned to her colleague and asked if he really meant the new drug. The man confirmed this, adding that he had taken the correct dosage, but it still did him no good. He remembered how shortly before the Great Catastrophe, there were similar drugs that were abused. The hallucinogen flamma had an analgesic effect, causing a person to even forget about mental pain. It was used to forget the fear of death itself. Both townspeople and hunters abused flamma, especially when their lives became more difficult with the appearance of demons. Although the drug's initial effects were appealing, they eventually became self-destructive. Molly wondered if it was possible that in such a terrible time for humanity, someone was still selling drugs. It was unforgivable. As he passed by, the protagonist overheard the conversation and asked himself what drugs they were talking about. Turning around, he saw dark energy coming from the man. He wondered if it was actually the drug that was emitting this dark energy. He stared at the man, feeling that this dark energy was strangely familiar. It was similar to what he had felt during his last orders. The man patted his breast pocket and explained that there had been an endless number of emergencies these days and that his team had barely slept. But Molly had forgotten to take the evidence for examination, so she had taken it with her. A concerned Molly asked if he had just taken the drugs and left. The man replied that he would send the drugs for testing as soon as they returned, as he had been so busy running around. Molly responded irritably that everyone was busy. But nevertheless, the protagonist could not shake the thought that drugs were connected with crimes. At that moment, Sam looked into the hall and shouted that an order had been received. The man quickly pulled the mask over his face, deciding that it was best to leave now. He walked out of the kitchen and Molly looked at him, her suspicions growing. When he glanced at her by chance, Molly felt as if she had seen him somewhere before. Suddenly it dawned on her. She remembered him from the roof of the modeling agency. Then the girl jumped up from her seat and turned to the door, but the main character had already left. Her partner asked what was wrong, and Molly, quickly putting on her jacket, told the man to eat without her as she would be back soon. She ran out of the restaurant, shouting after Kanso. The man turned around and she asked him if they had met before. She remembered seeing him on the roof of the Elenin's agency building. Then Kanso, taking off his mask and grinning sarcastically, confirmed that she had seen him there, saying that he knew he couldn't hide from her. Then he asked her if she had any business with him. Molly nodded and explained that the Hunter Support Agency no longer had the strength or resources to combat the growing crime rate. But with Kanso's abilities, many lives could be saved. She bowed her head and added that it was not only the associations, but also the townspeople who needed his help. If anonymity was a problem, she would arrange it for him. But she begged him to help them. Kanso looked down thoughtfully before closing his eyes and replying that he would help. He took a notepad and pencil and added that because of the money it was difficult to keep their meeting a secret. He felt indebted to Molly, so he agreed to help, on the condition that she keep his name a secret. Meanwhile, Jenny, who was watching from the window, saw Kanso hand Molly a piece of paper with his phone number, and she began to thank him for his help. But then Jenny's face frowned as she thought about her Kanso talking so seriously to the association employee. She blushed, thinking that perhaps the protagonist was actually a secret agent from the Silver Tower. The hero then told Molly that he overheard their conversation with a colleague at lunch, and she thought that now she knew where to find the drug dealers. At this point, Molly, her eyes wide with surprise, asked if this was true. Later that evening, the story shifts to an abandoned construction site. The gang leader sat in a chair while the man knelt in front of him, trembling with fear. The man was banging on the rabbit's cage, tears streaming down his face, while the man was shouting loudly, asking if the guy was joking. The leader looked at him coldly and asked if the police had conducted a search and taken all the goods. The man with the broken face begged for a chance, begging for everything back. The leader listened to him and mockingly asked why he should believe him. Meanwhile, the man standing behind the leader whispered something in his ear. The leader nodded and then announced that he would give the man one job. The man breathed a sigh of relief and immediately thanked the leader, but he added that his job was to feed the dogs. The man's eyes widened in horror as he stared at the growling dogs released from their cages. Shortly before this, Kanso, holding the order in his hands, spoke up, confirming that he knew where the drug dealers were. Molly, surprised, asked how he knew. Kanso smiled and replied that her employee had the very drug in his pocket, and he himself had just delivered the goods to a place that was emitting a large amount of this dark energy. He immediately suspected something was wrong, but after their conversation, he was now sure that he would visit them at night and destroy their lair. As night fell, the construction site seemed quiet, with only the drug dealer's men there. Meanwhile, the boss sat in his chair, counting his money. He thought to himself that at this rate, they would become the biggest drug suppliers in Asia, especially with his newly acquired ability to tame monsters. Next to him sat a dog with a horn growing out of its head and growled threateningly. The boss tapped his hand on the cage beneath him, thinking mockingly to himself about the rabbit. Suddenly he burst into maniacal laughter. At that moment, he heard the sound of approaching footsteps. The boss turned to his servant and asked who had arrived. The man replied that he would check. He went outside, looked around the corner and saw the courier. His surprise was obvious. He asked who the courier was from, but before he could get an answer, a fist wrapped in powerful magical energy appeared right in front of his face. The next second, the man was thrown back by a powerful blow. Everyone turned towards the exit, shocked by what they saw. The boss screamed in rage as he watched the protagonist calmly walk towards them. Meanwhile, Kanso continued walking forward and explained that he was just a food delivery boy. The boss, surprised and covered in cold sweat, clenched his teeth in anger and muttered that the courier was asking for trouble. Extending his finger, he ordered his men to kill the intruder. His henchmen immediately rushed towards the protagonist, but Kanso simply lowered his head and smirked. When one of the men, armed with an iron pipe, rushed at him, the others were seized with horror. The man looked at his weapon incredulously, wondering if he had really just cut an iron pipe with his bare hand. Standing over the man, the protagonist swung his hand and delivered a powerful blow to the enemy's neck. The man collapsed unconscious, and his colleagues screamed in shock, asking who the man was and if he was even human. They decided to attack everyone at once, but the main character moved with lightning speed, delivering precise blows to each enemy. Within moments, all of the boss's servants were lying unconscious on the floor. Kanso approached the frightened boss, who, retreating, shouted, asking if he was an agent of the Silver Tower. With a look of contempt in his eyes, the protagonist looked at the man and repeated what he had already said, that he was just a simple courier from an oriental restaurant. Hearing this, beads of cold sweat ran down the boss's face, and he shouted in despair that there was no need to continue playing this game. With these words, he snapped his fingers and monstrous dogs appeared from behind his back. Then the boss looked at the protagonist, acknowledging his abilities, but added that it was in vain that he came alone, without fearing anything. Kanso watched the horned dogs without showing any fear, his magical energy swirling around him as he thought to himself that his opponent was an awakened tamer. The man, glaring at him from under his furrowed brows, shouted that no matter how strong the protagonist was, he would not be able to handle a pack of monsters. These monsters were B rank, and in a pack, they could tear apart even an S rank hunter. However, the protagonist, unperturbed, walked up to the dogs and began to stroke one of them on the belly, commenting on how nice they were. The man, clearly confused, shouted at him, demanding to know what was going on. Kanso continued to pet the dog, explaining that monsters instinctively recognize someone stronger than them and will obey. He moved closer to the man, and added that even his abilities could not surpass their instincts. In fear, the man fell to the ground, covering his face with his hands and screaming that he surrendered. Then he asked what the protagonist wanted from him. Kanso responded that he knew that many people had suffered because of the drugs he was distributing, and so he demanded that the man hand them over. The man, smiling sarcastically, asked what the main character was talking about, asking where he had seen drugs in the first place. Kanso then began to look around as the man continued, wondering why he was accusing him of distributing something he didn't have. Walking up to the open suitcase, Kanso reached out his hand towards it, thinking he had sensed the aura of drugs when he arrived. But to his confusion, they seemed to have disappeared. He turned around abruptly and noticed a cage in the corner, inside which someone was locked and trembling with fear. The boy headed towards the cage, but the man shouted at him not to touch it. Then Kanso put his hand inside and pulled out the rabbit, which covered its face with its paws. trembling with fear. Kanso wondered why the animal was so scared. He stroked his fur, thinking that he shouldn't be scared since he intended to save him. The rabbit immediately frowned and turned away from him angrily, glaring at the drug dealer. Kanso, puzzled, asked what was wrong with the animal. His eyes widened in realization, understanding the rabbit's suffering. He then turned to look at the man and explained that the rabbit was complaining about him. The man asked in horror what the animal was complaining about. Kanso came closer and asked if this man was really capable of controlling animals. But at the same time, he treated them so roughly, as if they were simple objects. At that moment, the rabbit's eyes flashed red and a pink portal appeared in front of him. White packets of powder rained down on the man's head, knocking him down. The man resisted, tried to protect his face with his hands, and screamed in despair. Meanwhile, Sarah put her head in her hands and took a deep breath. She asked Kanso if he could stop bringing animals home as it was starting to seem excessive. Kanso lowered his head in apology and replied that he would be more careful next time. Sarah smiled and noted that Hannah would really like a rabbit, but they didn't want any other animals. Kanso scratched the back of his head awkwardly and grinned, promising not to be so careless next time. He looked away, thinking he had brought the rabbit because it might come in handy later. After a while, Hannah picked up the rabbit with a smile and happily announced that she would name him Pompon. Kanso, watching the girl's joy, realized that she liked the animal so much that she would probably keep it for herself. Sometime later, police cars arrived at the gang's base. The man from the Silver Tower called the boss to report that they had arrived at the specified location, made an arrest, and neutralized the criminals. The report stated that their leader, Gapsik, was found buried under a mountain of powder. The man then asked Molly how she managed to do it. She laughed and replied that she preferred to keep her secrets. Smiling, the girl looked out the window, thinking to herself that she was indebted to Kanso again. Sometime later, there were many people standing near the Spring Pavilion restaurant. Sam, holding Hannah in his arms, thanked everyone for congratulating his daughter on the premiere of the series. The girl, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, promised to do everything possible for the audience. As the crowd began clapping, Jenny shouted that she was very cute. Then Leon looked at his watch and shouted to the restaurant owner that the series was about to start. Hearing this, Sam opened the doors of the restaurant, calling everyone inside and taking seats. He assured them that there were many dishes, so no one should be shy about trying everything. Jenny looked towards the protagonist, beckoning him. Kanso agreed to join, but as soon as he turned around, something unusual caught his attention. Kanso's thoughts raced, and he silently realized that he could sense a powerful presence above. Meanwhile, an airplane flew over their heads, emitting strong, magical energy. Kanso did not take his eyes off the airplane, trying to see the source of the energy. Inside the plane sat a young man with blonde hair. Then the hero wondered if he could be a zero-level awakened. The man named Joseph looked at his hands and turned to his companion Celia. Tears welled up in his eyes as he remembered the director's warning that if he ever touched the console again, the series would be pulled from sale forever. Banging his fists on the table, Joseph expressed his disappointment, admitting that he didn't want to go there in the first place. He then asked what kind of joint exercises could be held between South Korea and the United States, calling it a waste of time. Celia then explained that nothing could be done about it, because only equally awakened people could testify to the awakening of the zero level. Joseph turned to her, asking if the exercises themselves were truly meaningless. In truth, their only purpose was to evaluate the abilities of awakened level 0 humans. Celia smiled and confirmed that this was probably the case, but stressed that she needed to make a good impression of her country. She then asked if he would share, as he was planning to test his powers, and she was his assistant, Joseph, putting his hand to his mouth, expressed a desire to test himself, but then asked if it was really necessary. In response, Celia smiled sarcastically and replied that it was certainly true. As she did not mean to provoke him, she pointed out that even the awakened have weaknesses, as they are still human. Joseph raised an eyebrow and warned her that provoking an awakened level 0 was as dangerous as handling a nuclear bomb. Understanding the seriousness of the situation, Celia nodded, but suggested that it would be better for him to get some rest. A few seconds later, Joseph opened his eyes, looking ahead in confusion and scratching his head. He muttered that he felt magical monsters approaching. He turned to look out the window and noticed 4 wyverns heading straight for the plane. At that very moment, loud footsteps were heard in the plane's cabin, and a row of military personnel lined up in front of Joseph and Celia. The man in the center of the group put his hand to his head and announced that he was Colonel Ronald, in charge of their security. He explained that a flock of 4 wyverns was approaching, and shouted for everyone to fasten their seatbelts as the military would deal with the situation. But Joseph, not at all embarrassed, propped his head up in his hands and casually replied that such measures were not necessary, adding with a smile that he was bored anyway. A moment later, he formed a magic ball in his hands and created a protective barrier around the plane. The wyverns roared loudly, trying to break through the barrier with their bodies. Then Joseph twisted his hand, then suddenly clenched his fist, raised it high and shouted the command fire strike. One of the wyverns was absorbed by magical energy, and blood sprayed out of its mouth as it let out a piercing scream. The remaining 3 wyverns attacked the barrier, but Joseph quickly responded. His magical mana enveloped the 2 creatures. Then with a quick movement of his fingers, he separated them, causing dark blood to spurt in all directions. The last wyvern, eyes wide with terror, turned and fled the plane in panic. Joseph, breathing a sigh of relief, casually remarked that dealing with them was no more difficult than swatting a mosquito. As the wyvern raced away, trying to defend itself, Joseph's magical hands appeared next to it. He hit the monster with a deafening thud, and it was crushed in an instant. Celia, who had been watching the scene unfold, turned to Colonel Ronald and, smiling, asked if the danger was over. Ronald, still looking confused, nodded in confusion. Then Joseph, propping his head up with his hand, looked out the window and thought that he was very bored. He hoped that something in Korea would give him pleasure. Sometime later, the plane landed safely, and the chairman was waiting for them in the arrivals area and greeted them warmly. Leon, who stood next to him, looked ahead, his thoughts focused on the fact that the United States had sent an awakened 0-rank officer. He looked at Joseph and realized it must be him. Chairman Donald then shook Joseph's hand, thanking him for coming in person. Then he introduced himself as the president of the Korean Awakened People's Association. Joseph returned the handshake, saying it was nice to meet him. He then looked at Leon and noticed that he was the first awakened 0-rank in Korea. Leon introduced himself by saying that he was glad to meet Joseph. Joseph, watching Leon closely, thought that he seemed like a normal guy. However, a quick glance at him showed that his aura was not particularly strong. With a smirk, he thought that Leon was probably hiding his true strength, confirming that he was indeed a level 0. Then Joseph, unable to resist, asked if he could ask Leon a question. Smiling, he asked if Leon was a gamer. Leon, taken by surprise, was surprised by the question and remained silent at first. After a short pause, he smiled and admitted that he once enjoyed games, but hadn't had time for them in the last few years. Then Joseph smirked again and asked if Leon would mind if they played together sometime. Leon, clearly taken by surprise, could only express his bewilderment. The next morning, the entire highway was clogged with cars, and a black car drove along the road with Leon in it. He looked out the open window, thinking about Joseph's remarkable strength, and it immediately became obvious to him that Joseph was a very gifted man. As Leon thought about the aura he felt, he found himself wondering about the energy that surrounded him when he mentioned games. He remembered the feeling, wondering if it was life force or some other form of energy. But as the thoughts settled in his head, he realized it was something completely different. Something pure. Leon closed his eyes, deep in thought. He wondered why Joseph even brought up the games. Maybe it was some kind of American joke. These thoughts made him tense up as they confused him even more. Then suddenly it dawned on him. His driver, noticing the angry expression on the man's face, turned to him in surprise and asked what was wrong. Leon, clenching his fist, wondered, asking if Joseph intended to challenge him to a duel. But suddenly a smile appeared on his face and he waved it off, saying that it was nothing. Then he asked the driver to drop him off here. The driver agreed, but mentioned that Leon's house was much further away. Leon then unbuckled his seatbelt, declaring that he needed to go somewhere. And as he got out of the car, he silently decided that he needed to consult with his older brother. Meanwhile, the main character was sitting on a blanket near the restaurant. Hannah, wearing a fake mustache, approached him and asked how he was doing. Kanso, with his face painted, looked at the girl and greeted her as Hannah. Hearing this, the girl became angry and corrected him, explaining that her name was Samjun, not Hannah, and that she was his wife. Then she waved her hand with shining eyes and said how he should say hello. He should ask with a sweet smile if he was tired from work. Raising her hands up, she asked curiously if Kanso understood her. Then the hero scratched his head in confusion, answering that it was difficult to understand. He then asked if she could play the female role by picking up some lipstick from the blanket. He asked about the lipstick, wondering if it belonged to her. Hannah responded by saying that she took it from her mother in the bedroom. She explained that she simply ran out of red pencil. Hearing this made Kanso wonder if she really used up all the red pencils just for makeup. Confused, he gently told the girl that she could not continue like this. Suddenly, a loud scream echoed through the air, shouting the protagonist's name. Kanso stood up and saw Leon approaching. He asked how Leon was doing, noticing that his friend was shaking and blushing. He asked why Leon was looking at him like that. Leon, trying to calm down, dismissed the thought, saying that it was nonsense. He then explained that he came to discuss something very important. At the airport, he met an awakened level 0 from the United States, and it seemed like the man was challenging him to a duel. Kanso was stunned and asked incredulously if this was really level 0. He then turned to Hannah, instructing her to go play in the restaurant. The girl, removing her mustache, complied with his request, and quickly got ready to leave. She then rushed to the spring pavilion, leaving the two men alone. As soon as she left, the protagonist exhaled and muttered something under his breath. He wondered if this call was related to the guy standing behind Leon. At that moment, Leon's face instantly changed, and he turned around abruptly. He saw Joseph, who seemed to be half dissolved in air. With a grin, Joseph explained that he had masked his presence with the artifact and was curious how they were able to spot him. Leon, confused and disappointed, demanded to know if Joseph had really been following him, adding that he had already thought about notifying the U.S. Embassy of his departure. Joseph then stepped forward, apologizing and asking not to take it as an insult. He quickly turned to the protagonist, trying to figure out who he was. If he was really friends with Leon, Joseph knew that he couldn't be an ordinary person. As Joseph watched the protagonist, a sudden realization hit him like lightning. His eyes widened as he looked at Kanso and wondered if he had gone crazy. Joseph's expression turned to confusion as he looked at the protagonist. Unsure of who he was, he put his hands in his pockets and turned to Leon, asking if the guy had seen himself in the mirror. He also asked if Leon had thought about his offer to play together. In response, Leon lowered his head and confirmed that he had indeed thought about it. At that moment, a wave of anger flashed across the boy's face as he shouted that if Joseph intended to fight, he was ready to challenge him right here and now. Kanso quickly intervened, saying that there was no point in fighting. But Leon, unable to contain his disappointment, stood before him, insisting that he could not leave the challenge unanswered. He told Kanso not to try to stop him as he couldn't allow Joseph to insult him like that. In response, Kanso frowned, studying Joseph closely. He didn't sense any aggression from him. Then Joseph, smiling, remarked that he was glad that Leon had accepted his offer. Kanso closed his eyes, sighing heavily. He still believed that Joseph wanted to fight, but he hoped there was another way. He placed his hand on Leon's shoulder and suggested that if they were going to fight, it would be better to do it in the Deadlands. Leon frowned and turned to look at his opponent. Joseph lowered his head and looked at him from under his brows, agreeing that it was a good idea. After a while, the two men found themselves in the Deadlands. Joseph, with his hands in his pockets, smiled and remarked that if they had competed in this place, there would have been no risk to the civilians. Leon nodded, explaining that his brother had suggested the position for that very reason. He then turned to Joseph and asked why he had chosen him. He wondered why Joseph had approached him specifically, given the number of other awakened level 0 humans in the world. In response, Joseph smirked, admitting that it might seem strange, but he was drawn to Leon because of the character growth effect in the games. He explained that leveling up a character was akin to increasing their strength. But Joseph was born strong, and this phenomenon was unfamiliar to him. He noted that Leon had risen from nothing, honing his energy control technique and becoming stronger and stronger, perhaps even stronger than Joseph himself. With a mischievous smile, Joseph asked Leon what his secret was and what contributed to his rapid growth. Leon then looked up and wondered if the energy Joseph had felt earlier was simply a result of his curiosity. He pursed his lips, deciding that he wouldn't share the truth with him, especially since his brother had taught him these skills. Joseph, feeling the tension, enveloped his body in mana. He said that it seemed like the guy didn't want to share his secret. With these words, he raised his hand, causing the ground beneath them to tremble. He clenched his fist and lifted the massive boulder over his head, and Joseph noted with a grin that it was even better this way. He pointed 2 fingers forward and shouted that he would hit Leon and reveal his secret. Then Leon, raising his head, saw that a huge boulder was falling straight towards him. However, there was no fear or doubt in his eyes. Instead, he was focused, knowing that he could handle the challenge ahead. A multitude of swift and powerful blows whistled through the air, and with lightning-fast precision, Leon cut the boulder into many pieces with his sword. Joseph watched the scene with a smile on his face, clearly enjoying the spectacle. Then Leon rushed at his opponent, swinging his sword with determination. He launched a powerful punch, but Joseph raised his hand and created a barrier. This unexpected move caught Leon off guard. He pressed his sword against the protective field, noting to himself how strong it was. Then Joseph clenched his fist and asked cheerfully if this was Leon's strength. Suddenly, Leon was enveloped in his enemy's magical energy, lifting him off the ground. Joseph tightened his grip, and his terrifying power began to crush Leon. As the pressure increased, he gritted his teeth. Feeling the crushing power of Joseph's aura for the first time in his life, he realized that if the pressure continued, his opponent could completely crush him. But instead of giving in, Leon flared up in rage, spreading his arms, releasing all his magical power in a desperate attempt to break free. Joseph's protective field shattered under the onslaught of Leon's energy, a realization that left the man in shock. He hadn't expected Leon to break his telekinetic shield with sheer willpower. The pressure of Leon's power was enormous, and Joseph was forced to raise a small shield in front of him, covering his face with his hands. The force pushed him back, but Joseph stood his ground, his eyes wide with disbelief. Leon's efforts creating a deep crater beneath him. Joseph, now terrified, marveled at the incredible sight, thinking it was simply magnificent. The shockwave of the battle threw him back. He looked at Leon, who was radiating incredible energy, and felt a sense of satisfaction. Now he knew that he was not wrong about Leon's potential. Meanwhile, the man pointed his sword at Joseph and silently asked if they should continue. At the same time, Kanso was walking down the street, talking on the phone, when the call abruptly ended, announcing that the subscriber's device was turned off. Surprised, he took the phone away from his ear, wondering what had happened. He thought that Leon was still fighting the American. As he walked on, he thought to himself that it was a mistake to ask permission to go home for dinner, especially today. He remembered Sam's words about preparing a summer menu and realized that he had never tried naengmyeon. Since Sam claimed it was very tasty, he decided he had to try it. A small smile appeared on his face as Kanso thought about how much he hadn't realized before that he could enjoy food, and he decided that he needed to quickly bring his little brother here and sit him down at the table. Suddenly, several large rocks flew towards the city's protective barrier. People screamed in panic, running away in fear and shouting that they were being attacked by magical monsters. Kanso gritted his teeth, feeling anger rise within him. It was shameless of anyone to expose the city to such danger. He quickly rushed forward, thinking to himself that they couldn't even organize a proper fight without causing incidents. Meanwhile, in the huge pit, Joseph and Leon stood facing each other. Leon tore off his jacket, revealing his bruised body, still clutching his weapon. Joseph also took off his top and tried to catch his breath. They took their positions, their eyes meeting, and prepared for another duel. Joseph's body shimmering with mana as he charged at Leon, screaming loudly. Without warning, he picked up a massive rock and threw it at his opponent. Leon managed to dodge it by jumping to the side, gripping his sword with both hands. Joseph's magic swirled around him, effortlessly repelling all of Leon's attacks. He then watched with a smirk as Leon fought back, shouting that his opponent was getting faster and faster. At that moment, Leon jumped high into the air, swinging his weapon with great force. Joseph reacted quickly, raising his hands to activate his shield just in time. Leon immediately pointed his sword at the protective barrier, focusing all his energy on breaking through it. He struck with all his might, thinking to himself that the shield seemed impenetrable. At this moment, the American frowned as he looked at Leon, who seemed to have gained a new level of strength. Leon's eyes widened in surprise when he saw Joseph pulling a large rock towards him, causing a powerful collision and explosion that shook the surrounding area. However, Leon's sword energy cut through the stone, shattering it into many small pieces. Kanso, watching from the side as a hologram, watched their battle. He noted that they fought so fiercely that they seemed to forget about everything around them. He frowned, thinking that he could easily knock them both out and end the chaos, but for now he chose to watch. Leon then grabbed his weapon again and jumped into the air with loud cries of determination. A powerful burst of mana hitting him in the neck, causing him to collapse to the ground. Joseph, who was watching the scene in fear, did not see the protagonist's silhouette appearing behind him. Before he could react, he felt a surge of energy and tried to turn around. Suddenly, Joseph's eyes widened in shock, and he jumped out of bed with a loud scream as he heard Celia's voice saying that he was finally awake. Confused, Joseph asked what happened and how he ended up in the hospital. Celia looked at him with concern, her voice shaking as she replied that she wanted to know too. Her anger flared as she screamed that she had found him lying in a pool of blood on the doorstep, demanding to know where he had been and what he had been doing. Then Joseph lowered his head, admitting that he had fought Leon. Celia, not believing her ears, asked if the man was really so strong that he was able to knock him out. Joseph shouted in a tense voice that their fight had been going on for a long time and that Leon would not be able to defeat him. He immediately began to dress, but Celia, alarmed, asked where he was going. She insisted that he needed to rest, but Joseph headed for the door, replying that he would explain everything later, but he urgently needed to leave. Celia screamed at him, asking where he was going, but undeterred, Joseph broke through the protective barrier and soared into the air. As he flew, he thought darkly about that brief moment when he felt an incredibly strong aura. He wondered who could be the source of such power. For a while, Joseph flew through the sky, surrounded by his own magic. After a few minutes, he stopped above the roof. He dispersed his mana, landing on the surface, looking ahead. He wondered what was going on. Leon suddenly appeared behind him, asking if he really decided to come here right after waking up. Joseph turned around, confident that he knew he would meet him here. He pointed into the distance and said that something completely different was bothering him. Then he asked what was written there. Leon sighed heavily, looking at the crater below him. In large letters were written the words, "If Leon fights Joseph again, he will be punished." Hearing this, the American looked at his recent opponent, wondering if Leon was truly scared. However, he also found himself wondering who had left it there in the first place. Leon looked into the distance, thinking about the situation. He explained that it was the protagonist, but when the words left his lips, he suddenly realized what he said. Embarrassed, he slapped himself in the face. Joseph put his hand to his chin thoughtfully, thinking carefully about the words. He wondered out loud if it was really the same person. The image of Kanso outside the restaurant came to mind, and he exclaimed in surprise, asking if it was really the madman he remembered. At this moment, the main character suddenly sneezed. Rubbing his nose, he explained that he probably sneezed because of the cold soup. Later that evening, the streets were busy as Joseph and Leon were walking down the sidewalk when suddenly Leon stopped abruptly, turned around and shouted angrily at Joseph. He asked why he was following him. Joseph scratched his head and explained that if Leon was going to see his brother anyway, it would be better if they went together. Still holding his head in his hand, he admitted that, on reflection, he owed a lot to this man. He noted the extent of the destruction caused by their fight, and how in their rage they had completely forgotten where they were, unable to contain themselves. If Kanso had not intervened, it was unclear what damage they would have caused to innocent civilians. Leon remained silent, and Joseph, feeling ashamed, looked down and said that there was no way to repay him properly for stopping the fight. He then looked at Leon and asked if he would go with him or not. In response, the man smiled but said nothing. Suddenly his expression changed to one of displeasure when he noticed that Joseph had been stupid in calling him crazy. The American threw up his hands and laughed, stating that he didn't know that Leon was actually normal. At that moment, they heard voices behind them. Two girls were talking. One of them noted that the guys were handsome. Leon turned around in surprise and saw two girls standing behind them. One girl asked why the foreigner was wearing slippers, to which the other replied that it didn't matter because he was just handsome. Then a guy appeared behind them, pointing at the boys and shouting that he recognized them from TV. He pointed at Leon, stating that he was the only rank 0 hunter in Korea. He then pointed at Joseph, shouting that he was a rank 0 hunter from America. Hearing this, all the girls in the area began to crowd around them, thirsting for autographs and shouting out their admiration. The boys, standing back to back, realized they were in trouble, and Joseph immediately whispered that he had a solution. With a quick movement, he clenched his hand into a fist and used telekinesis to lift Leon into the air. At the same time, he surrounded himself with a protective ball, and they soared upward. The people below watched in awe, shouting that Joseph's telekinesis was truly impressive. Joseph then looked at Leon, hoping that they wouldn't disappoint the crowd. Leon crossed his arms over his chest and said in a threatening tone that he would ask only one thing, that Joseph keep quiet about him. In response, Joseph smiled and assured him not to worry, as he was not one to talk too much. He then asked Leon what people were saying in Korean. The boy remained silent at first, clearly offended, before finally answering that they were commenting on Joseph talking too much. Sometime later they arrived at the restaurant. Leon, bowing at the feet of the protagonist, asked for forgiveness. Promising never to fight so irresponsibly again, he also thanked him for stopping them. Kanso bowed back and simply said that someone had to do it, adding that they were brothers. Leon's voice trembled with emotion and tears welled up in his eyes. Then Joseph, feeling the importance of the moment, also bowed and apologized. At that moment, Leon turned to face him, confusion evident on his face. Joseph looked at the hero and added that he kept silent about it. Kanso responded by telling Joseph that he hoped he would be careful with his power in the future, smiling as he said he was glad his brother had a friend. Then Joseph, putting his arm around Leon's shoulders, declared that they were great friends. He looked at the protagonist and added that he would like to ask him about something. Leon nudged him slightly with his elbow and suggested that they go to the banquet first. Then Kanso, interested, asked if they were really having a banquet. Leon nodded, explaining that there would be delegations from the United States and Korea. Then he looked at Joseph, telling him that it would be very bad if one of the representatives of the strongest country in the world did not show up at the banquet. He added that Joseph had a great responsibility. Joseph, looking upset, replied that he wanted to talk to the hero. In response, Kanso smiled and suggested meeting in the park near the restaurant after the banquet. Joseph's mood immediately lifted, and he impatiently shouted that he would come as soon as he could. Meanwhile, the day of that very banquet arrived. Celia picked up her glass of wine and took a sip before straightening up and smiling sweetly. Her full name is Celia Cox, and she is a human resources manager for the Awakened Association of America. She placed the glass on the table and thought to herself that the wine was not bad. Crossing her arms over her chest, she began to look around, wondering why Joseph and Leon had not arrived yet. Just then she saw Leon coming up the stairs and shouted that it was a great event. She asked why he came to the banquet without a partner. Leon turned around and replied that he had no time for such things. Then he asked if it was Celia and if she had business with him. Celia smiled and stepped forward, sincerely congratulating Leon on reaching level 0. She then asked if Leon felt constrained in such a small country. Frowning, the man turned to her and asked what the meaning of this question was. Celia replied that she was not one to beat around the bush, and said that their association would pay him 5 times what he was earning now. With a sly grin, she suggested that he consider moving in with them. She sat down on the nearest chair and asked him what he thought about the proposal and whether he needed time to think about it. Leon stepped towards her, his eyes narrowing as he asked if she was really asking him to change his citizenship. Celia replied that she was not sure how well the Korean government was paying him, but added that they were offering not only 5 times his salary, but also additional payments for each assignment. She asked again if there was anything to think about, and Leon sighed heavily and shook his head, firmly rejecting her offer. Hearing this, Celia crossed her arms over her chest and remarked that he seemed to be a patriot. Then she said that if he refused, she would try a different approach. An evil smile appeared on her face as she threatened that if he rejected her, his beloved and very small country would feel the consequences. She also asked him what he thought would happen to them if the US stopped helping their country. Leon, clearly shocked, looked down, his thoughts racing. He thought to himself that Joseph had been right all along. He remembered how they stood on the street. The American extended his hand to him and said that if he became a rank 0 hunter, the US Federal Bureau of Hunters would most likely try to recruit him. Hearing this, Leon asked if they really intended to do this at the banquet. Joseph responded firmly, advising him to prepare himself and have courage, as manager Celia would push him towards this goal with relentless determination. Leon tensed up greatly, mentally thinking about what Joseph had said, although he didn't expect them to threaten his country so openly. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps interrupted his thoughts, followed by a loud cry from Joseph. He directed it at Celia, who turned around in surprise. Joseph walked towards her with a look of displeasure on his face, asking if this was really what she considered tactful. He approached her and demanded to know what she was doing. And Celia crossed her arms over her chest, replying that she was trying to attract new talent to their team. Joseph looked at her intently and firmly replied that Leon, as a level 0 hunter, was from another country, and therefore she had no right to dictate terms to him. He made it clear that this was not why he came to the banquet. Celia then looked at her companion, stating that Joseph had probably forgotten that they had come here for this very reason. She explained that Joseph had to confirm that he was indeed an awakened level 0 hunter, and do whatever was necessary so that they could successfully recruit him. At this point, Joseph closed his eyes, stating that he didn't quite understand. Then he came closer and asked why she thought he would help them with this. Confused, Celia replied that Joseph was an American hunter. Then Joseph bowed his head slightly and explained that it was just the country he was born in. He did not choose to be born in America or any other place. It was not his decision. He then added that if the government continued to try to recruit Leon through threats and blackmail, he would consider changing his citizenship to South Korean and cutting ties with the United States altogether. Hearing this, Celia was clearly shocked and asked if Joseph was in his right mind. A cold sweat broke out on her face as she thought to herself that she had been tasked with bringing Leon back from Korea, and now she couldn't afford to lose both him and Joseph. She was dissatisfied with his stubbornness. Joseph, seeing that she was silent, asked why she had nothing to say. Suddenly, Celia raised her hands and shouted that such jokes were completely inappropriate. She asked him if he really thought Korea had more to offer him than America. Joseph chuckled slightly, asking why she thought he cared about money or the standard of living. He added that Korea is a mecca for the gaming industry, which has no analogs in the world. An excited Celia waved her hands, admitting that she was at a loss for words. After all, it was a small country. Then Joseph smiled mockingly and asked why he should care about the size of her country. He stated that Leon was much stronger than him. If they continued to put pressure on him, Leon would be able to sink the entire continent of North America, along with the United States. Joseph then asked her what she thought about it. Celia looked at Leon, unsure if he was really that much stronger than Joseph. The American, noticing her doubts, replied that since they had started this conversation, he would like to add something else. He said he always followed government orders, but only because he didn't like it when people created problems for him. Frowning, he added that Celia seemed to think he was loyal to the government and could be bossed around like a child, and he suggested that it was time for them to change their approach to their relationship. The girl lowered her head, her voice trembling as she listened to his words. Then Joseph closed his eyes and firmly told her that if she understood everything, it would be better for her to leave. Many people at the banquet were already looking for her. Celia hung her head in disappointment and walked slowly past him. Joseph then turned to Leon with a smile and assured him that no one would disturb them again. Leon noticed that the banquet would soon be over, and then with a smile suggested that they go to the park since his brother was waiting for him. Sometime later, they all gathered in the park. Leon told everything that happened, adding that if it weren't for Joseph, he would have had a lot more problems. Then Kanso looked at Joseph and expressed his gratitude for his help. Joseph smiled awkwardly, replying that friends should always help each other. Kanso then commented that Joseph turned out to be a good guy, But this reward was not enough. He wanted to teach him something. Crossing his arms over his chest, he explained that since Joseph was now his brother Leon's friend, he would teach him some secret techniques. Joseph then clenched his fists and enthusiastically stated that he couldn't wait to learn. The man's body was enveloped in magic as the hero demonstrated his techniques. Joseph was amazed, exclaiming that it was very cool. He extended his hand to the protagonist, calling him brother, and said that he would never forget his kindness. His eyes sparkled brightly as he stated that he now definitely wanted to become a hunter in Korea. Then Leon sighed heavily, explaining that it wasn't that simple. His brother wanted a quiet and peaceful life, free from public attention. If Joseph moved to their town, the whole world would focus on him, and sooner or later, it would give away the main character. Joseph also exhaled, realizing that Leon was right. Kanso added that they would be very grateful if Joseph agreed to protect Korea from his government. Then Joseph, now fully convinced, became fired up and declared that he would do everything for this matter. Sometime later, the protagonist returned to the restaurant and informed Sam that he was back. The man looked at him and said that he was planning to take a vacation and go somewhere with his family. The holidays would start next Monday and last until the end of the week. He asked if the main character could replace him during that time. Kanso asked where they were going, and Sam explained that Hannah and the entire show's crew were given trips to a private resort, and since they were his parents, they were included in the list too. Kanso replied that private in their world probably meant an expensive establishment, and then asked if he could come too. In response, Sam smiled and explained that the Red Dragon Guild was very generous when it came to trips to visit relatives, so the protagonist would be able to join them. Then Kanso smiled back, pleased with the prospect. Meanwhile, the story moves to the Red Dragon Guild office. Howard slammed his fist on the table, demanding to know why the photographs had been damaged. He shouted that he had rented out an entire private resort just to meet the courier. Mary nodded, acknowledging the unpleasantness of the situation. Howard then looked at the erased images of Kanso, sighing heavily. He expressed his disappointment, stating that he couldn't just reject the man his daughter fell in love with. Then Mary asked him what he would do if this man wanted to marry his daughter. In response to this, Howard stood up, exclaiming incredulously, asking how she could even think of such a thing. He covered his face with his hand, gritting his teeth in despair. The man could do nothing about it. Jenny fell in love with him like a schoolgirl. Frowning, he thought that it looked like he would have to meet the main character after all. Some time passed, and soon the heroes arrived at the resort, and a grand hotel with a swimming pool on the seashore appeared before them. Hannah watched the scene with her eyes shining with amazement. She spread her arms wide and exclaimed with joy when she saw the sea. Her gaze slid over the sparkling water and she declared that it was incredibly beautiful. Her parents stood behind her watching the event with pride. Her mother was moved to tears, calling it so sweet that her little girl saw the ocean for the first time. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard from behind them, a man with a megaphone announcing the arrival of the film crew for the Revenge of the White Rose. He asked everyone to listen carefully for just a minute, as the man explained that the resort was divided into 2 zones. Their designated zone was Zone D. With a sinister smile, he warned them not to go beyond Zone D under any circumstances. Then one of the men raised his hand and asked how they could determine where Zone D ended. The informant indicated that the boundary of Safe Zone D would be marked by an electrified fence and security system, and he instructed all visitors to wear bracelets. He also told them not to touch the electrified fence or talk to security personnel. If they were approached by security, they should show their bracelets and follow their instructions. The bracelet was proof that they were guests of the resort. There were no other restrictions. Kanso looked at the bracelet on his wrist just as someone approached him, the informant shouting that he was now handing over the guests to the hostess. Surprised, the protagonist looked up to see Howard standing in front of him with a wide smile on his face. The informant wished them a happy holiday before leaving. After that, the whole family followed Howard. He smiled on the outside, but in reality he was watching Kanso closely. He remembered how not long ago he himself had expressed his displeasure about meeting Kanso. The man put the photos aside and ordered Mary to contact the hotel management to sort out the rest. Mary asked if he really planned to invite this young man to the hotel. Then Howard looked at her and firmly stated that he knew Kanso. He was used to meeting people personally, without any formalities. Putting those memories behind him, Howard took out his notebook and thought to himself that even though he knew Kanso had come as a relative of their star, he couldn't help but wonder if he was a fraud. He needed to check everything thoroughly. There were 4 items on the notepad that he had to check. The first was whether Kanso was handsome. The man turned around, looked at the protagonist, and decided that this was true. The second point was whether Kanso was friendly. He then asked the boy if he had any food preferences. Kanso smiled and replied that he was not picky at all. Howard then turned away, thinking that the food situation remained unclear. When they reached their room, the whole family was amazed and overjoyed at what they saw. The swimming pool and the breathtaking sea view captivated them. Before leaving, Howard bowed politely and wished everyone a pleasant time. Kanso bowed back, thanking him for his help. At this point, Howard thought Kanso was polite, kind, and modest in his communication, but he still felt the need to keep a close eye on him. Meanwhile, Sam, who had been watching the scene thoughtfully, asked what was going on. Kanso responded curiously, asking what she meant. Sam explained that he had seen this hostess somewhere before and was curious if the protagonist knew him. Kanso, deep in thought, realized that he too felt a familiar aura. Memories of Jenny suddenly flooded his mind. He raised his hand to his chin and wondered to himself if this was her father. Kanso remembered that Jenny's father was the director of the Red Dragon Guild, but he couldn't understand why he was here pretending to be an employee. At that moment, Hannah ran up to him, tugging at his trouser leg, asking if he had brought Squeaky and Pom Pom with him. Kanso looked down at her, his thoughts immediately returning to the animals. Without hesitation, he opened his inventory. The girl, putting her palms to her mouth, began to call Squeaky and Pom Pom. When the animals heard her, they immediately crawled out from under the bushes. The girl stood in front of them, her arms spread wide, and the animals willingly jumped into her arms. Kanso thought to himself, smiling, that he had used the magic crystal to create a forest similar to the one in his homeland. Now their animals were frolicking in this recreated environment, but when he looked ahead, he froze in shock. In front of the hero stood a bush of golden rose hips. Coming closer, he saw a yellow berry growing on it. Kanso recognized a berry that brought enlightenment to the mind, was tasty, and helped with hangovers. As he fell to his knees, he realized that he had not created this bush, and wondered if it had grown on its own, perhaps because of his memories. After eating the berry, he discovered that it was unexpectedly beneficial. Then Hannah came up behind him and asked him what he was eating and if he would let her try it. Turning around, Kanso asked if she wanted a berry too, and offered her one. The girl immediately took the berry and put it in her mouth, her eyes lit up with delight. Grinning, the main character asked if it was tasty, to which the girl happily replied that it was. She raised her index finger and said that the berry was so tasty that you could predict tomorrow's weather by it. Then Kanso stared at her in shock. At that moment, he remembered Leon telling him that Hannah's ability was to see into the future and distinguish truth from lies. He realized that her ability must have been the priest's gaze. The hero put his hand to his chin, thinking that it was too early for her to awaken such power. Frowning, he considered the possibility that if she could already see the future, she was on the verge of awakening. He remembered an old story about how, long ago, there lived an old man named Koyon. He was an unusual man with an unusual name, and he also had the gift of foresight. However, he also had a penchant for alcohol. Koyon often struggled with his ability, finding it difficult to live in a world filled with lies and hypocrisy. Then Kanso raised his hand to his chin, thinking that Hannah was still young. It would be even harder for her to live with such a gift. She had yet to learn to distinguish good from evil, and even such a cheerful girl would have had an incredibly difficult time navigating this world. Kanso watched as she frolicked with Pom Pom, playing hide and seek. He closed his eyes, thinking that once an ability manifested, it could not be sealed back into a human body. Balance, in his opinion, was the most important thing. If someone tried to direct someone else's energy into someone else's body, the balance would be disturbed. Such intervention often even shortened a person's life. Distracted from these thoughts, he picked a berry from a nearby bush, bringing it closer. He realized that he could not allow something like this to happen to Hannah. The hero clutched the berry tightly in his hand, silently promising himself that it would become a wall that would protect her from the dangers of this world. Just then, Hannah appeared behind him, expressing her displeasure at him hamstering alone. Kanso immediately imagined himself as a hamster, since many of the expressions were still unfamiliar to him. After a while, Kanso's hand and Hannah emerged from the inventory. Sam, meeting them, asked if his friend had brought shorts for the pool. Sam put his hand on his stomach and replied sadly that he seemed to have forgotten about them. Then Kanso, with the utmost seriousness in his voice, said that they needed to discuss something. Hearing this, Sam looked at him with concern, asking if something serious had happened. Then the protagonist shared the story of his daughter. When he finished, Sam was shocked. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. He clutched his head in disbelief, asking if his daughter was really an awakened one with the ability of a fortune teller and even an S rank. Kanso confirmed this, explaining that her abilities were innate. She simply underwent an awakening. Then Sam hung his head heavily. He sighed deeply, expressing his wish that Hannah could live a normal life, free from such a burden. But now that she had woken up at such a young age, she was destined to face dangers. He extended his hand, asking if there was anything that could be done to seal her awakening. But Kanso firmly replied that it was impossible, explaining that sealing someone's ability with another person would drastically shorten the person's life. As he spoke, he held a yellow berry in his hand. Sam took it and asked what it was. Kanso explained that it was a golden rose. While Sam was examining the berry, the protagonist continued, explaining that it should be given to Hannah regularly, It would help maintain her chi harmony and spiritual powers. He had many golden rose bushes growing in his inventory, so there were enough berries for her every day. Kanso assured Sam that there was no need to worry about her, as the ability could not be removed. However, it was something to live with as long as the teacher was around. Kanso closed his eyes, adding that he wanted to teach Hana martial arts. Although he hoped it wouldn't be necessary, she still needed to know how to protect herself and her family. Then Kanso smiled and said that Hana was as dear to him as if she were his own daughter. Sam turned to him with tears in his eyes, sincerely thanking him for such invaluable help. At this moment, Hana looked up and immediately called her uncle. Her eyes sparkled brightly as she pointed ahead, telling them that she saw Jenny in that direction. She mentioned that Jenny had been watching them from the house next door and asked why she didn't just come down and join them. Then Kanso walked over to the window, hands on his hips, realizing how incredible Hana's abilities really were. Hana then took Kanso's hand and asked if they should ask Jenny to play with them. In response, the hero patted her on the head, explaining that Jenny was busy right now, so they would have to cope on their own for now. Then Hana crossed her arms over her chest and sighed, wondering if all adults were really that boring. She looked down in disappointment, but after a few seconds she smiled, saying that she would just pretend she hadn't seen anything. Meanwhile, Jenny stood on the roof looking through binoculars. She wondered why Hana was looking straight at her, hoping she hadn't been noticed. Jenny smiled to herself, thinking that she needed to quickly leave and meet Kanso. She placed one foot on the balcony railing, wondering if she could slip away unnoticed. The girl knew that if she walked out the door, the secretary would immediately notice her. As it turned out, Mary was standing behind her at that moment, screaming loudly, which made Jenny smile awkwardly and explain that she was just going out for some fresh air. Then Mary adjusted her glasses and asked in a threatening tone whether it was really necessary to stand on the railing to get some air. Embarrassed, Jenny returned to her computer, saying that she had been sitting at it for too long and just wanted to stretch her legs, but the secretary was not convinced. She threw a stack of papers on the table, scolding Jenny, reminding her that she was the heir to the Red Dragon Guild and had many responsibilities. Then Jenny gritted her teeth, slamming her fists on the table, thinking to herself that once she decided to leave, Mary would always be there, watching over her. She remembered how she had entered the event incognito, just like her father. Mary appeared behind her, asking what she was doing. Jenny heard her and immediately thought that this was a very unexpected meeting. Then Mary continued, placing her hand on Jenny's shoulder, asking if she really had a job there or if she was mistaken. She tugged at Jenny's jacket, and the girl screamed that she was just looking around. Now Jenny slammed her hand on the table in despair, angrily asking if Mary understood what they were dealing with today. Jenny looked confused, but the secretary crossed her arms and took a deep breath, noting that the resemblance between the girl and her father was striking. In response, Jenny gave her an angry look, asking how they were similar. Mary responded that Jenny hated paperwork and was unpredictable in her antics, noting that she had infiltrated the resort undercover. Suddenly, Jenny stood up from the table and screamed loudly, asking what Mary was getting at. Meanwhile, Hana was happily admiring the restaurant, exclaiming how beautiful it was. When they sat down at the table, a waiter approached them, who was actually Jenny's father. Howard thought to himself, frowning slightly, that a person's true nature was often revealed in unpleasant situations. Then he deliberately knocked over the glass of water. Water spilled on Kanso, and for a moment Howard froze. He looked at Kanso, quickly apologizing and watching to see how the man would react. But what he saw surprised him greatly. Kanso smiled widely at him, telling him not to worry as it was just water. The man became slightly nervous when he realized that there was not even a hint of a grimace on the young man's face. It was quite difficult to control himself in such a situation, and Howard smiled, acknowledging that Kanso had excellent self-control. Watching the group enjoy their simple meal, looking like a normal family, Howard couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. In the distant past, he was surrounded by monsters and wounded in battle. He remembered how he had once been forced to fight, unable to escape the disaster that had befallen him. When the great catastrophe struck, he survived the awakening and returned home. But it was too late. When he returned, he found his wife dead. She had sacrificed herself to save their children. That day, looking at the lifeless body of his wife, he gave her an oath. He swore to her that no matter what happened, he would protect their children with all his might and destroy anyone who threatened his family. Over time, many like-minded people gathered around him. They also wanted to protect their families from the monsters that flooded their world. Together they founded the first and largest Red Dragon Guild. But as Howard took on more and more responsibility, he found himself spending less and less time with his children. Jenny and Christian became hunters. As high-ranking hunters, they became an integral part of the guild. As part of their duties, they began to see their father more often, but work could never really be considered family time. At one point, the man froze, wondering when the last time was that he shared a meal with his children. It was then that the hero decided to cut a cutlet for Hana, determined to make her happy. At this point, Howard adjusted his glasses and mentally noted that Kanso seemed like the nicest young man he had met in a long time. Kanso wrapped the knife in aura and directed his energy onto the plate. While Hannah admired his quick cutting, Howard was shocked. The man became nervous, unable to understand how the young man had managed to cut the cutlet so smoothly. He wondered if he had actually wielded the table knife like a sword. The cut was so precise that it seemed as if it had been made with a scalpel. Even other awakened ones could not have done such a thing. Looking at Kanso, Howard tried to understand who he really was. As Howard took the plate from him, he realized that Kanso hadn't used a knife at all. He'd cut the cutlet with his aura. There was not a single scratch on the plate, but the energy required to make such a cut must have damaged it. Howard realized that even in his own guild there was no one capable of such a feat. And yet he had heard that Kanso was just an F-rank delivery boy from a small Chinese restaurant. He wondered if it could be that he was a secret agent from the Silver Tower. Howard thought that in that case, management could not help but notice his talents. And perhaps Kanso himself realized this too. Suddenly his daughter's hand fell on his shoulder. Jenny was clearly in a terrible mood, and barely containing her anger, demanded that he leave with her. She added that they would soon have a serious conversation. They exited through the back door, and once outside, an angry Jenny came face to face with her father, asking what he was doing there. Slightly nervous, the man asked how she recognized him, considering he was so well disguised. Then Jenny, having calmed down a little, waved off his concern, saying that it didn't matter. She would rather know what he was doing there. Clearing his throat, Howard explained that he had simply decided to check out the resort's service levels from the inside. Jenny, however, didn't believe him and released her aura. Frowning, she asked her father why he had not moved away from the table where Sam was sitting. Howard felt a little nervous when he heard her question, but a moment later he realized that she was talking about his daughter's boyfriend. Smiling, he assured her that he was not interested in her boyfriend, but in the family he had come with. Then Jenny, puzzled, asked why he was interested in this family. Her father replied that Sam had once worked as a shipping clerk for the association, and that he had known him well. He was just glad to see him again. He then patted his daughter on the shoulder, telling her that it didn't matter to him who her boyfriend was as long as she was happy with him. Jenny was stunned by her father's words. Looking at his back, she asked him if her happiness would really be more important to him than a profitable marriage for the guild. Howard closed his eyes and replied that he raised her to be independent, so she didn't need a boyfriend to lead the guild. He then stopped abruptly, his hand on the door handle, and then opened the door, telling her to spend some time with him and Christian since he hadn't had dinner with them in a long time. He looked at his daughter and told her that this time there would be no talk of business, only family matters. Then the girl smiled sweetly at her father and agreed to do as he asked. Meanwhile, the short vacation of the main character and Sam's family ended without incident. A few days later, the children had an argument on the playground. Two boys were ready to fight for the right to use the swing. At that moment, their friend suddenly shouted, suggesting that they take turns skating. Hannah smiled, sensing the tension between them. Meanwhile, the man standing to the side bared his teeth when he saw the children. The boys soon calmed down, and their mothers continued to chat amiably with each other. The man, however, continued to watch, focusing on one of the girls who were on the playground. Unaware of his intense gaze, she continued to have fun. Then the criminal smirked as she approached him. After that, he suddenly fell out of the bushes, pretending to be in pain. The worried girl asked what was wrong with him, but her friend, Hannah, noticing his strange behavior, was puzzled when she saw the man smiling creepily at them. At that moment, the girl, Mia, approached the man and offered to help him get to his feet. Hannah yelled at her friend to stay away from him. She then ran up and pulled her away, insisting that the man was unharmed and was just pretending. The man let go of his leg, then stood up, challenging Hannah, who called him a liar. He scared the girls by calling them naughty bad girls. Then Hannah screamed in fear, asking for help. Suddenly, Korongi, who had been sitting in her hood all this time, knocked the man down with one swift movement. Meanwhile, the frightened mothers ran up to their children. Hannah pointed at the man, claiming that he had been lying to them and had actually wanted to kidnap Mia. Having grabbed Korongi, the man realized that it was time for him to leave. He quickly ran away, pushing everyone out of his way. As he ran away, he cursed, realizing that this damn mouse had ruined everything for him. He clenched his teeth in anger, remembering what had just happened. Suddenly, someone shouted at him to stop, and the young man lunged at him, causing both to fall to the ground. Items from the criminal's backpack were scattered across the ground, including duct tape and rope. Trying to get up, the man could barely bear the pain. Standing up, the criminal told the young man that he could not be stopped. However, the boy remained stubborn and grabbed him by the leg, smiling cheekily as he looked at the criminal. The young man said that now they would not let him go, which greatly angered the criminal. He started kicking the guy, demanding that he let him go. But despite the pain, the guy endured and refused to let the criminal go. Suddenly, he grabbed the man by the hair and concentrated his aura into his hand. He then stated that he would have to use his aura to deal with him. The enraged criminal demanded that the young man let him go if he did not want to die. But the guy showed courage and refused to let him go. The man struck back, hitting the young man hard and sending him flying into the wall. After that, he turned around and started to walk away, confident that he had won this fight. The guy watched him go, regretting that he hadn't called the police. However, he was extremely surprised to see someone walking straight towards the man, and it turned out to be Kenso. The criminal smirked, warning the newcomer to pretend he hadn't seen anything, or he would beat him up too. But the main character did not listen to him. Instead, he simply attacked the criminal. In an instant, he moved behind him and then struck him in the neck. When the criminal fell to his knees, Kenso simply walked past him and headed towards the beaten guy. The guy who witnessed this looked at the main character with admiration for his strength. The young man extended his hand to the boy, asking if he was okay. The guy then replied with a smile that he was fine, and then expressed his surprise that Kenso had knocked the guy out with one blow. Suddenly, Hana ran up to them, stopped in front of the criminal's body and declared that this man was bad. Kenso frowned and asked why the criminal was bad, but the boy responded by explaining that the man was trying to kidnap Hana's friend. Then the hero looked at the guy, a little puzzled. However, he then suddenly pointed at him, saying that it was he who had neutralized the criminal. The girls' mothers were delighted and began to thank the young man, which embarrassed him, and Sarah also began to thank him. Later, Hana and Mia approached him to express their gratitude for saving him. However, the young man looked at the protagonist, trying to understand why he had interfered at all. Taking a closer look at Kenso, he realized that he had seen him before. Then it occurred to him that Kenso seemed to be very strong physically. At this point, Hana's mother happily invited the young man to have dinner at her restaurant as a token of gratitude. Under general persuasion, the boy reluctantly agreed to go. But a moment later, he surprised everyone by saying that he needed to tell them something about Hana. Kenso was stunned, not understanding how the young man knew about Hana. When they were all sitting in the restaurant, Sam brought the guests their dishes and smiled, saying that although the choice was small, everything was delicious. Tristan bowed his head and explained that he had recently moved to the city. He clenched his fist and asked for forgiveness. He then looked at Sam and asked if they had noticed any suspicious individuals near the restaurant. The man thought for a moment and replied that he had not noticed anything unusual. Then suddenly Kenso became serious and asked Tristan what he knew. The young man closed his eyes and said that Hana has her own fan club with more than 10,000 members. He then looked at the girl's father and said that he was contestant number 104, which made Sam cry with happiness. Lightly massaging his neck, Tristan continued, explaining that he lost his little sister when he was a child, and he felt like he saw his little sister in Hana. Kenso then looked at his phone and asked the young man what he was trying to say. Tristan looked a little sad, and explained that photos of Hana taken by paparazzi without permission had started appearing in the community. He suspected that someone was stalking her, and upon learning this, Sam screamed in fear. Tristan himself bowed his head, saying that upon discovering this, he decided to warn Hana of the danger. Raising his head, he admitted that he didn't know where she lived, so he was thinking about abandoning the warning. Looking at the protagonist, he said that perhaps his good intentions helped him, and by coincidence, he met Hana. Kenso listened attentively to the young man's story. He remembered how surprised he had been when he first saw Hana as she was being helped across the road. Tristan had already decided to catch up and tell her about the pursuer. However, he was unable to approach her because the traffic light was red, and she left. Today he saw her again, but this time the man tried to attack both her and her friend. It was only then that he realized that Hana could become a target for many dangerous individuals. Unfortunately, Tristan insisted that Hana never go outside alone. The men sitting opposite him were surprised by Tristan's words. However, Sam smiled widely and assured him that he would take care of her safety. Extending his hand to the young man, Sam expressed his gratitude, saying that he did not even know how to repay him for his kindness. Tristan jumped up excitedly, saying he just wanted to help. But suddenly his heart began to ache and he felt terrible pain. Sam noticed this and became worried, but Tristan tried to calm him down, explaining that he had been having heart problems for a long time. At this moment, Kenso frowned slightly. He realized that his guess was correct. Tristan had the solar beam, an innate gift that gave him perfect muscles for martial arts and a huge resource of solar energy. However, the gift of the sun ray caused an excess of yang energy in the body, which led to heart defects. People with this type of physique rarely live to be 30, because the burning yang energy blocked the yin energy. They could not awaken even when they had accumulated enough energy. In Tristan's case, the yang energy was killing him. At this rate, he would die within 6 months. Soon the young man calmed down and the pain subsided. He smiled at Sam, assuring him that he was okay. Concerned, Sam suggested that he see a doctor. But Tristan smiled and explained that he had already contacted doctors, but they were unable to diagnose him. He said with a forced smile that he might just have to live with it. Suddenly, the protagonist turned to Tristan and asked his name again. Then he asked him to spare some time so that they could practice together. The guy thought for a moment and replied that he had a lot of free time during the day. Smiling, The main character offered to be friends if the young man didn't mind. Then Tristan raised his hands and said that he would be glad, expressing his surprise at such a proposal. The young man added that training together would not harm him at all. Soon the door of the restaurant opened, and the protagonist and Sam said goodbye to Tristan. They men smiled at him one last time as they watched him leave. Then, Sam looked at Kanso and asked if he wanted to turn the boy into a fighter. He asked if he did all this out of concern for Tristan's health. But a moment later, the man began to think about how to solve the problem with stalkers. Seeing this, Kanso told him not to worry, smiling and assuring him that he could handle it himself. Early in the morning of the next day, the protagonist arrived at Mirin Park. Soon Tristan appeared behind him, greeting him and looking around. He asked the protagonist why he wanted to meet there, since demons sometimes appeared in that area. Hearing his words, the hero smiled and told him not to worry. Later, the protagonist informed Tristan that there are conscious awakened citizens in the park who clean it regularly. Unexpectedly, Connor, who was running with his friend, greeted the protagonist. Kanso smiled back at him and explained to Tristan that they were participants in a health marathon. Then Connor smiled widely and told Tristan that if he trained with him, it would have a positive effect on his health. However, the fairy spoiled his mood by pointing out that this guy had a slimmer figure than Connor. In response, Tristan thanked the fairy for the compliment. Then the guy standing next to Connor asked Tristan if he was only there for gym. When Tristan confirmed this, the guy thought for a moment before smiling widely. He explained that he asked because they usually did more than just exercise. The protagonist's eyes sparkled as Tristan froze in amazement. Smiling, he said that they would go into inventory because they needed special training. At this point, Connor and the other guy only sympathized with Tristan after hearing the main character's words. At the same time, Tristan himself was amazed by their behavior. Meanwhile, the story moves to the Gülsen region. A bright light appeared in the center of the mansion as the protagonist and Tristan entered it. Looking at the guy, the main character reassured him not to worry, since it was just his inventory. Tristan, looking around in awe, admitted that he had never entered the inventory before and found it very beautiful. He smiled and remarked that it was like being in nature. In response, Kanso grinned when he heard it and jokingly hoped that Tristan was not cold. Then Tristan clenched his fist and assured him that he could handle the cold very well. He then pointed to himself and declared that even his heart did not mind the cold. Kanso frowned, realizing that due to his excessive energy, Tristan barely felt the cold. Raising his hand, the boy asked if he was really brought here just for training. Kanso smirked when he heard the question. Handing the boy a candle, he said that he would soon figure everything out himself. When the candle lit, the protagonist stood behind the guy, carefully watching the whole process. Then he lit the candle and handed it to Tristan. The young man, still puzzled, asked why this practice was necessary. Kanso asked him to simply trust him and concentrate. Tristan, who has superpowers, couldn't understand the method at first, so the protagonist released his aura. Then the hero lowered his hand, intending to help Tristan feel the energy himself, and several pairs of his hands formed behind the guy's back. The protagonist then clamped the mana between his palms and concentrated the yin energy, intending to break the blockage in the guy's body. Without warning, he touched his back and poured energy into him. The boy's heart began to beat faster as the flow of energy was interrupted, turning into lightning. Suddenly, Tristan opened his eyes and the candle flame flared up. The sight of the flame shook him greatly, and out of fear he let go of his back, falling to the ground. The candle also went out, hitting the floor. Tristan landed painfully and looked at the protagonist in fear, asking what just happened. Sitting down next to the boy, Kanso explained that the candle represented a level of power, and was designed to burn according to the energy potential of the holder. Tristan, looking at the candle, said that he could not have such an aura, especially since he had not even woken up. Kanso then stood up and assured the boy that it was specially designed. The hero then became serious, explaining that Tristan's energy system has a unique structure. The excess yang energy caused his meridians to become blocked, which was why the association's equipment did not recognize his power. Kanso further explained that he had recently cleared the boy's meridians, which should be enough for a while. Tristan was very surprised to realize that he was cured. However, a moment later he froze in shock and began coughing up blood. The hero frowned slightly and noted that although the meridians had been cleared, it would not last long enough and should not be done often, as it would cause serious side effects. Approaching Tristan, the protagonist assured him that the pain would soon pass, but that was not the main problem. He explained that all living things retain their form, but their yang energy is constantly looking for an outlet. As a result, the heart beats faster and muscle mass grows on its own. Without effort, all this was the result of the body's struggle with an internal threat. Kanso closed his eyes and explained that yang energy cannot be locked away. The boy's condition was a result of the yang energy being blocked inside him. The flame he saw on the candle was the same kind of energy, and one day it could flare up, burning him. Tristan froze in shock upon hearing these words. Then Kanso, now serious, explained that he had no more than 6 months to live, all because of the flame blocked in his heart. A frightened Tristan asked if there was really no way to prolong his life. But Kanso assured him that it was possible, and that was why he had brought him here. The excited young man asked if he needed to train in this icy place to recover. In response, the hero calmly explained that while the cold had helped him feel better, it would not help against the disease, and they needed to find a safe outlet for his yang energy. Looking at the candle, the protagonist told Tristan that for the next 15 days he would train him using a special method. As a bonus, he also studied martial arts. The immediate goal would be to light the candle using his own energy. Tristan, now somewhat calmer, asked if he would have enough time to train. Kanso explained that he had an ability called Solar Beam that would help him achieve this. The hero then opened his eyes and told Tristan that the training would be grueling. If he was not ready, he could refuse, remembering how the protagonist defeated the criminal. Then Tristan realized that there was no reason to lie to him. If his life was in danger, nothing would stop him. Kanso frowned slightly when Tristan agreed to the training. He said with a smile that Tristan had nothing to lose anyway. The hero then placed his hand on the young man's shoulder, telling him that he had made the right choice, although it seemed that the guy didn't have much of a choice in the matter. Suddenly, the main character picked him up and threw him into the sky. He grinned and said they could begin their lesson. Tristan screamed and cried, saying it was too sudden. Thus began the boy's training under the guidance of the hero. He ran through the icy mountains, desperately trying with all his might to light a candle. 15 days later, the protagonist watched the guy train, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He finally managed to reach the foot of the cliff. Watching his silhouette, the protagonist informed Tristan that he could now prepare to leave. Tristan, unsure, asked if it was true, and the man's lips stretched into a smile. Now the guy looked different. He became much stronger. At that moment, deep underwater, the monster opened its eyes. Tristan, meanwhile, was meditating, trying to light a candle. He was unusually calm during this meditation, and suddenly the candle lit up. A moment later, the flame burst into flames. Achieving this result, Tristan smiled. Kanso, who appeared behind him, noticed that Tristan could now control even the size of the fire. The man stood up and said it was all thanks to him, and Kanso grinned, admitting he hadn't expected such a result. Tristan, somewhat embarrassed, replied that he couldn't compare his fire to the protagonist's, as it was still far from his level of power. Then Kanso, pleased, assured him that there was nothing to worry about. He explained that last time Tristan had simply released the accumulated energy, but now that his meridians were cleared, his condition had become stable. At this point, Tristan became nervous with joy, and when the protagonist asked if he felt pain in his heart, the student admitted that he could not even remember the last time his heart hurt. Smiling, the protagonist explained that the size of the fire could be increased with constant practice, and that the size of his fire would serve as an indicator of his strength. The bigger the flame, the more powerful it would be, and Tristan was glad to know that. Taking a stance, the protagonist informed him that the final test would be a competition. Instead of being scared, the guy smiled widely and said that he had been waiting for this moment. Then he took his pose. Kanso just smiled, watching as the guy tensed up. A moment later, Tristan lunged forward to attack, but Kanso easily blocked his fist, and even the subsequent attack was easily repelled. Tristan began to strike furiously, but the protagonist easily dodged. Gritting his teeth, Tristan realized that despite being much faster, he still couldn't land a blow on his teacher. Then Kanso frowned and stomped his foot on the ground, causing the boy's body to be thrown up by the force. However, the guy was not worried, and only became even more tense. He suddenly released his power, intending to use the opposite aura. Using all his might, he split the stone and rushed to attack. He began to move around the teacher at great speed, trying to confuse him. When he got behind the protagonist, Tristan struck, and the stream of his energy hit the protagonist directly. The force of the impact sent Kanso flying back several meters. Then Tristan looked in surprise at the hand from which the flame had just burst out. But surprisingly, there was not a scratch on it. At this point, Kanso rejoiced, saying that the blow was excellent, and that Tristan could now use the energy in his attacks. Approaching the student, the protagonist told him that now he could go down the mountain. Tristan, happy, thanked his teacher, saying that it was all thanks to him. In response, Kanso smiled and invited them to take the second test in the Silver Tower. Tristan, becoming serious, asked if the teacher meant the test for the title of Awakened. Kanso, in a good mood, confirmed that this was exactly what he meant. The story moves to the next day at the Awakened Association. The woman behind the counter asked the guy, puzzled, if he wanted to take the test again, this time as an awakened one. Tristan, who had already shaved his beard, asked if this was possible. The woman, still confused, asked him to put his hand on the ball and wait. The boy happily complied, immediately placing his hand on it. The woman herself became sad, thinking that the guy could not come to terms with his low rank, and now wanted to retake the test. However, what she saw shocked her. Outside, the protagonist was waiting for his student. Soon Tristan ran up to him joyfully. He explained that the test showed that he was awakened. Then Kanso smiled, congratulating him. and handed him the package. He said he had a gift for him for the occasion. When Tristan took the package, Kanso explained that it was a healing root containing a strong charge of yang energy that could replenish any missing energy. Touched, Tristan burst into tears and said that the protagonist had done too much for him. Still crying, Tristan asked how he could thank him for everything. In response, Kanso smirked and said that if he really wanted to repay him, he had a favor to ask. A moment later, the protagonist became unusually serious and explained what he wanted from Tristan. A few days later, Hannah and her mother went for a walk. At that moment, the annoying paparazzi who was hiding around the corner smiled, touched by the photos of the little girl. However, at that moment, someone suddenly grabbed his camera. The outraged man turned to face the person who had taken his device. In a fit of rage, the stalker demanded to know what right this man had to interfere in his affairs. Tristan, having destroyed the camera, took off his glasses and calmly stated that he was Hannah's bodyguard. Meanwhile, a storm was raging at sea in the middle of the city. Under the water, many monsters gathered, all looking in one direction, waiting for their master. The monsters squealed excitedly, waiting for his command. Suddenly, the eyes of the king of monsters began to shine in the cave. He grinned and declared that the time had come. The monsters, following his order, rushed to the surface, wanting to frolic and feast. Meanwhile, the main monsters said that they can do whatever they want. They must eat and obtain the aura of despair for him. The monsters quickly moved towards land, where they began to pursue the people. Meanwhile, the story moved to a restaurant where chicken soup was being served at one of the tables. Kanso took a spoon, and after trying the soup, commented that it was very tasty. Hannah, pleased with the food, told her father that he was an excellent cook. Her mother Sarah smiled and advised her daughter to take her time. Meanwhile, on TV, the news reported that the rainy season in the region was continuing, and that the Awakened Association had issued a warning about the appearance of monsters. Kanso, puzzled, asked Sam if water monsters could appear this season. The man responded by saying that monsters often appeared during heavy rains, and that many amphibious monsters appeared in large numbers, the water also making them stronger. Kanso then frowned, realizing that water monsters were causing significant problems at this time of year. He involuntarily glanced at the door where Dorothy was knocking, asking for help. When the protagonist approached, the fairy explained that her friends, the water fairies, were in trouble because of the water monsters. Sam, becoming serious, said that it would be dangerous to go into the water in such weather. He suggested that it would be better to simply wait for help from the Awakened Association. However, Dorothy, upon hearing this, began to cry, her distress evident at the man's words. Seeing her condition, Sam began to doubt the situation, but the protagonist, who was standing next to him, reassured him not to worry. He will go and figure it out himself, especially since he could not refuse his friend when she asked for help. Smiling, the main character told Dorothy to lead him. The fairy, barely holding on to the protagonist's clothes, was carried towards the shore at high speed. Frowning, Kanso asked the fairy to explain the situation to him in more detail. Dorothy screamed, explaining that at first the monsters had been in the usual numbers for the season, but suddenly they had multiplied to such an extent that the fairies had been forced to seek shelter. Kanso thought about this for a moment. Hearing Dorothy's words, he ran at full speed, realizing that these monsters were multiplying quickly. Soon he stopped near the pier. He looked into the distance, immersed in his thoughts. The situation seemed unusual. Perhaps a portal had opened somewhere. Pointing to the side, Dorothy said that the portal was there. She screamed for her friends, and the water fairies came out of the water, asking Dorothy why she had come, especially after they had warned her to run away. The fairy then joyfully pointed to the protagonist, explaining that she had brought someone who could help them. The water fairies looked at him sadly, explaining that he could not help because there were too many sea monsters, and these monsters would surely kill any person who tried to interfere. Kanso crossed his arms and asked if the monsters were really that strong. The fairies replied that it was not a matter of strength but of quantity. There were simply too many of them. One of the fairies asked the protagonist how he could understand what they were talking about. Then Dorothy pointed to him, saying that the main character was very strong and magical. She raised her finger, declaring that he was even stronger than their flower queen. Sighing, the water fairy explained that it was impossible for a human to do what the protagonist claimed, since humans are not the best swimmers and cannot breathe underwater. In response, Kanso took a deep breath and assured them that it was nothing to worry about. Then he walked to the edge of the bridge and jumped into the water, the water fairies following him. One of the fairies was amazed that the main character did not need air to breathe. Kanso frowned as he swam forward, using a technique that allowed him to hold his breath. By slowing his heart rate to the extreme, his need for air was significantly reduced, allowing him to go without it for several hours. The side effects included numbness of the limbs and hypothermia, but the protagonist enveloped his body in an aura that completely neutralized these effects. Soon his feet touched the bottom. In front of him was a crowd of water spirits. The spirits were shocked to see a man among them. The spirits accompanying the protagonist explained that Dorothy had brought him, and that he was their friend. Then Kanso froze, sensing a threat nearby, and suddenly he extended his hand to one of the spirits. The spirit looked at him and explained that they could not wait there because it was too dangerous. However, the main character ignored the warning and swam deeper into the water. However, what he saw amazed him. It was an underwater monster with many tentacles sticking out of its body, and in the middle was a red eye surrounded by sharp teeth. But it wasn't just the monster that shocked him, but their sheer number. The protagonist's face darkened when he realized that there were hundreds of these creatures. Then the monsters stretched out their tentacles, trying to grab him. Soon, one of his legs was grabbed, and a moment later his arm was trapped in a tentacle. Literally the next moment, all parts of the protagonist's body would be shackled. The spirits saw this and became very worried, frightened by the situation. Despite this, the protagonist remained calm and noticed how the monsters injected neurotoxin through their spikes. For an ordinary person, such a dose of poison from all tentacles would lead to complete paralysis. Then Kanso, realizing why the spirits had scattered so quickly, smiled. And even as they continued to inject poison into him, he did not stop grinning. A moment later, the monsters screamed in pain. As it turned out, Kanso had enveloped himself in an aura, showing that as a master, he was unaffected by the poison, his body easily resisting its effects. With a quick movement, he tore apart the tentacles that were binding him. Looking down at the monsters, the protagonist realized that they were guarding something. A smile played on his lips as he tried to understand what it was. The spirits who witnessed this were horrified. The monsters screamed in pain as the protagonist tore them apart. He moved at incredible speed, killing every monster that came close, but the monsters did not give up and continued to attack. Kanso easily tore the tentacles apart again and rushed towards the remaining monsters. With one powerful blow, he killed several, his blow piercing the monster's shell right through. Suddenly, a huge chimera appeared in front of him. She attacked him, but the protagonist jumped up, dodging the blow. With one blow, he cut the creature in two, its body splitting in two. Kanso looked through the gap and frowned, then rushed towards the other monsters. The spirits who were watching this screamed in disbelief. They could not understand how a person could be so strong. Kanso soon stopped, realizing that the monsters had to come from somewhere. Even after killing many, their numbers did not decrease. He became serious, realizing that there were even more chimeras. A second later, he noticed a strange aura coming from one of the caves. Sighing, the hero decided to break the portal. Otherwise, these monsters would continue to arrive endlessly. Looking at the body of the killed monster, the protagonist tried to figure out how to destroy the portal without harming the dwelling of the spirits. Then he waved his hands, forming a flow of mana. He slightly bent his fingers, realizing that without using force he could not do anything. Mana swirled around him, forming a vortex, and a moment later a veritable water tornado formed around him. Kanso took a stance, preparing to direct the tornado towards the cave. He then rushed forward, tearing apart the monsters in his path. The chimeras screamed as they began to attack him, but he rushed through them at great speed. Soon the main character reached the entrance to the cave. He waved his hand and a moment later a tornado erupted, destroying the cave and causing the portal to collapse. The explosion was extremely powerful, causing shockwaves that greatly frightened the spirits. The effects of the explosion even reached the surface of the water. Meanwhile, the man walking along the shore shuddered and immediately turned around, feeling a surge of energy. After some time, the protagonist came out onto the shore, smiling. He apologized for the collapse of the cave, explaining that it was necessary to prevent further appearance of monsters. But the spirits only smiled, saying that everything could be restored. However, members of the association suddenly appeared, and the protagonist immediately realized that he had failed to hide the strength of his blow underwater. Looking at the spirits, he quickly said goodbye to them, surprising them. The spirits could not understand why this man left so quickly. A moment later, he was gone from his place, racing home at great speed, leaving Dorothy holding on tightly to him. Meanwhile, the story moves to another part of the city. Malin smashed the wine glass he was holding in his hand in anger, realizing that the portal had disappeared. Meanwhile, the divers went under the water, and what they saw shocked them greatly. Numerous monster bodies and traces of battle were scattered across the bottom. Soon they surfaced. One of the terrified divers told the chief that there were at least several hundred monster bodies there, which stunned Jean. He was also informed that the gates underwater had been destroyed. Then he couldn't help but think about the sea spirits. Even in the rainy season they could only reach rank C, and an experienced hunter could easily deal with several of them at once. But individuals that reached rank B were rarely seen underwater. Such monsters were usually lured onto land. Understanding all this, the man tried to understand how so many monsters could have been destroyed underwater. He knew that only Leon could do this, but Leon was currently on another mission. Frowning, Jin realized that the same level 0 person must have interfered. Suddenly, a subordinate arrived and called out to him, saying with concern that they had been ordered to stop the investigation. He said the order came directly from the chairman. This surprised Jin greatly, but he had no choice but to obey. Soon, Jin entered the association building and walked down the corridor, wondering why the investigation had been stopped so suddenly. He assumed that the level 0 hunter had reached the authorities. However, he knew that this hunter had the power to destroy the world, and his thoughts turned to Molly. He remembered Molly seeing Hunter, looking at her. He tried to understand why she didn't say anything. Molly, who was working at the time, did not notice the man as she was immersed in her thoughts, pondering the situation with the sea monsters. She realized that this time Kanso had intervened in this situation. Taking the box in her hands, she frowned and closed her eyes. She thought to herself that she was still not strong enough even after mastering the technique. Having opened the box, she decided to use the weapon inside it. The sacred weapon, Uriel's dagger. It was an S-rank artifact that increased dark attribute damage by 50%. It also increased speed and health by 30%. This artifact was in the possession of Hans, known as the incarnation of Uriel. He was also Molly's teacher and her first love. She always looked up to him as someone who was friendly to everyone. However, Molly didn't know that Jean was watching everything that was happening. Realizing that his feelings for Molly were unrequited, he was disappointed. But the situation changed during another battle with monsters. The huge ogre raised his club, intending to hit Molly. She closed her eyes, expecting death. However, Hans, who had already suffered many blows, stood in front of her in an instant and asked if she was okay. Molly didn't have time to answer, as she immediately noticed the wound on Hans's arm. She screamed, indicating that the wound was serious, but the man was adamant. Hans, looking at the monsters, only told her to leave while he held off the Cyclopes, of which there was already quite a large number by this point. A moment later he died in the fire. Molly cried over his body, begging him to wake up and hold on just a little longer until the rescue team arrived. In response, Hans smiled at her, telling her to take the daggers. Looking at her, he said that he wanted the title of Judge Uriel to pass to her. His eyes began to close, and a moment later he died. At his funeral, Molly couldn't hold back her tears. She couldn't bring herself to use the daggers because every time she looked at them, she was reminded of his face. However, now she took the dagger in her hands. This time she will not endure and do nothing, like last time. Looking at the dagger, Molly mentally told herself that she didn't want the past to hold her back anymore. At that moment, Jin approached her, noting that she had finally decided to take the dagger in her hands. Molly smiled when she heard his words, then looked at the dagger and said that if she had used it earlier, she could have saved many lives. Jin looked at her seriously. Molly smiled nervously, remembering that incident with the Elenin's agency. She explained that last time she couldn't even pull the dagger out of its sheath because it immediately reminded her of Hans. She closed her eyes, remembering that Hans had left her the daggers because he believed in her. Then Jin finally smiled, asking if she had finally gotten the courage to use them. Taking the dagger in her hand, Molly stood up, declaring that she must become stronger and not shy away from what she had to do. Jin nodded in agreement, pleased with her decision. Hearing her words, he looked at her and said that he wanted to ask her something. However, he suddenly turned away and decided to wait until next time. Smiling at her, Jin asked if she wanted to go somewhere once the rainy season was over. In response, Molly smiled widely and did not hesitate to embarrass Jean by teasing him. She asked if he was asking her out on a date. Jean began to deny it, but his excuses did not convince her. Soon he walked out of the office and stood outside the door, smiling to himself. He decided to wait a little longer, trusting Molly. Even if it didn't happen right away, she would be the first one to talk about this level 0 hunter. And judging by the events he participated in, the hunter always came to the rescue, which means that he was a good person. The man couldn't help but frown as memories of the past surfaced. He remembered the day when he and Hans stood on the roof. Hans looked up at the sky and asked if Jin knew what he was really like. He said that despite his ordinary appearance, he was hungry for battle and blood. Hans then asked Jin if he would mind if he took Molly away from him. Smiling, he said that a proper guy like Jin would be the best match for her, so he should protect her. Now Jin smiled and told the now-dead Hans not to worry, assuring him that he was not like him. As he continued walking, Jin swore silently that he would never let Molly cry again. Meanwhile, the story moves to the Spring Pavilion. Sam approached the main character and asked if he had figured out the problem. However, seeing the serious expression on the protagonist's face, Sam fell silent. He took a sip of sake and offered the hero a drink too. Sitting down opposite him, he asked what the protagonist was thinking about so much. Kanso smiled awkwardly, and Sam, noticing this, told him not to worry and share his thoughts. Kanso smiled and explained that he just wanted to live a normal life, but somehow he always found himself caught up in one situation after another. The man thought for a moment, remembering the time when he first learned of his abilities. He remembered how surprised he had been back then. Kanso told him how at one point he had experienced wealth and fame, but too late he realized how futile and fleeting it all was. When all these unexpected events happened in his life, he became convinced that everything was like a fleeting dream. Sam, smiling, said he was amazed by this realization. He then closed his eyes, stating that at that moment he deeply regretted wasting his life with such abilities. However, Kanso admitted that he could not interfere as he felt there were reasons for it, and he smiled as he noted that he had no real reason to regret it. In that place, the main character had enormous power, but at the same time he lived an almost ordinary life. Now, living like an ordinary person, he constantly found himself in unpleasant situations. Sam, pouring sake, remarked that he didn't know it bothered him so much. While pouring sake for Kanso, he said that he could never fully understand him. Handing the mug to the guy, he added that if he still had such warm feelings, then this was proof that he was a normal person. In the end, their meeting only happened because the protagonist saved Hannah. Kanso was surprised by Sam's words. Then the man smiled and explained that not only could a quiet and serene life be considered normal, but helping loved ones in trouble was also a part of this life. A moment later, they clinked their mugs in agreement, just as the city was filled with monsters. After talking with Sam, the main character put on his mask and fought the monsters. He relaxed, believing that helping those in need was truly a part of everyday life. The rescued girls looked at the monsters in amazement, their bodies filling the square. Kanso, now on a different street, was mentally thinking about how lucky he was to have met Sam. Taking off his helmet, he said that he had now sorted out his confused feelings. Meanwhile, the story moves to the bottom of the sea. Inside one of the underwater caves were royal chambers, where guards stood at the entrance. Suddenly they shuddered, their king was furious. Upon learning of the death of several hundred monsters, his general knelt down and explained that an unknown man had appeared and killed them all. The general became nervous when Dagon asked if he meant to say that all this was done by just one man. At this moment, the general, realizing the horror of the whole situation, fell to his knees. The general, horrified, immediately begged for mercy, but Dagon showed no mercy. In an instant, his body was pierced by thorns. Then Dagon, sitting on the throne surrounded by concubines, declared that there could be no mercy, because the general had not fulfilled even half of his duties. The lord of the water creatures looked gloomily at the corpse of the monster, which was soon carried away by the guards. Then Dagon decided to send twice as many soldiers to land. Soon another monster arrived in the hall to announce Malin's presence. Dagon frowned, not immediately recognizing the name. But after a moment, his teeth clenched in anger. He didn't understand why Malin had come to him, and he didn't want to deal with him anyway. Leaning back in his throne, Dagon ordered his subordinates to deny Malin an audience. However, just a few moments later, he opened his eyes. Malin entered the throne room uninvited, smiling and greeting the lord. Then Dagon suddenly rose from his throne, asking the man with a serious look what had happened. Malin bowed his head, expressing one person's concern about the absurdly small supply of pills. The man smiled slightly, noticing that his master was concerned about Malin's idle lifestyle. In response, Dagon smiled awkwardly, stating that he was trying to change and was no longer the same as before. However, Malin interrupted him, stating that the army of water monsters that inhabited the land had been completely destroyed along with the portal. Dagon was shocked, as he had just learned about this. Malin then frowned, asking if Dagon only trusted the pills to his subordinates, still not understanding how reckless such behavior was. Malin shocked everyone by telling Dagon that this was why he remained in this form. Dagon bit his lip in anger at the offensive words the man dared to say in the presence of his servants. Suddenly, a wave of mana began to emanate from him, and he rushed towards Malin at great speed. In his true form, he stood before Malin, grinning. Then the enraged Dagon asked the man what he had said about him. Malin smiled widely, saying that he didn't say anything when Dagon passed by. Malin added that he just came to let him know that someone was worried about him. Then Malin hit the floor with his cane, and Dagon stopped dead in his tracks, looking at him. Finally, Malin expressed his hope for cooperation, and suddenly Dagon returned to his childish appearance. He bit his lip in despair, and like a naughty child began to rage right there on the floor. His servants immediately became alarmed and rushed towards him. As they approached, Dagon suddenly stopped his outburst of anger. However, remembering the man who had ruined his plans, he suddenly rose to his feet. Enraged, he decided to punish this man, meaning the guy who had recently destroyed the gate. Dagon intended to kill him personally for daring to touch him. At the same time, on the shore, the hunters encountered sea monsters. They fought bravely, encouraging each other. Sanjun, the commander of the 2nd Division, used his abilities to control plants. This power allowed him to bind monsters, and since monsters had their own distinctive characteristics. Moreover, flora-based monsters were terrifying enemies. They sucked water from the environment, and if their rows coincided, the water monsters became the main targets for the plants. For this reason, the 7th Division easily dealt with the monsters. Suddenly, one of the men frowned, noticing something in the distance. As it turned out, Dagon was standing on the shore in his childish form. Then the men approached him, mistaking him for an ordinary guy. In response, Dagon only silently bared his teeth and grinned. Soon the 7th Division was destroyed in a matter of seconds. Sitting on the dead Sunjun, Dagon said that he already wanted to leave. He sighed and added that all this was starting to irritate him. Kicking the commander's body, he furiously declared that such weaklings were incapable of destroying his monsters. Suddenly, someone shouted at him to stop. Molly yelled at Dagon, asking what he was doing here. Looking at her, Dagon simply smiled and asked if reinforcements had arrived for these weaklings. The angry girl demanded to know if he was responsible for all this chaos. In response, Dagon smiled and said that these scum could not do anything to him. Kicking Sanjun's body, he added that he hadn't even warmed up before lunch. Then Jin screamed angrily when he saw this, gritting his teeth, trying to understand what happened. The thing is, the connection was suddenly interrupted, so he and Molly rushed here. Frowning, he asked Dagon who he really was, since he didn't look like a normal black man. In response, Dagon smiled upon hearing the question, and then rushed towards him, saying that he was just a common hooligan. A stream of energy erupted from his legs, hitting the pair, the boys barely managing to block the attack. After that, Jean and Molly stood tensely, watching the enemy. Dagon, raising his leg, stated that usually one hit would be enough for him, but they were surprisingly able to withstand his attack. Molly responded angrily by saying that she had encountered this dirty aura before. At that moment, Jin noticed that the dagger was glowing, although he had never seen anything like it. At that moment, Dagon realized that that idiot Koval had already told everything about them. The king's eyes lit up as he asked the pair if they wanted to fight him now that he knew everything about them. After this, Dagon called them worthless and then began to prepare for an attack. The boy concentrated mana in his hand, and then threw a ball of mana at the opponents. Jin parried the blow while Molly lunged at her opponent. The girl approached Dagon at full speed, and when the dagger was at his neck, Dagon was slightly surprised. However, he easily dodged all her blows, praising the girl for her beautiful movements. A moment later, he kicked the blade away. He then enveloped his leg in aura, telling Molly that she was still a nobody. At that moment, Jin appeared behind the girl and helped her block the blow. Then Molly, taking advantage of the moment, immediately attacked, catching the enemy by surprise. She grabbed her dagger again and pointed it at Dagon's face. Molly screamed and put all her strength into the blow, but the king of the sea monsters simply jumped back. He soon landed, glaring at the couple in fury. He realized that they compensated for each other's shortcomings and moved as one. However, the most dangerous thing was the dagger in the girl's hands. Dagon smirked and laughed, feeling hatred for his race. Suddenly, the guy smiled broadly, deciding that these two were the ones interfering with his work. A wary Molly said she didn't understand what he was talking about, but her dagger definitely worked. Suddenly, the couple separated and Dagon watched Jin closely, while at the same time he managed to glance at Molly. He stood motionless, angry, and stopped Jin's attack with one hand while grabbing the girl's dagger with the other. Smiling, he asked them if they thought they could deal with him simply by attacking from both sides. Suddenly, the dagger in Molly's hands began to glow brightly. The girl took out a second dagger, saying that she had another one. She suddenly extended her arm, preparing to attack. Dagon screamed in fear as the blade approached his neck. The boy was shocked and scared when an explosion thundered on the battlefield. Jin flew back and so did Molly, but the guy became wary, staring at Dagon in shock. And Molly couldn't help but let out a surprised cry either. Right in front of them stood Dagon in his true form. The demon grabbed his head, saying that it was funny. He smirked and suggested that they start the second round, after which he enveloped his body in an aura. At this point, Jin became worried as he realized that not only had the enemy's appearance changed, but he also seemed to have more energy. Molly frowned too. The enemy was already difficult enough for her, but now he had become even stronger. Then the girl noticed that the wound on her cheek, which she had inflicted with such difficulty, had healed. She involuntarily remembered how Koval had assumed his true form. Molly decided to simply rely on her dagger as she charged. The demon extended his hand, formed spheres of water, and directed them at Molly. The girl dodged them with difficulty, gritting her teeth. She realized that even one hit from a ball could kill her. Suddenly, Jin screamed and attacked the monster from behind, intending to strike it with his sword. However, Dagon hit the guy in the stomach with his tail, and his strength was enough to throw the guy aside. The demon merely watched indifferently as the two humans attempted to attack him in vain. Dagon, feeling like he was just starting to have fun when this guy showed up and ruined everything, was caught off guard. But suddenly Molly appeared behind him, surprising him. The girl attacked sharply, landing several blows. She smiled, thinking that this time she had attacked successfully. However, Dagon only laughed eerily, restoring his body. Molly turned around in shock, watching as her severed body completely healed, realizing that Uriel's dagger no longer had any effect on it. Then Dagon smirked, saying that he was a master of water and could not be killed by a weapon that had not even fully awakened. Molly frowned in response, asking what he meant by that. Suddenly, Dagon approached the girl, saying that she was quite pretty. The girl attacked him sharply, but the demon easily dodged. Looking down at her, the demon offered to make her his girlfriend, sticking out his tongue. The lustful demon said he could let her live until he got tired of her. Molly then attacked him again, declaring that she would never agree to such a proposal. However, Dagon unexpectedly blocked her attack, and then formed a sword out of water, saying that he was sorry to hear that. Soon the saber in his hands was fully formed. Dagon swung it, saying that he would have to kill her right now. Molly was thrilled to find herself in the worst possible situation. She closed her eyes expecting to die, but Jin suddenly appeared and blocked the blow. At the last moment, he managed to get to his feet and attack the monster with his sword. Such an unexpected attack really came as a surprise to the monster. Dagon was badly wounded by the attack from behind, and he immediately jumped back. The boy then stood in front of Molly, telling the demon not to dare touch her with his filthy hands. The girl, concerned about Jin's condition, asked how he used this skill while it was raining. He responded by saying that he mastered the skill of blocking space. Jin explained that he was an expert in electrical engineering, and just like in the plant world, electrical-type abilities had tremendous power compared to water-type abilities. However, during the rainy season, such skills became problematic and could not be used properly due to the fluidity of the water. There was a danger of accidental damage to random objects. To solve this problem, Jin mastered the skill of blocking space. This simple technique allowed him to isolate the target's space from external influences. Looking at the demon, Jin said that judging by its slow recovery, the skill worked, and perhaps if they had landed their most powerful blow, they would have had a chance to win. However, he warned that his ability to block space was limited, and in order to deal a fatal blow, it was necessary to pierce the monster with his sword. Frowning, Jin said the problem was that he had gotten close enough to Dagon. Smiling widely, Molly volunteered to distract the enemy while Jin would act according to the situation. However, looking at the enemy again, the guy said that it was too dangerous. Meanwhile, Dagon, forming water spheres, asked the couple what they were whispering about right in front of him. Jin tensed when he saw that the enemy had fully recovered. A moment later, he and Molly charged. In response, Dagon sent water spheres at them, and while Jin barely managed to block them, Molly also dodged the projectiles. Then Dagon bared his teeth, feeling the pain of the electric shock. But he noticed that his enemies were slow, so it was enough to simply hold them off. Looking at the girl, the monster realized that he was not in so much trouble. Suddenly, a sphere of water appeared in front of the girl. Then she immediately raised her dagger and deflected 2 projectiles. Seeing the projectiles change trajectory, Dagon cried out in surprise. The girl appeared right in front of the demon, saying that although she couldn't hit him, she could certainly intervene. In response, Dagon formed his saber, but Molly passed him, cutting through the demon's side. Meanwhile, the demon simply stood there, enjoying the pain as the wound on his side began to heal quickly. Dagon spun around as she struck, telling Molly that her blows no longer had any effect on him. Molly said nothing, just took a stance. Suddenly, she smiled slightly, and the demon tensed, feeling pain. As it turned out, his chest was pierced by Jin's sword. Looking at the tip of the sword, Dagon asked the boy when he managed to get so close, since he was holding his hands back. In response, Molly explained that Jin was unable to dodge the fire and get closer to him at the same time, so she had to distract the demon. Even though the guy was close, he did not notice him. She used the change in the trajectory of his bullets to block the demon's view and slowly approached from behind. Jin, standing behind the demon, told him that he lost because he overestimated his strength. A moment later, Jin released his aura and screamed, just as electricity formed at the tip of his sword. This caused Dagon to scream in pain as electricity shot through his body. A second later, he lost consciousness from excruciating pain and fell to his knees, and then completely collapsed to the ground. Jin just frowned as he watched this. When he incredulously asked if they had defeated him, the girl screamed at him, asking him not to repeat the cliché about resurrecting dead enemies. At that moment, as if on cue, Dagon laughed loudly, frightening the couple. The demon began to stand up, saying that he was very excited. Once on his feet, Dagon praised the pair for managing to injure him with a completely ordinary weapon. He smiled widely as he explained that he was made of water, and when there was water around, he was completely immortal. Then Jin suddenly rushed into the attack, intending to deliver a few more blows. However, Dagon easily dodged, stating that he no longer wished to attack. After this, he formed spheres of water in his hands. Jin began to fight them off, saying that such tactics would not help him. The boy then jumped into the air, concentrating lightning into his sword. As their blades crossed, Dagon smirked and told Jin that he was too narrow-minded. Then he asked why his girlfriend wasn't helping him. Hearing his words, Jin turned around abruptly and saw Molly trapped in a sphere of water. Dagon then told him that after observing his technique, he decided to create something similar. After that, Jin immediately released lightning on his blade and rushed towards Molly, continuing to analyze the enemy's capabilities. He realized that he only needed a short period of observation to be able to copy his space blocking. At that moment, Molly screamed, trying to warn the guy, but she failed. Suddenly, Jin was struck by the demon's attacks. His body was pierced through by thorns. Molly saw blood gushing from his mouth and wounds. At that moment, she couldn't hold back her tears at the sight of it. The demon meanwhile laughed, watching how this guy continued to fight despite his injuries. He then suddenly pinned Jean to the ground with his knee and grabbed him by the hair. He ordered him to watch as his colleague slowly died because of his haste. Jin watched as his beloved suffered inside the water sphere, sinking into darkness. He asked her for forgiveness, and with a final exhausted gesture, collapsed to the ground. Then the demon lifted Jin's head and realized that he had simply lost consciousness, albeit at the most interesting moment. Standing up, Dagon said that he was tired of everything and would simply kill everyone. While forming drills from water, he told the girl that she would die the most painful death. At that moment, Molly froze in horror, closing her eyes and asking someone to help her. However, suddenly something completely unexpected happened. Suddenly someone kicked the demon in the head, and the blow caused a powerful gust of wind. It was so powerful that it blew off half of Dagon's head. After that, the main character landed nearby. Molly, thanks to the demon's weakened control, was able to escape from the water sphere. The shocked Dagon suddenly turned around in horror, feeling nothing until the enemy came closer, which frightened him greatly. Meanwhile, Kanso began to approach him, taking off his helmet. He asked Dagon if this was the very big snake. Meanwhile, Molly took the moment to drag Jin's body away, looking at the battlefield with concern. The girl realized that this guy Kanso had come to their aid again. She tried to understand how he could figure it all out. Kanso frowned as he recalled the events of a few minutes ago. As it turned out, Hannah asked him to look there, her voice trembling with fear. Looking towards the shore, she said that there was a very big snake there that was tormenting people. When the protagonist arrived, he saw bodies of people scattered around. She then found Jin unconscious, prompting him to ask Dagon in a fit of rage if this was the huge serpent that had been tormenting the people. Dagon himself was frightened, feeling that the air had changed. He realized that Kanso's level was different from everyone else's. Grinning, he asked the protagonist if he really thought he could call him a snake with impunity. By directing the spheres of water at him, he proclaimed himself the Great Lord of Water, Dagon. Kanso stood motionless as the spheres approached him. A moment later, they reached their target, causing a small explosion. Dagon laughed at this, but suddenly the main character appeared right in front of him. In response, Dagon immediately crossed his swords over his chest, trying to block the blow. A moment later, the protagonist's fist struck the blades and pierced them along with Dagon's body. The demon began to cough up blood, unable to believe that someone had pierced his water sword so easily. He immediately jumped into the air, concentrating the water in his palm. Having formed a huge hammer, he decided to use pure force. Then his hammer struck the place where the main character stood. The demon smiled again upon seeing this, as he thought that Kanso would definitely not survive such an attack. However, the main character easily parried the attack with one hand. Frowning, he asked Dagon if he thought that only he could control water. Then the guy began to control the streams of water, and they began to swirl around him. Dagon, who landed on the ground, was amazed to see this. He turned around sharply, preparing to run, but the protagonist formed a tornado and rushed away. Then the demon convinced himself that he was not running away, but simply strategically reorganizing. However, what he saw next shocked him greatly. The stream of water was already behind him. Kanso killed the demon with one blow, passing through it. Later, the barely alive demon with torn-off limbs tried to understand how the man defeated him. Barely regaining consciousness, Dagon realized that this man had single-handedly dealt with all of his servants. However, he could not understand how strong the enemy was. Dagon looked at the boy, comparing him to the one he met in the fiery hell. The boy's eyes widened as he remembered this place. He was chained up, and a monster of unprecedented strength was looking at him. Incredible pain from the fire and an all-consuming sense of despair haunted Dagon. He burned, then was reborn. Only to burn again and be reborn again. The pain seemed to last forever. The demon froze in horror and despair. He did not want to experience this again. With the last of his strength, he formed his body, telling himself that it was better to die than to go through hell. Suddenly, all the water in the area began to gather around Dagon, swirling around his sphere. However, Kanso, who was watching this, remained calm. Then Dagon changed his appearance to that of a huge snake. But Kanso looked at him and commented with a smile that he already knew everything about him. He asked if it was really a big snake. In response, the snake waved its tail, ordering the protagonist to shut up. However, the main character did not react in any way to the approaching tail. He easily stopped the blow with one hand, deflecting the attack to the side. After that, he rushed forward, concentrating his aura in his hand. Kanso assumed an attacking stance and, with one powerful movement, delivered several blows to the opponent's vulnerable points. It seemed to him that victory was almost in his pocket, but Dagon was determined to fight on. Suddenly, the demon's tail attacked him and with one blow threw him aside. Then Kanso landed on his feet, frowning in confusion. He couldn't understand why his blow didn't work on the snake. The demon stuck out his tongue and said in a mocking tone that this was his final form. He rushed at the protagonist, claiming that his puny fists could not harm him. Then Kanso grabbed the snake by its fangs, holding onto them. Despite this, the demon was able to raise its head, destroying buildings in the process. Meanwhile, Molly carried Jean and barely managed to dodge the falling debris. As it turned out, the snake destroyed all the houses in its path. Looking at Kanso, the demon asked if he thought that only water was under his control. Having said this, he once again pushed the main character off the building. Kanso finally let go of the snake and began to fall. The snake then immediately attacked him with its tail, smashing his body into the asphalt. Laughing evilly, the snake declared that they were on completely different levels. But a moment later, the demon froze in surprise. He looked at the cloud of dust, trying to determine the location of the main character. Emerging from the smoke, the main character showed his completely unharmed body. Then Dagon looked at him, asking his name. Tearing the remains of his clothes, the protagonist replied that there was no need to name any snake. Looking at the demon, he told him that it had taken the form of an emugi that could transform into a dragon, and that he had seen many like it. Then Kanso, filled with rage, told Dagon that he was not a dragon, but a creature even worse than a worm. Dagon was furious at his words. He could not understand how a simple man could behave like that. Without hesitation, he formed several waterheads and sent them to attack. Finally, he told the protagonist that he could not be forgiven. Meanwhile, Kanso took a defensive stance, concentrating his aura. He stamped his foot hard, causing shards of asphalt to fly in all directions, destroying the water snakes. The protagonist then stood up, ready to strike, while Dagon swung his entire body, noting that the protagonist was definitely stupid. Kanso then punched Dagon in the jaw, knocking his head back. However, the flow of energy lifted his head even higher, and soon it completely lifted him and his body into the sky. A second later, both he and the protagonist were high in the air. Kanso concentrated mana into his hand and formed ice claws. A silhouette of a dragon appeared behind him, followed by a real dragon. Then the hero rushed at the demon, saying that evil must be destroyed. The dragon spirit that was behind him was ready to help him with this. Kanso grabbed the monster by the eye, and then the huge dragon bit the snake on the neck. The dragon turned around along with the eye, completely depriving it of function. The massive dragon then carried the emugi between the clouds, and the cloud parted due to the force and speed of their fall. A moment later, a powerful explosion thundered, filling the entire street. Soon, the defeated Dagon lay in the middle of the road, now with only his original form. Kanso stood nearby, watching him. A few days later, the news reported that the rainy season was ending. Jin, lying on his bed, heard the reporter mention that there were fewer casualties this time than last time. Jin barely had time to open his eyes when suddenly a vase broke in his room. Molly, barely holding back her tears, was glad to see that Jin had opened his eyes. She immediately walked up to him and hugged the man tightly, causing him to blush deeply. The staff at the Spring Pavilion restaurant were also happy when the news reported on a man in a helmet who helped residents and then simply disappeared. At that time, Hannah was playing in the park with Leon, and Tristan was watching her closely. The main character himself ran across the rooftops. Being a courier, he rushed at great speed, moving around the city. There was a lot of traffic on the city road, while the main character was moving along the rooftops, holding a suitcase with food being delivered. At some point, the guy pulled his legs up and jumped into the air, thinking that someone was chasing him. However, he understood that this man had carefully disguised himself. Frowning, the hero wondered how his pursuer had managed to recognize his presence and cover his tracks. He assumed it was a new magical race. Kanso continued to run forward, feeling that the aura had changed. He did not understand who or why was chasing him and hiding their tracks. Then the hero pushed off the wall, realizing that he could not do anything about it. The guy jumped into the air, leaving a bright trail behind him. At that moment, the bird spread its wings, rising into the air. The white bird landed on the ground, leaving behind a stream of green energy. Then it turned into a young man in a black headdress. The guy turned his head to the side and said that he had missed this man. Suddenly, a hand reached out to his body and Kanso's eyes widened. Grabbing his head, he asked how he dared to follow him, calling it too insolent. The boy's eyes widened and he screamed. Then Kanso frowned, watching as the unknown person disappeared, leaving behind a trail of dust in the air, the black headdress remaining in the boy's hand. He then looked at the running cat, thinking that the young man had used some unusual ability. Kanso pursued the fleeing animal, thinking that the hero would not succeed. The guy stepped forward, grabbed the cat by the head and lifted it up. Kanso frowned, asking why he was following him and even transforming. He advised him to tell everything honestly. The cat folded his paws convulsively, and then the hero smiled slightly, saying that during his studies he also studied torture methods. He listed several options. The cat opened its eyes wide and screamed, while Hannah, as if out of nowhere, closed her eyes and screamed at him. The guy holding the cat looked at her in surprise. Upset, the girl approached him and hit him with the staff she was holding in her hand. The hero frowned, looking at her. Then Hannah frowned back, her eyes wide, and said that he couldn't torture the poor goblin. He needed to let the animal go. Kanso took the cat in his arms in surprise, asking what she meant. Soon they all arrived at the restaurant together. Sam stood in front of the table where Kanso and Goblin were sitting. He said that it was indeed a goblin, pointing to the guy in the black hat, saying that they were watching a program on TV called Goblin Rhythm. Wu raised his eyebrows as he introduced the group of young people, explaining that they were a group of people who danced to upbeat music. Sam frowned and smiled, raising his index finger. He explained that these people were goblins. They seemed almost identical to humans, but in reality they were only half-spirits, which is why they were called half-spirits. These creatures did not originally come from this world. Then Kanso raised his eyebrows, asking if this meant that they came here from another world, just like him. Sam closed his eyes and smiled, confirming that this was indeed true. He explained that the goblins first appeared during the cataclysms. He then asked if the protagonist remembered when the gates started to appear. He said the most amazing thing was that their tribe and the entire village moved beyond the gates. In other words, the goblins and their village were isolated from their world, just like the main character. Kanso rubbed his chin thoughtfully, noting that the move of an entire village was rather unexpected. He then asked if he meant the moment when the gates first opened, and all of Korea was in danger of disappearing from the face of the earth. He noted that it was true. Many people suffered during that time. Sam said that during that period, the awakened fought monsters, and it was the goblins who helped them. The goblins armed with clubs attacked the giant Cyclops. Unlike the awakened, the goblins did not awaken, but they used their goblin clubs as weapons, and also possessed various types of magic. Sam also mentioned that there were few goblins, but the Awakened Association recognized them for their great contribution to the restoration of South Korea, along with the hunters. Then Kanso frowned, now understanding why they were treated with such respect. Sam crossed his arms over his chest, agreeing that it was true, but also noting that goblins were very beautiful. Then the guy in the black headdress smiled, explaining that he was on very good terms with the guys from Goblin Rhythm. If they wanted, he could even get their autographs. Kanso's expression darkened as he folded his hands under his head, looking at the boy with visible displeasure. Then he asked why the guy was following him. In response, the boy placed his chopsticks on the table. He lowered his head, introducing himself as a member of Yun, a member of the Wind Clan. He looked at the floor, stating that he wanted to ask for a favor, and that was why he dared to seek out the protagonist. Kanso raised his eyebrows, asking what kind of favor this was. Then Ian stood up from his seat and fell to his knees in front of the protagonist. He begged him to save their elder, addressing the hero as his master. The guy frowned in response, wondering why the request came so suddenly. The hero noticed that he had been called incorrectly. Sam then put his hand to his mouth, leaned over and explained that goblins called people lord or son-in-law. In response, Kanso raised his eyebrows, asking why the guy said that. Ian looked down at the floor as he explained that their elder had been attacked by members of the Black Brotherhood. The elder was still between life and death. Healers cared for him day and night, but they were unable to improve his condition or determine its cause. He was trying to find restorative herbs and accidentally ran into the main character. The energy of the herbs emanated from him, and so the boy decided to pursue him in the form of a bird. Ian then frowned, explaining that the restorative herbs were rare plants that could even stop death. If only he had access to them, perhaps they could save the elder. He asked if the main character had such herbs. In response, Kanso raised his eyebrows, admitting that this was the first time he had heard of such a thing. He expressed regret, but also suggested that the guy might be wrong. At that moment, the goblin felt real despair. Ian's eyes widened, insisting that he had definitely sensed the presence of herbs. He claimed that goblins had a very keen sense of smell. Kanso then crossed his arms over his chest, asking if the elder had fallen into such a state after the Black Brotherhood's attack. The boy stood in front of him, asking if he could take a look at the elder himself. Ian's eyes widened in confusion, asking what the protagonist meant. The hero then smiled, asking Sam to leave him alone. The man closed his eyes and smiled, assuring him that there was no need to worry. After this, Kanso stood up, asking the goblin to listen to him. He smiled, stating that he would try to cure the elder. In response, Ian smiled, asking if he could really cure him. Kanso closed his eyes, admitting that he couldn't say for sure. But if it was truly the work of the Black Brotherhood, perhaps he could help. At that moment, the door to the establishment opened and the bell rang. Leon smiled, wishing everyone good morning. He closed his eyes and said that Chinese food is the best for breakfast. At that moment, Leon froze in place, surprised to see Ian kneeling in front of the protagonist. Literally the next moment, the tip of the sword touched his neck. Leon's eyes widened, asking who this man was and what he had done. He added that he was connected to the Black Brotherhood. At that moment, Kanso came up to him and hit Leon on the head with his hand. The guy closed his eyes, telling him not to torture the poor goblin. After that, Leon sat down at the table with his arms crossed and said that something similar had recently happened in Chungcheong province. Kanso asked what he was talking about. Leon then looked ahead, explaining that an A-rank gate had appeared there. However, for some unknown reason, the radar network monitoring the gate stopped functioning, and no action was taken in time. As a result, the gates began to open in the opposite direction, and as luck would have it, the Black Brotherhood appeared nearby, almost as if they were sitting in ambush. Luckily, the Goblin garrison was able to fight off the Black Brotherhood and the monsters, but during the battle, the Elder was wounded and lost consciousness. The Elder collapsed to the ground, his weapon lying next to him. This incident was serious and could cause serious political problems. The association was ready to react at any moment. Kanso frowned, thinking that while the goblins were important beings responsible for the security of the state, their problems could easily escalate into a national crisis that would pose a threat not only to the state, but also to Sam's family. The boy turned his head, showing that in this case they couldn't afford to waste any more time. He asked how far it was from their current location to where the Elder was. Then Ian smiled, assuring the group that there was no need to worry about it. Behind him was a goblin club, which he held in front of him. Ian smiled again and commanded the weapon to open the door. At that moment, a wooden gate appeared right in front of them. Kanso raised his eyebrows, his eyes widening in surprise as he wondered if this was their magic. Ian closed his eyes and smiled, explaining that this was traditional goblin magic. The Goblin Gate. Through this door, they could directly enter their village. Kanso frowned, thinking that this was a gate that moved through space. Soon the boys stood in front of the gates, which were surrounded by streams of bright energy. Ian smiled as he opened the door for his comrades. Then Kanso raised his eyebrows again, his eyes widening even more as they found themselves on a rocky cliff surrounded by tall, green-topped trees. Ian then smiled and pointed at the buildings in the distance, saying that this was the Wind Clan village. Kanso looked ahead, noting that there was a huge tree and traditional houses, but something else seemed different. The boy frowned and asked if it was the sky created by the barrier. Kanso commented that he felt like they had entered a parallel world, like an inventory or a gate. In response, Ian smiled and explained that it was part of Chungcheong province. He added that most goblins, with the exception of himself and a few of his friends, adhere to conservative values. The village, located in a small patch of forest, was surrounded by a translucent sphere. He explained that there were several barriers above the village to prevent outsiders from entering. Leon then looked forward, wondering if this meant that the Black Brotherhood was trying to break through these barriers. Yen stretched his hands forward, confirming that this was indeed the case, although the Black Brotherhood failed in their attempt. He noticed that the scenery here was completely different from what was outside. He noticed that lately more and more goblins like himself were coming out. Leon then leaned towards Kanso, mentioning that one of the chieftains and overseers in the Silver Tower was also a goblin. Kanso raised his eyebrows in surprise as he imagined Hannah and little Ian. He remembered how the girl once said that there was a goblin among her friends. Most likely she figured it out herself with the help of the priest's skill. Soon, the heroes approached the buildings located among the rocky terrain. Leon crossed his arms over his chest and looked up, noticing that up close the tree did indeed look huge. Kanso frowned, agreeing that it was true but also noting the impressive aura it gave off. Ian closed his eyes and smiled, saying that it was a sacred tree. The boy asked what that meant, and the goblin explained that, unlike humans, goblins are born from the fruits of a sacred tree. The branch on which the fruit hung later turned into a club, which the goblins used for the rest of their lives, and inside the fruit was a human embryo. Ian continued, explaining that goblins and their clubs had one beginning and one end. When the goblins died, they returned to the sacred tree again. Ian then smiled, explaining that in human terms the tree was like a mother and guardian spirit to them, and the barrier above the village was also held in place by the power of the sacred tree. Leon then raised his eyebrows, asking how long goblins usually live. Ian smiled, answering that they usually live for about 1,000 years. Ian raised his eyebrows awkwardly and scratched the back of his head, admitting that he was already over 100 years old, but by goblin standards he was still considered young. At this moment, Kanso and Leon exchanged nervous glances. At that moment, some men approached them, and one of them noticed that Ian had already returned. The blond boy smiled and raised his hand, explaining that he went to get some restorative herbs and came back so quickly. Then Ian frowned sadly and shook his head, saying that he had failed to find the herb. The guy looked at him with a sad expression, saying that nothing could be done about it. He then raised his eyebrows, suggesting that they go outside and look for the restorative herb together. Then the fair-haired boys opened their eyes and mouths in surprise, asking if these two boys were masters. The goblins surrounded Leon and Kanso, touching them and asking what they were doing there, one of them asking how long it had been since he last saw them. Then Ian closed his eyes, explaining that he didn't have the herb. But Kanso came here to heal the elder, In response, the boy opened his eyes wide, asking if it was true. Then the goblins began to joyfully throw him up and down, shouting that now the elder could be cured and he would soon be healthy. Kanso raised his eyebrows, looking down and thinking that they were very positive, perhaps even a little overly optimistic. At that moment, a muscular man stepped forward. It was Kenneth, one of the goblin leaders, who appeared in front of the crowd of heroes. The boy frowned, asking if Mr. Kanso could really cure the elder. At this moment, Kanso felt that this guy was clearly the leader, as he had a very strong aura coming from him. Kenneth approached the protagonist, his own displeasure showing as a bright stream of energy materialized behind him. Leon frowned as he stood next to the protagonist, and Kanso frowned as well, feeling the goblin looking at him suspiciously, as if he wanted to eat him. Although the boy knew he looked suspicious, he wondered if the goblin would even allow him to meet the elder. Suddenly, Kenneth smirked and told the boys to follow him. He would take them to the elder. The goblin turned around, apologizing for not behaving in the best way. He said that he had served the elder for several hundred years. Kanso then stepped towards him, apologizing for interrupting. He looked at the goblin's back, asking why he chose to believe him, considering that he could be in cahoots with those who were trying to harm the elder. Kenneth explained with a sarcastic smile that goblins could tell a lie right away. If a goblin believed a lie, it simply meant that he didn't want to fight and decided to give in. He turned to the others, assuring them that there was no trace of deception in their words. Hearing this, the hero smiled, grateful for their trust. Then Kenneth turned away again, saying that it was not a question of whether he believed it or not, but that he simply recognized him. Kanso looked at the goblin, wondering if he had a skill similar to Hannah's, and noted to himself that goblins were indeed an unusual people. As they approached a small building, Kenneth announced that they had arrived and invited them to follow him inside. Kanso followed after him. Thinking to himself that this place resembled where he once lived, he wondered if the goblins really came from a world similar to his own. In the courtyard, they were met by a man smoking a pipe. Kenneth stopped and asked him how the elder was feeling. The goblin lowered his head sadly, quietly replying that they were doing everything they could, but the situation remained critical. Hearing this, Kenneth visibly tensed and muttered that he had suspected as much. He then continued walking, declaring that it was not his fault, and ordered that the man be allowed to rest for a while. After this, Kenneth climbed the stairs, shouting to the elder that it was him. Upon entering, he invited the protagonist to follow him inside. Kanso took off his shoes and apologized for disturbing him. Inside, they found a man with long white hair lying on the floor, his body bandaged in several places. Kanso watched him, thinking to himself that this was the elder of the goblin tribe. Despite the elder's grave condition, he sensed a strength in him that was much greater than that of the leader. Kneeling down in front of him, the protagonist realized that the elder's energy was at the S rank level, and he was surprised how such a powerful warrior ended up in such a weakened state. He placed 2 fingers, cloaked in magical energy, on the elder, and recalled the words of the goblins who said that no medicine would work on him, and that they couldn't even determine the cause of his condition. It was clear that this was not a disease. Something else was involved. Suddenly, Kanso was struck by something amazing. He turned sharply to Leon, asking him to stand outside and guard the elder's room. Leon, clearly surprised, agreed and left. As soon as Leon left, the protagonist smiled, stating that it was time to begin the treatment. He placed both his hands on the elder and felt the powerful energy of the goblin. Mentally, he understood that the core of the goblin was in their chest, in their goblin fire. Kanso sensed a faint demonic energy in the elder's chest, and realized that the goblin's core had absorbed the energy, leading him to believe that someone had discovered the goblin's weakness and had even managed to trick their heightened senses. He closed his eyes, frowning, and wondered if this was the result of a spell. It seemed more like a curse. The enemy acted with great intelligence, using his power to create a spiritual form. Kanso felt that demonic energy enveloped the goblin's fire, and it was too dangerous to simply extract it. There was only one way. Kanso then leaned closer to the elder, his spirit form approaching the goblin's core. He noted to himself that the demonic energy was spreading like poison, and that he needed to weaken it. Then he found himself in a black void. Opening his eyes, he realized that he first needed to weaken his spiritual form. Then the hero moved forward, determined to penetrate inside. Standing in front of the huge goblin core that was almost destroyed by the massive eye, he noticed that the evil eye was closed. However, after a few seconds, he opened up, staring at the hero with a mad look. The monster looked at him, confusion evident on its face, its body covered in crystal shards and green smoke coming from its head. The monster raised its head, sensing mana around it. At that moment, Kanso frowned, confused. Suddenly, angry snakes with dog heads appeared from the monster's head, rushing towards him. Then the hero realized that he needed to destroy the monster. Kanso grinned evilly, lowering his head. He held his hand out and called for mana, urging the monster to attack. the dogs opening their mouths wide, screaming loudly as they rushed towards him. But Kanso reacted quickly, striking the monster with a sharp movement of his hand. He immediately jumped up and kicked one of the dog-like heads, sending it flying. The monster's heads turned around him, growling in rage. Then Kanso jumped again, delivering powerful kicks that drove the monster's heads into the ground. The monster's face changed color, and the protagonist spread his arms, enveloped in mana. Their fists collided with a loud explosion, and the mana began to dissipate. Kanso cut off the heads of the monsters, which screamed in pain as they separated from their bodies. He smirked, stating that he had come to destroy the bacteria. Then he turned his gaze to the monster, asking if it was really bacteria. Black veins appeared on the monster's eye, and it screamed with all its might. He looked at the severed heads of the dogs, which after a few seconds appeared again and opened their mouths again, angry at the main character. Kanso then realized that the monster was using the goblin's firepower to regenerate, and if he pulled any longer, the elder's energy would run out, which would be dangerous. His body was enveloped in magic and he spread his arms again. Running up to the open mouths of the dogs, he moved quickly, jumping and striking at each of them as he passed, at which point the monster rolled its eye upward, screaming in pain. Kanso then landed on the ground, kneeling, while the monster's eye closed completely. Kanso thought it was time to settle this once and for all. He walked up to the monster, declaring that it was time to end this. Slowly, he reached out to his eye, and as he touched it, purple mana began to flow from the monster towards him. Kanso began to squeeze his hand, drawing all of mana into his palm. A moment later, he opened one eye, holding mana in his hand and realizing that he had managed to completely separate the demonic energy from the goblin fire. Suddenly the elder stirred, and Kanso, agitated, asked if he had regained consciousness. The man was able to open his eyes, and the goblins burst into joyful cries, signaling that the elder had awakened. Soon the goblin came out of his house, met by his friends and comrades. He hugged the crying Ian, declaring that he had brought a precious person with him. Meanwhile, Kanso and Leon stood behind, and the latter looked at the elder, noting that they were using magic to slowly extinguish the goblin fire inside him. He then asked if Kanso had completely freed the elder from magic and how he did it, to which Kanso smiled widely, replying that he had simply removed the magic that was inside. Leon thought for a moment before asking what happened to him. Then the hero closed his eyes and answered with ease in his voice that he had absorbed and purified it. Leon was shocked to hear this. He stretched out his hand in disbelief and asked if it was possible to do something like this so easily. However, before the main character could answer, a voice came from the side, addressing him. The elder looked straight at him and introduced himself as Hui, the Wind Tribe elder. He bowed his head slightly, explaining that he owed his life to the protagonist and had no idea how to properly thank him. Then Hui tried to get to his feet but was overcome with pain. Kanso approached him and told him to sit down first. He explained that although the source of the disease had been removed, the elder had lost a lot of strength and should not exert himself too much. Having said this, Kanso reached into his pocket and pulled out a medicinal herb called imyansho. He explained that this herb would help him recover his strength faster. Seeing this, Hui was very surprised. At that moment, Ian appeared from behind the protagonist, confirming that Kanso was right. He explained that it was called the healing herb imyansho. Kanso then placed his hand on his hip and stated that he now understood what they were talking about last time. Hui laughed, admitting that it was just a matter of different names. Then, with a smile on his face, he said that he raised John as his own son and volunteered to find a special person who would help and save him. Hearing this, Kanso smiled widely, admitting that, to be honest, he had planned to come to them because he had something to ask. Hui was surprised to ask what he wanted to know. After some time, they were sitting at the same table, and the protagonist asked if Hui could tell them more about what happened. The elder took a sip of his drink before replying that this was not the first time the Black Brotherhood had attacked the Goblin Village. Their true goals had always been unclear to him. But this time something caught his eye. With a growing sense of unease, he noticed that this time they had brought with them a large pack of wild animals, and it seemed as if they had carefully prepared for the attack. However, at the time, Hui didn't pay much attention to it, assuming that there were simply more of them than usual, but still not enough to stand up to the goblins. After the battle was over, Hui admitted that, frankly speaking, even several experienced masters could have handled them. There were more attackers than usual, but fewer masters. Perhaps that was why he suddenly felt an inexplicable anxiety. At that moment, the enemy rushed at him from a blind spot. A weapon appeared in front of him, emitting an ominous demonic aura. The elder repelled the attack, but it crumbled too easily, as if it had been specially designed to fall apart. The shards flew towards Hui, and one of them pierced his body, causing him excruciating pain. Despite this, he dealt the enemy a crushing blow in response. The elder then collapsed to the ground, leaning on his weapon, trying to catch his breath and spitting out blood. Kenneth noticed him and screamed, trying to call out to him. He stepped on the enemy's face and demanded to know what he had done to the elder. However, the enemy only smiled broadly, lying on the ground. Kenneth looked at him carefully and saw a capsule in his teeth. In fear, he asked if it was poison. Meanwhile, Hui continued to sit on the ground, pressing his hand to his chest, trying to catch his breath. He looked down, and only then did he understand the reason why this had happened. He wondered why the Black Brotherhood was greater in numbers this time, and why they had deliberately staged an attack that had seemed doomed from the start. At this point, Kanso frowned, stating that they had no intention of breaking through the barrier. Rather, their goal was to strike the Elder with the weapon. Hui nodded, confirming that this was indeed the case, adding that he only survived thanks to the main character. The boy asked what happened to the rest of the weapon, and Hui replied that the rest of the sword had completely evaporated, and the surviving members of the Black Brotherhood had committed suicide. Kanso then sighed, expressing disappointment that if at least the weapon had remained, it could have helped in the investigation. Hui added that while the protagonist was treating him, he was conscious, although he could not move. He explained that during this time, he felt a huge power that he had never encountered before in this world, so he took the liberty of asking the protagonist something. Looking at Kanso, he asked if he was from another world, like the goblins. In response, Kanso smiled and said that he too was a stranger. He added that he came from a country called OK, although he could not find a way to return, so he decided to stay and live there. He then looked around, noting that the goblin village reminded him of his homeland in many ways. Then the hero asked if they were from the same world. The elder lowered his head thoughtfully before replying that they were from the Chuxing country, and that he had never heard of OK. Then Kanso asked with a slight sadness if this was true, remembering the girl with whom they were in that world. Hui explained that they came from different places but found themselves in the same situation. He suggested that it would be better to try to find a way to return to their lands together. He extended his hand and said that if they joined forces, they could succeed. Kanso smiled at the outstretched hand and extended his own to shake it. The story moves forward to a few days later. The secretary informed the president that the defense minister was requesting a meeting the following day. He added that the minister would like to apologize for the attack on the Goblin Elder. The president coldly replied that the meeting should be scheduled for the next day. The secretary told him that the minister had called them immediately after he learned that his secretary was a traitor. The president then turned around and shouted that the Goblin Elder might have died, and if the minister felt guilty, he should wait another day. The guy nodded in response, and the president added that he needed to take care of some personal things. When the boy offered to give him a ride, the president refused, saying it was personal. So the secretary held out his hands, insisting that he could not allow the president to leave alone, as it would be dangerous. But the president shrugged as he put on his jacket and said he was just going to have dinner at a regular Chinese restaurant. There were photographs of the main character's face on the man's desk, but none of them showed his face. Meanwhile, the elevator descended to the first floor, and when the doors opened, the president stood behind them, buttoning his jacket. He thought to himself that they said that this guy managed to heal the Goblin Elder, but there was a high chance that it was all a lie. He headed towards the exit, thinking to himself that he hardly managed to figure out the cause of the Elder's illness. Even their best healer couldn't find any way to cure him, and yet he suddenly made a full recovery in just one day. As the president continued walking, he thought that while he was naturally glad that the Elder had recovered, there were still many things that remained unclear. He remembered Leon and thought to himself that the guy had managed to reach level 0 with his technique, but it was hard to believe that he had done it alone not long ago. The president recalled their conversation and reminded himself that Leon had a poor memory of exactly how he had acted, and the stories his allies told him did not match. In fact, they even contradicted each other. He realized that no one could have dealt with the problems they faced if they had been in Leon's place. Even Molly's report seemed suspicious. The same thing happened with Koval and the purge of the Flammer organization, which was distributing a new type of drug. The same thing happened even with the one who was currently in the association's special prison, the half-demon Dagon, who was captured alive. The report mentioned the intervention of a masked stranger. As the president approached the exit, he thought that perhaps the mysterious figure had helped Leon reach rank 0. Jin probably already knew about this, since there were no reports of the stranger. However, no orders were given to hunt him down, meaning that Jin likely made some kind of contract with him in exchange for teaching them their technique, in exchange for him promising not to interfere. The president speculated that if all these mysterious incidents were solved with the help of this stranger, then this person might be an awakened one with greater power than Leon. He may have been even more powerful than anyone in the world. No one knew what might happen to the country if they angered him. The old man went outside, deciding that he couldn't leave someone who posed such a threat unattended, so he kept his investigation secret, conducting it on his own. First, he assigned someone to follow Leon and Molly without revealing his intentions. As he expected, their routes coincided in several places, such as the Chinese restaurant, the Spring Pavilion. There was also a man whose appearance could not be seen in the photographs. Either the waiter in the restaurant was awakened, or he was somehow connected to him. Then the president walked towards the restaurant with a serious expression on his face, and thought to himself that today he would personally meet this man and find out who he really was. The fate of the entire country depended on this. One thing was certain. This man seemed ready for dialogue. Standing in front of the building, the president looked at his watch and thought that if necessary, he would risk his life. Otherwise, he would not be able to help them. He then adjusted his watch, which had a setting that allowed him to change his appearance. His whole body began to glow and change, and in a few seconds he took on the appearance of an old man. The president pulled at his cheek and thought to himself that the transformation had gone unnoticed. He had used an appearance-changing artifact invented by the master. Suddenly a drop of water fell to the ground, followed by more drops, which quickly turned into a downpour. The president looked up, puzzled by the rain, but then covered his head with his hand and ran to a taxi parked by the road. Once inside, he told the driver where to take him. As the car approached the designated place, two people watched them from a distance. The two were the leaders of the Black Brotherhood, brother and sister Chan and Chelsea. Carter crossed his arms over his chest and wondered out loud if the old man was really the president of the association. His sister lowered her binoculars and confirmed that he was, then asked where he was going without security. Then Carter laughed, noting that everything would go faster now, so they would soon become famous. Chelsea looked at her brother and replied that she thought he recognized their abilities. It was all for him. It was raining heavily that evening, and the restaurant was overbooked, forcing them to close early because they ran out of food. There was a frying pan on the stove with vegetables sizzling in it. Sam tossed the food into the air to turn it over and fry it more evenly. Kanso looked up carefully, holding the bottles in his hands, and thought to himself that on a rainy day, it was impossible to resist onion pancakes with rice vodka. Sam then smiled and drooled, remarking that the dinner was going to be simply unforgettable. In response, Kanso laughed, noting that the man really loved food so much that he admired it. Then he turned away and looked at the stack of cakes, wondering out loud if it was too many. Sam was confused and asked when he had managed to fry so much. He shouted that he hadn't even noticed. Then Kanso suggested calling someone. Sam replied that Hannah and her mother had gone to another city to film, and Hayek probably wouldn't be coming because of her diet. Kanso was then thinking about inviting Leon or Jenny when a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. The men wondered if they really had a visitor. At that moment, the old man opened the door, asking if they had closed it yet. He immediately looked up and exclaimed loudly when he saw the protagonist, who was the mysterious awakened one. He could barely sense the aura, but he knew for sure that the guy was familiar with the awakened aura training method, which meant that he knew how to hide his energy. However, it was unclear where President Henry got such confidence from. The president's most outstanding qualities were leadership and the ability to recognize the abilities of others. This skill, however, was not an awakening skill. It came from a completely different area that could not be explained. This was also one of the secrets that allowed him to successfully continue to run the Silver Tower. Then Sam looked at the old man and scratched his head, saying that they had already closed. The old man turned around, thinking to himself that he recognized the boy's face, and that was something worth thinking about. Suddenly, a voice called out to him from behind. Sam smiled and asked if the old man liked onion pancakes with rice vodka. Soon there was food on the table, and the old man knocked over the plate when he had drunk all the vodka. Taking the plate away from his mouth, he exhaled happily and shouted that this was the best thing to do on a rainy day. Sam replied that he had fried too much, as if he knew someone was coming. Then the old man grinned and thanked him, saying that they were hardly expecting guests, but now they were being treated to drinks. But the man objected, saying that the old man knew how to drink. Sam then shouted at the old man to drink it all up, and at that moment the president completely forgot his purpose. Kanso took a deep breath and thought to himself that it was no wonder he worked so hard that he didn't have time to drink. A smile spread across his face as he immediately recognized the old man as the association president. He remembered Jenny's words, who said that Henry would become a great man. If it weren't for him, Korea would not exist in the form it did. She added that it was he who carried out the duties of the head of state, and it was he who was truly suited to the role of president of the association. Kanso looked at him thoughtfully and realized that, as Jenny had mentioned, he was radiating the same energy as the president. But then a question arose in his mind about why the president had changed his appearance and come to the restaurant. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, the light above his head began to flicker, attracting their attention. The light suddenly went out, plunging the room into darkness. Chelsea and Carter appeared on the roof of the restaurant, their figures illuminated by an eerie glow, shouting that it was time to begin the tiger hunt. Meanwhile, in the pavilion, the lights continued to flicker until they finally went out completely. The old man remarked that it looked like the lights were off. Sam looked up at the ceiling and replied that they had recently changed the light bulbs. However, only the main character remained calm, his gaze directed forward, deep in thought. The owner of the establishment scratched his head and wondered out loud if their light bulbs were worn out yet. He added that he would quickly go and check it out, but Kanso answered firmly, putting the candle on the table. He stood up, declaring that he would go himself. He turned to Sam and said that the owner should not leave when there is a customer. The man looked at his friend in surprise, but the next second he smiled and agreed, adding that he was now asking the protagonist for a favor. The old man looked at Kanso in surprise but said nothing in response, so Sam looked at him and muttered that he expected the problem to be solved quickly. Meanwhile, the protagonist was heading towards the exit. Sam added that his employee was very capable. Just then, several bolts of electricity shot out from Chelsea's hands. She thought to herself that her ability allowed her to absorb all the energy of anyone she touched. It made her physically stronger depending on how much she absorbed. By absorbing energy from a crystal that produced electricity, she could achieve complete darkness. She then spread her arms wide, telling her brother that everything was ready. Mentally, she thought of the impending absolute darkness. Carter, who was standing nearby, turned around, muttering to himself that it was his turn now. With a sinister smile on his face, he told himself that he would quickly figure everything out and come back. He lowered his leg from the roof, preparing to jump, and in the complete darkness created by his sister, he jumped down. His body was enveloped in powerful magical energy, and he smiled widely, thinking that no one would be able to see him now. As he descended, his body became transparent, and upon landing, he realized that his skill was perfect camouflage in the dark. Carter looked up, his smile widening, and he thought to himself that this was the reason why none of their targets had survived yet. However, just as he was reveling in his success, he heard approaching footsteps. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw the protagonist standing in front of him. Kanso stood motionless, calmly watching where the frightened Carter now was. Then the guy took out a knife and thought to himself. He planned to quietly finish off only the chairman. But when he quickly moved towards the main character, he realized that he could not do anything. He quickly jumped up, aiming at the protagonist, intending to leave no evidence behind. His knife was about to plunge into Kanso's neck, and he told himself that this would be the end for him. But suddenly the main character raised his hand and blocked the blow. Carter stood in shock, wondering how the blow was deflected. The hero couldn't see him or even feel his presence. At that moment, Kanso's fingers were in front of Carter's face, and the protagonist hit Carter hard on the forehead. The blow sent the mercenary flying back, but Carter managed to quickly recover. He landed on his feet and slid across the ground. Rising to his feet, he looked at his opponent, beads of sweat running down his face. Carter couldn't understand how the protagonist saw him despite his complete disguise. He stood there, breathing heavily, wondering out loud if this man really was a secret agent from the Silver Tower. Kanso then pointed behind him and calmly stated that he was just a delivery boy from a restaurant, in response to which Carter cried out in disbelief, calling him a liar. Then Kanso walked slowly towards him, his gaze not wavering. He informed Carter that he was disturbing their clients and would not allow this to happen, especially since they had a special client that day. His face darkened as he added that this man should just get out of here. Carter began covering the cut on his face with his hand, asking if Kanso really thought he could do anything just because he hit him once. Without warning, Chelsea flew into the air, screaming that they wouldn't listen to some freak. She activated the mana in her hand and pointed it towards Kanso, a wide smile spreading across her face. She thought to herself that she would use the energy she had absorbed and direct it into a crushing blow that would leave the protagonist in disarray. However, Kanso immediately noticed her movement and extended his palm upward. The girl, amazed, was perplexed by what was happening. She wondered if the guy was really resisting her energy. Chelsea pressed her fist into his palm, and the protagonist sternly told her that she could not use someone else's power. Without hesitation, he grabbed her wrist, spun her around, and threw her to the ground with all his might, blood spraying out of her mouth in all directions. Then Kanso turned around and asked her brother if the boy wanted to continue. However, he realized that he did not see the enemy behind him. This surprised him, and he continued to look around in shock. Meanwhile, Carter quickly ran forward, thinking that his sister had absorbed the energy of an entire building, meaning that she would be able to deal with Kanso. Landing on the ground with a smirk on his face, Carter thought about leaving the protagonist to his sister. He stood in front of the restaurant, his thoughts focused on taking care of their target. He smirked again, then frowned as he looked into the restaurant. Out of all the people they had targeted, none had survived. His body was enveloped in mana, and when he brought the knife to his face, he thought that they would kill Chairman Henry. However, to his surprise, he hit something hard, which threw him back. Carter fell to the ground, and suddenly a magical barrier appeared in front of the restaurant doors. Shocked, he raised his head and stared at what was blocking his path. Seeing the obstacle, he shouted, demanding to know what it was. Kanso stepped forward and explained that he had expected uninvited guests to arrive, and had therefore set up the barrier in advance. He looked at Carter with a stern expression in his eyes, and declared that no one dared touch the customers of their restaurant. Meanwhile, Henry in the restaurant noticed that the young man made a good impression. He smiled and asked Sam if he could tell him more about him. Meanwhile, he thought to himself that he needed to find out everything he could about this mysterious figure. Then Sam, smiling broadly, asked if he meant Kanso, indicating that he liked him too. He then lowered his head slightly and mentioned that before opening the restaurant, Kanso had worked as a porter for 10 years. He raised his head and added that during this time he had met many different people, some of whom were strong personalities. Meanwhile, the Black Brotherhood siblings circled around the protagonist on the street, and Sam continued to express his opinion about his employee. He noted that their strength only increased his anxiety. Although Kanso was also strong, he did not radiate the same anxiety. Both mercenaries rushed at him from different sides at the same time, but Sam continued to say that the most important thing was that Kanso could be considered the most noble person among those he had met. The opponent's fists and knives were right in front of the protagonist's face, but he smiled calmly. He sharply raised his hands and parried the attacks. He parried each blow with ease, thinking to himself that their technique was not bad. Carter thrust his knife forward and charged, while Chelsea kicked out her leg, rushing at the enemy. However, the protagonist easily parried both of their attacks, muttering with disdain that their efforts were not enough. In one swift motion, he struck his opponents with both hands, sending Carter and Chelsea flying in different directions, both of them down in one blow. Kanso then put his hands behind his back and remarked that he did not understand why such experienced people would try to commit a crime. He then told them to behave decently in the future. However, before he could finish speaking, he noticed wires around him. Chelsea held some of them in her hands, laughing madly when she said he hadn't noticed her. The next moment, the wires tightly bound Kanso's hands and body. Carter quickly jumped to his sister, shouting that their enemy was caught. Chelsea then screamed, asking if Kanso really believed they would attack him without a plan. With madness in her eyes, Chelsea stared at her opponent and screamed that they were just waiting for the right moment to tie him up with those special wires. Together, they pulled out the wires, and Carter warned Kanso that anyone who tried to interfere would pay for it. He cheerfully advised the protagonist not to try to break the wire, and Chelsea added that it was compressed into a web, which made it incredibly strong. Kanso looked at them in confusion and asked if they meant the spider monster from Gangwon-do. The guy laughed and repeated that it was a special wire made from black spider web. He then added that it would be impossible to break it by force alone. But as the conversation unfolded, Kanso, enveloped in magic, managed to sever the wires with one movement. Chelsea and Carter stood with wide eyes in surprise, staring at the main character. The hero then took the wire and smiled, stating that it was definitely beyond their powers. He looked at them with a grin. The old man, meanwhile, asked if Kanso was suitable for this job. He explained that if someone with power uses it with the right intentions, peace can be established on Earth. He turned to Sam and asked him what he thought about it. In response, Sam exhaled and said that he didn't even know. He continued by saying that if the right man sees power as a reason to throw away his life, then perhaps Kanso was that man. He paused for a moment before adding that he would most likely give up his own power and choose an ordinary life instead. The old man's mouth dropped open slightly in shock, and the light bulb above began to crackle before coming back on. Looking up, the man noticed that the electricity had returned. The protagonist then returned to the restaurant, noticing that it took longer than he expected. He started to approach the table when suddenly the old man asked if his name was really Kanso. The hero turned to him and confirmed that this was so. Then he asked if the old man really had something to tell him. In response, Henry crossed his arms over his chest, looking at Kanso, and said that it was not so. Then he looked up at him and explained that he just wanted to thank him. He replayed in his mind all the times Kanso had saved people and smiled. Then suddenly Kanso looked at him and said that he was grateful to him. He added that thanks to him, Courier remained strong and healthy. The chairman looked at him in shock, wondering if the protagonist knew who he was from the start. Then the old man bowed and said that he was also grateful. Once outside, he bowed again to Kanso and Sam and remarked that the day had been quite pleasant. Sam bowed back, saying that they hadn't even noticed how quickly time had flown by. Henry then turned to leave and the man warned him to be careful. The old man closed his eyes and walked forward with a smile on his face. Suddenly he opened his eyes in surprise and saw Chelsea and Carter tied to a pole with wire. He asked who they were. As he approached them, it dawned on him, and he asked what they were doing there. Then he noticed a piece of paper nearby, picked it up and unfolded it. After reading it, he learned that he was being hunted and that he needed to be careful. Then Henry smiled as he read the note and, putting his hands behind his back, continued walking forward. Some time has passed since that day, and people were enjoying life in the water park. Hannah's whole family came there. Her parents took many happy photos of their daughter. A little girl in an inflatable bunny ring waved happily at the camera as she swam with her friends, her parents and uncle standing behind her watching happily. As it turned out, Kanso also came with Sam's family to the water park. Sarah, hugging her husband, said with delight that it seemed like their family had a lot of fun. This time, Tristan was not there as a bodyguard, but as a member of Hannah's fan club called the Chocolate Buns. Kanso, on the other hand, was simply enjoying his vacation, watching the girl. However, his relaxation was short-lived as he soon faced a serious problem. He looked to the side and was shocked. Through his glasses he noticed many beautiful girls in swimsuits, especially the women around him who were almost naked. Kanso blushed in embarrassment, wondering if they were wearing too little. In despair, he closed his eyes, not knowing where to look. This was a crisis moment in his life. Meanwhile, 3 rescuers carefully examined the area. One of them, Jean, noticed his 2 partners fooling around and asked what they were doing. The other 2 looked at him and replied that they were looking for Molly's boss. The guy with gray hair raised his fist and declared that the water park was a gathering of wolves on a hunt. Another guy with orange hair extended his hand and added that they came to protect the boss from people with bad intentions, as this is their calling. Hearing this, Jin was surprised and asked if they had come here voluntarily. He pointed to the inscription on his back and said that keeping an eye on the safety of citizens is also their calling. Suddenly, someone's hand fell on his shoulder. The guy with gray hair lowered his head and asked him to be honest. Then he smiled broadly and asked if he understood correctly. That the boss knew Molly's boss would be here today, and so they volunteered, even giving up their vacation. Jin was confused, with beads of cold sweat on his face. He asked why they were here. He asked that since they had come for this reason, why didn't they go on vacation? Both of his partners placed their hands on his shoulders and explained that they had done the same. The guy with orange hair looked up and mentioned that everyone in their department knew that their boss liked Molly's boss. The gray-haired guy also looked up and said that if the boss hesitated, they could beat him to it, since Molly's boss was popular in other departments as well. Afterwards, they jokingly pretended to be cupids, saying that there was nothing to worry about and that they just needed to trust them. Jin lowered his head, his hand twitching. He muttered that they were asking for trouble and demanded to know if they were trying to play a joke on him. Suddenly, he rushed at them, grabbing them by the neck, and shouted that he would show them who his boss was. At that moment, a soft female voice was heard from behind, and the guys turned around in shock. At this point, Molly was fixing her hair and said that she heard that their boss would be there too. Then she asked if he brought his employees with him. Jin blushed, his mouth hanging open, wondering if the girl had always been this beautiful. Then Molly looked at him and asked why he suddenly turned red. Maybe he had heat stroke. She placed her hand on his forehead to check and immediately looked into his eyes. The girl carefully assessed his condition and said that he was fine. At this moment, Jin's subordinates watched everything that was happening with great interest. Beads of sweat appeared on Jin's face and he quickly pushed her hand away, insisting that he was fine. Then Molly frowned, saying that she was actually worried about him. Then her expression softened and she looked at him with regret. Molly, noticing this exchange, mentioned that the boy had only recently regained his strength, so he should not overexert himself. She then waved to the others, saying that she would be in another area and that they would see each other later. The boys shouted at her to be careful, and Jin watched her go, thinking that she seemed genuinely worried about him. Grinning, he turned away from Molly and walked forward with a smile on his face. Suddenly, he heard a girl being called beautiful from behind. A guy with tattoos approached Molly and asked if she wanted to chat with him. He scratched his head and introduced himself as the head of the 4th branch of the legendary guild. Then he asked if she had time, suggesting that they could have some fun. In response, Molly exhaled, explaining that she had come to work as a volunteer and did not have time for entertainment. The guy then grabbed her wrist, insisting that there were plenty of volunteers around, so she didn't need to work alone. Molly looked at him, thinking with indignation that he was being too intrusive. At that moment, Jin ran up and grabbed the stranger by the hand. He yelled at the stranger, saying that the girl had already refused him. The boy pulled his hand back in confusion and asked who Jin was. He looked at Jin and asked if he was this girl's boyfriend. At that moment, Jin lowered his head and whispered something under his breath, wondering who he was to Molly. Then he remembered the time when he fought with Dagon and was unable to protect the girl. He also did not keep his promise to Hans. Moreover, he did not remove his wounds, so as not to forget his shame. Jin thought that this was the very reason why he didn't dare to take the first step. He clenched his teeth in despair and wanted to scream loudly, but before he could do so, a loud child's scream was heard behind him. Then Jin opened his eyes in surprise and saw Hannah, who, with her arms outstretched, was running towards Molly, looking for her mother. Hannah ran up to the girl who was clearly surprised. Molly looked at her and asked what she was doing there. Suddenly Hannah whispered to her to play along quickly. The girl, seeing the wink, immediately understood everything. She squatted down next to her and asked when her daughter had arrived, causing both boys to freeze in shock. The tattooed stranger was shocked when he realized the woman was married. Jin, with eyes full of sadness, asked if this was her daughter. Without warning, Molly ran up to him and lightly nudged him in the side with her elbow. He fell, and Molly asked if her dear husband was all right, adding that her hand had slipped by accident. At this time, People began to gather around, asking who the man was who was pestering a married woman. Someone even shouted that he was from the legendary guild. The frightened boy bowed low and ran away, shouting apologies. Once the guy was gone, Molly leaned over to Hannah and thanked her, then asked why she decided to help her. The girl, smiling, explained that her uncle always said that you need to help those who find themselves in a difficult situation. Having said this, she waved her hand and said goodbye. Then Molly looked up in surprise. She saw Hannah run up to the protagonist, who picked her up in his arms. Together with Hannah, he gave the girl a thumbs up. At that moment, a guy with orange hair approached Molly and asked if he remembered correctly that this man was a courier from the Spring Pavilion restaurant. He raised his finger and asked if they really knew each other, since she had recognized him the last time they met. Molly, clearly confused, replied that he had only helped her a few times. At that moment, the voice of one of the rescuers was heard from the side. The gray-haired man put his hand to his chin and noticed that the delivery man from the Chinese restaurant was a rather inconspicuous figure that no one would suspect. He shouted that he was just an ant. The members of the Silver Tower called their informants ants, comparing them to small creatures that scurried around looking for food to bring back to their anthills. Then Molly explained that it was something like this. Her colleague with red hair added that he thought the courier might be her secret lover, as he was quite charming. The gray-haired man turned to his boss and asked what he thought about the situation. Jean, however, stood with his back to them, lost in thoughts about Molly. His comrades tried to call out to him, but Jin seemed to be in another world, oblivious to everything happening around him. Sometime later, a message was broadcast over all loudspeakers for the guests of the water park. The man excitedly announced that the long-awaited event was about to begin. He waved his hand and shouted the opening of the obstacle course, and the guests burst into applause, clearly excited by the announcement. Behind them, the protagonist turned to Sam and asked what it all meant. Sam replied that everyone said it was the most exciting thing in the park. With a smile on his face, he explained that the purpose of the event was to overcome obstacles and reach the goal as quickly as possible. Then Kanso, looking at the stage, quietly muttered that it meant overcoming obstacles. Hearing this, Sam turned to him and asked if he was really interested. Kanso, recalling his childhood, replied that it reminded him of a training session he had done a long time ago. Smiling, he added that these were good memories. The host then announced that anyone could take part in the competition, whether they were awakened or not, and he made it clear that physical improvement would be allowed, but nothing more. A man in the crowd frowned and shouted that this was too much of an advantage for the awakened, and someone else asked if there was a prize. The presenter responded loudly, assuring everyone that they would soon see for themselves. He also noted that there would be no special treatment for the awakened ones, and of course they had a prize in store. He pointed to the side where a shiny new car from a famous company was on display. The man then added that anyone who wanted to take part could still register, as they would need to find staff in the crowd to apply. He hoped for a good turnout from those present. Hannah then turned to the protagonist and asked if he would participate, but he replied that he would just watch. Hannah took a deep breath, keeping her eyes on the car, and said that she wanted to ride in that red car. Kanso, intrigued, asked if that was the grand prize. The girl looked up dreamily and said that if they had a car like that, they could all go on trips together. Then Kanso smirked, thinking that he couldn't disappoint Hannah. He smiled and said he would try. Then an excited Hannah called her uncle the best and blew him a kiss. She added that if he won first place, she would kiss him. At that moment, Kanso clenched his fist and thought that he had to do everything possible. The host then announced that the obstacle course would offer new challenges in each round. Looking at the participants, he noted that many people had registered to participate, so they were in for some tough competition. He wondered what obstacles lay ahead, and who would be the one to overcome all the difficulties. When the host began introducing the participants, he shouted out that the first participant was none other than the youngest department head of the legendary guild. He looked at the guy and announced that it was Michael. Michael, smirking, thought to himself that the people around him were fools who did not understand the significance of this event. He believed that this was not just a child's game, but rather a competition organized by the best guild in the country. Then he turned away and thought that the prize for the winner was just a distraction. The real goal, in his opinion, was to select real professionals from among the amateurs and invite them to join his guild. Michael looked around and saw that the HR agents were hiding in the crowd of ordinary citizens. As his body was enveloped in mana, he thought that despite being part of a legendary guild, he was eager to compete with the best by taking advantage of this rare opportunity. The presenter then shouted that as soon as he heard the signal, Michael could safely set off. Michael immediately rushed forward, thinking that this was his chance to show off his skills and transfer to the Red Dragon Guild. He pushed off from the obstacle, feeling confident that he would demonstrate the enormous difference in skill levels between himself and the others. However, to his surprise, when he pushed off from the obstacle, he lost his balance and fell into the water. The presenter commented that Michael failed at the very first obstacle. Kanzo, watching this scene, thought that in the end, the awakened ones had no advantages. He wondered if they really meant what they said. Looking back at the obstacles, he realized that although they appeared simple at first glance, certain parts of them reflected any force that struck them. Frowning, Kanzo thought that it was worth considering in terms of the flexibility of his power. Without experience, it was difficult to control his power. Turning sharply, he believed that he could easily handle the track, but he realized that very few of the participants would be able to avoid these traps. As he was looking around the scene, something caught his eye out of the corner of his eye, and when he turned around completely, Kanzo saw someone in front of him, staring at him intently. Soon, the sounds of participants falling into the water could be heard from all sides. One after another, the participants fell into the traps and fell into the water. The presenter, now increasingly furious, shouted into the microphone that the losers were coming one after the other. He looked at those who had fallen, and wondered out loud if the obstacles were too difficult. He then pointed to a big red button and said that none of the participants had reached the finish line yet. Kanzo, still watching the race, thought to himself that the obstacles were much more difficult than they seemed at first glance. No wonder everyone was struggling so hard. He glanced sideways, thinking that it was a piece of cake for him. But when he looked again, he was shocked by what he saw. He asked himself if this man could really be here. The host loudly announced that it was the turn of the next participant, and the girl in the white swimsuit confidently headed to the starting line. Kanzo watched her closely, noting that she emitted a certain aura that felt different. She was contestant number 78, with a mischievous glint in her eyes and a smile on her face. This girl was none other than Cindy. When she tied her hair into a neat ponytail, the host noticed that an extraordinary beauty stood before them. But he doubted whether such a seemingly fragile girl would be able to reach the end. Meanwhile, Kanzo continued to watch her, thinking to himself that it seemed like she had already faced various trials and overcome them. He crossed his arms over his chest, musing on her lack of obvious aura, though his curiosity as to what she was capable of remained piqued. Then he glanced at the pendant she wore around her neck, wondering what its significance was. Cindy looked at the photo of her father inside the pendant with a slight sadness in her eyes, and silently asked him to look after her. She then placed her hand on the sand, taking a stance, preparing herself for the test ahead. Mentally, she firmly decided that she would avenge her father. The bell rang, and without hesitation, Cindy charged into the obstacle course, radiating confidence with every move she made. She easily overcame the first obstacle, and when she came across the second, which involved a rope, she grabbed it without difficulty. With remarkable skill, she avoided various obstacles in her path. Approaching the rotating rings, she easily jumped over them in one bound. Then she paused for a moment, only to notice two monkeys standing in front of her. Feeling their movements, she instinctively assumed a defensive stance, ready for whatever might come next. The presenter excitedly explained to the audience that these were no ordinary monkeys. They were combat robots equipped with artificial intelligence, and the crowd burst into approving shouts. Kanzo, still watching intently, listened as the host explained that these robots were collecting data and becoming stronger after each competition. This obstacle had already caused up to 90% of the participants to fail. The host doubted whether Cindy would be able to overcome this. Without hesitation, Cindy pushed off and rushed forward. The monkeys raised their hands, ready to fight, their eyes glowing red. One of them attacked, but Cindy managed to dodge its blow, continuing her run. The leader, admiring her agility, noted that she deftly avoided the monkey's blow, although she had to fight two more. The second monkey, whose eyes were also glowing, swung at her with great force. The host then shouted that Cindy was now between a rock and a hard place. Kanzo and the host watched the proceedings with awe. At that moment, the monkeys collided with each other, their powerful blows coming one after another. Cindy took advantage of the opportunity to push off and jump into the air, performing a somersault. She landed gracefully on the ground, supporting herself with one hand, the crowd watching in amazement. Then she stood up, catching her breath, propping her head up with her hand, trying to stay on her feet. The presenter, now screaming in shock, expressed his amazement at her incredible agility, noting that she had managed to escape the attacking monkeys with a spectacular leap. Without stopping, Cindy moved on to the next obstacle, the bridge that stretched out before her. She looked at it carefully, but when she stepped onto the moving board, it suddenly tilted to the side. The presenter cried out in disbelief when he saw her slip and fall. For a moment, it seemed as if she might fail, but she quickly pulled herself together, gripping the edge of the board with both hands. Kanzo, who had been watching her closely, was impressed by her unwavering concentration. Cindy, however, pressed forward, her determination showing in every step. She was now almost at the finish line, and the presenter encouraged her by saying that she was almost there. Cindy, not allowing herself to relax for a second, took a big leap over the last obstacle and cleared it with ease. She rushed forward, pressing the red button at the end of the course, and the presenter announced that she had reached the finish line first. Kanzo, who was watching the proceedings with a sense of admiration, thought to himself that Cindy had indeed exceeded his expectations. He admitted that without exceptional feelings, experience, and concentration, it would have been impossible for her to pass such a difficult course. Kanso then found himself wondering what kind of conditions she had grown up in to be able to perform so impressively. Meanwhile, Sam announced with a wide smile that it was finally his turn. Kanso crossed his arms over his chest and asked if Sam had also registered for the competition. Sam responded by mentioning that he had worked as a loader for 10 years and now intended to show everyone what he was capable of. He looked at Hannah and added that he was ready to prove his strength. However, Kanso, a little worried, wondered if Sam could handle it. Sam then stepped forward and proudly announced that he was not only the father of a 5-year-old daughter, but also a strong man who had survived at the gate as a porter. The host introduced Sam as contestant number 92. Meanwhile, his wife and daughter cheered him on from the sidelines. Kanso, watching Sam closely, thought to himself that he shouldn't let him down. Sam soon rushed forward onto the obstacle course, but after a few minutes he found himself stuck. With tears in his eyes, he muttered that this couldn't be. As it turned out, he was trapped in one of the rotating circles. Kanso, Sarah, and Hannah covered their faces with their hands in embarrassment as the rescue team rushed to his aid. Sam was carefully placed on the stretcher, his face covered in a grimace of shame. As he lay there, he thought to himself that if he had known about this earlier, he would have lost weight to better prepare. His family quickly ran to him, asking if he was okay and if he had a stomachache. Hannah looked at her father and assured him that he was still the best, to which her mother nodded with a warm smile. Then Sam looked at his family with tears in his eyes, grateful for their support. Kanso approached him and said in an encouraging tone that he was still a good man for giving his all. In response, Sam smiled shyly, admitting that it seemed like that was all he could do. They shook hands. But before Sam could say anything else, he suddenly turned pale, his expression faltered, and he seemed about to ask something. But before he could speak, he fainted. Sarah and Hannah watched this with tears in their eyes, worried about their loved one. At the same time, Kanso, watching his friend with a mixture of sadness and admiration, thought to himself that Sam had been so embarrassed by his failure that he had fainted. But despite the outcome, his courage was commendable. The atmosphere around them became tense as people began to whisper and make noise. The next participant approaching the starting line was none other than the main character. He took off his shirt, revealing his well-built physique. The host commented that there was no information about him in the registration, making him a mysterious figure. Then Kanso, without thinking, took off his glasses and looked around the obstacle course. All the girls around were watching him, whispering to each other about how handsome he was. Meanwhile, Hannah, sitting on her father's shoulders, encouraged her uncle. Kanso looked at her, noticing her happy smile and the blush on her cheeks. This sight warmed his heart, and a smile spread across his face. The host announced with a sense of excitement that up until this point, contestant number 78 had been in the lead. Cindy, the girl who had been staring at Kanso, was clearly focused. The host then continued by stating that Cindy had set an incredible record of 4 minutes and 4 seconds. Then he waved his hand in the air, wondering if the main character could break that record. As soon as the command was given, Kanso set out without hesitation, and with incredible speed he set out on the path of trials. He passed the first obstacle with ease, thinking about the years he spent training to become an assassin. As he prepared for the next test, another obstacle flew towards him. Kanso assessed it in the air and confidently reminded himself that these obstacles were nothing compared to the real dangers he had faced in the past. Imagining the axe flying towards him along with the platform, he remembered how he had dealt with real weapons back then. He stepped gracefully onto the platform with one foot and executed a perfect backflip, landing smoothly. However, the hero mentally transported himself back to those days. His attention was sharper than ever. Kanso raised his head and looked ahead to see a barrage of arrows flying towards him. Reacting quickly, he jumped up and ran forward resolutely, not daring to look back, pushing off the ground with great force as he ran, imagining that he was easily dodging the arrows. He spun in midair, dodging the deadly weapon that flew past him. Once the obstacle was behind him, he landed firmly on the ground, using his hand as support, then turned to face the next challenge. Kanso looked up, frowning at the new obstacle ahead. The presenter, filled with excitement, shouted that the young man had completed the spinning circles in just a few seconds. The crowd watching his performance applauded enthusiastically, praising his wonderful moves. Kanso then stood before the monkeys, who were now in fighting stances, their eyes gleaming ominously as they stared at him. The presenter, with a sense of drama, warned that this was not the end of the test. The monkeys were prepared, their posture became more aggressive. Then Kanso confidently moved forward, and as he approached, he saw the monkeys ready to strike twice. The monkeys' arms quickly extended forward, but Kanso was faster, instantly appearing in front of them. He extended his arms forward with great force, hitting the monkeys right in the face. In one fluid motion, he leapt into the air, throwing his legs over their shoulders, and with a sharp turn, he tore their heads off, throwing them away with a powerful throw. The presenter's eyes widened in shock at the brutal efficiency of his movements. Cindy, who had been watching him closely, remained silent, watching him intently. Meanwhile, Kanso, standing among the remains of the robot monkeys, whispered under his breath that he did not mean to break them so easily. The host, not believing his ears, shouted in amazement that the participant destroyed the monkeys without even breaking a sweat. Molly, watching this, thought to herself that if someone claimed that the protagonist was holding back his power, no one would believe it. Then Kanso, not at all embarrassed, put his hands behind his back and quickly moved on to the next challenge. The host, still recovering from the spectacle, noted that before anyone could blink an eye, Kanso was already standing in front of the last obstacle. With a quick push from the ground, he jumped high into the air, landing lightly on the swing. He began to swing from side to side, the momentum carrying him forward. A few seconds later, the hero landed close to the finish line and confidently walked towards the red button. With a quick press, he completed the distance. Standing tall and proud, the host announced with a sense of awe that Kanso had completed the distance in an astonishing 2 minutes and 31 seconds. Kanso then walked out into the crowd, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. He thought to himself that he should have slowed down a little, but the excitement of the upcoming test got the better of him. Jin, who was watching the scene with admiration, thought that Kanso was an incredible person. His partner, however, replied that the Red Dragon Guild would be happy to hire him after such a performance. Molly overheard their conversation and laughed and said that she didn't think so. She raised her index finger and explained that Kanso was only an F rank. Jin then countered by noting that his physical abilities were exceptional, but if Kanso was a D rank, they would have already tried to recruit him. Meanwhile, Hannah, clearly excited, threw herself into her uncle's arms and kissed him on the cheek. She happily exclaimed that he was great. Kanso smiled, lifting her up and pressing their cheeks together. Meanwhile, Cindy, who was standing a little further away, turned her gaze to Kanso, studying him. She wondered who he really was. Time passed, and in the spring pavilion, Jenny was clearing the table while the protagonist stood nearby. The TV was on, showing the news about the infamous phantom thief known as Black Cat. It turns out that Black Cat warned about an upcoming robbery, the Hwanhee's Tear Diamond from the Hero Museum. Kanso looked at the TV intriguedly and asked who this phantom thief was. Then Jenny, with her hands on her hips, explained that the thief had only stolen diamonds and had already stolen many jewels, although he had only failed with one. Kanso, still focused on the screen, noticed that no matter what abilities Black Cat had, he was still just a thief. He then wondered why there was so much fuss about him. Jenny explained that there were rumors that Black Cat had more than just exceptional abilities. He always warned about his plans in advance, leaving notes. Despite the increased security measures, no one could ever stop him. But what was even stranger was that he always returned the stolen diamonds. Kanso, clearly surprised, asked if it was true that the Black Cat had returned everything he had stolen. Then Jenny shrugged and admitted that she didn't know the full reason for it. Although no one was ever hurt, and some even considered the Black Cat to be something of a celebrity, he even had fans. Then Kanso, thoughtfully rubbing his chin, wondered if Black Cat's true motive was simply a desire to show off his abilities. Before he could think further, the door to the restaurant burst open, and Leon burst into the restaurant with a look of panic on his face. He immediately began to beg Kanso for help. The story moves to the Museum of Heroes. At this moment it was night in the city. Hannah, mesmerized by the sparkling diamond on display, turned to the protagonist and screamed, amazed by its brilliance. Kanso, frowning, asked if the Black Cat was really going to steal him. Then Leon, who came with them, confirmed that it was true. Then the protagonist looked at Leon, asking why he was brought here. Leon scratched his head in confusion, explaining that, frankly speaking, he had been to the crime scene twice, but had never been able to catch the thief. Kanso then asked with obvious surprise if the Black Cat was really so smart that even Leon couldn't catch him. Then he wondered why Leon invited Hannah to such a dangerous place. Leon smiled back, explaining that otherwise he wouldn't have come. Instead, he would have stayed home and watched the series. Then Kanso, looking away, noticed a large crowd of people, and with a slight gesture pointed at them. He asked Leon who they were. Many of them were dressed in cat costumes, and their signs proclaimed their love for the Black Cat. Leon sighed heavily, then explained that these people were fans of the Black Cat, and it seemed they had gathered in hopes of seeing him. Kanso, intrigued, looked at the crowd and wondered out loud what motivated them. Suddenly a man came up to them from behind and told them that it would soon be 10 p.m. As soon as he spoke, the lights in the building went out, causing a commotion among the people. Everyone looked at the ceiling in surprise. One of the guards screamed in shock when he realized that the lights had suddenly gone out, and the head of security quickly pounced on him, yelling that he should stop standing there and hurry up and turn the lights back on. In an instant, the light returned, and all the spotlights were directed at the black cat, who was now standing on the lid of the glass box, holding the diamond in his hand. Leon looked at the thief with disbelief while the protagonist continued to stare at him. The black cat smiled, still holding the crystal, and noted that he warned them that he would take it. He then looked at the crowd and blew them a kiss. The fans screamed in delight, calling for the black cat to take over their hearts. The head of security then pointed at the thief, shouting orders to the guards to seize him. The guards immediately surrounded the black cat from all sides, but he only grinned, standing motionless. Then there was a loud explosion and 4 more criminals appeared. The guards screamed in horror that there were several of them. The commander frowned, quickly ordering the guards to seize them. One of the guards rushed at the black cat, spreading his arms wide and shouted that he had caught him. However, when the smoke cleared, he noticed a small smoke grenade on the ground. The guards, realizing the danger, began to run in panic, trying to protect their faces from the tear gas that now filled the air. Meanwhile, Kanso raised his hand, creating a protective barrier around himself and Hana to shield them from the gas. He wondered if the tear gas had been mixed with the smokescreen, suggesting that the situation was not as simple as it seemed. The guards continued to run away, and their commander, in a voice booming with anger, demanded to know who had ordered them to disperse. He immediately radioed a message, informing his team that Black Cat was still inside, and that they needed to seal off all exits to prevent anyone from leaving the building. Standing behind the guards, Black Cat quickly changed his appearance. He put on a completely black suit that covered his entire body. With an evil smile, he thought that everything was going exactly as he planned. He expected that with the use of tear gas and blocked exits, the people inside would instinctively rush to find an escape route, at which point he would blend into the crowd and make his escape unnoticed. Then he pointed to the man in the hat and shouted loudly that it was the Black Cat. The commander, overcome with rage, immediately rushed at him, knocking the man to the floor. He snatched his hat off, shouting that they had finally caught the thief. Tears welled up in the unfortunate man's eyes as he asked why he was being treated like this, whereupon the commander shouted with contempt that the man was merely a follower of the Black Cat. Sometime later, Kanso, Hana, and Leon came out into the street. Leon, hanging his head in disappointment, explained that he had brought the protagonist to the museum, but the Black Cat had still managed to steal the jewel. Suddenly, Kanso's attention was drawn to something off to the side. He turned to Hana and asked her to wait there with Leon, and Hana, patting the guy sitting on the asphalt on the back, agreed. Then Kanso walked out onto the sidewalk and soon noticed his grandmother. He offered to walk her home, but she smiled and replied that she could manage on her own. Kanso, however, took her hand and insisted that she accept his help. The old woman laughed, noticing that he was young and very kind. A little later they stopped, and the grandmother mentioned that her house was just across the alley. She thanked the protagonist, who nodded in appreciation, saying that he was glad to help the Black Cat. At that moment, the old woman immediately turned to him, smiling with a hint of sarcasm. She glanced at him out of the corner of her eye, not knowing what to say. Suddenly she asked him with a smile if he had really lost the animal. Kanso, looking calmly at his grandmother, replied that she was a good pretender, and also a master of disguise, which would be difficult to determine with a normal glance. He added that, given that he did not use the artifact to change his appearance, he could discern people's auras and could not be fooled. At these words, the grandmother smiled madly, and suddenly the air filled with smoke. Raising his head, the protagonist saw the Black Cat laughing on the roof. He placed his hand on his head, noting that the camouflage artifact was intended for amateurs. With such tools, he would have been immediately recognized by the recognition skill. Then the Black Cat, who was actually a girl, asked how the protagonist knew everything. In response, Kanso smirked, saying that he knew from the very beginning. Hearing this, the Black Cat was stunned and raised her head in surprise. She asked incredulously if he had realized this when he was hiding in the crowd at the museum. Kanso, propping his chin on his hand, replied that he had realized this much earlier, back at the water park. Black Cat, still surprised, asked what he meant. Then Kanso confidently stated that he remembered her. He said he was absolutely certain her name was Cindy, and they had met before. Kanso noted that although her ability level was low, she demonstrated skill, determination, and strong concentration. Most importantly, she had a subtle yet distinct aura that he could easily recognize. The hero continued by saying that he didn't expect her to use her powers for such a purpose. Then he asked her why she was doing it. The Black Cat lowered her hands and with a bitter laugh asked if he really believed that by seeing her, once he could know everything about her. Suddenly, with tears in her eyes, she screamed at him not to act like a saint. She angrily pointed out that he was in the same gang as them. Then Cindy jumped off the roof and in a quick motion threw 3 cards straight at him. There was also a grenade in their midst, which Kanso noticed only at the last moment. The girl stood on the roof, her tone mocking, as she noted that she had no intention of letting herself be captured. As soon as she said this, There was a powerful grenade explosion and Cindy began to fly away on a hang glider. She removed the mask from her face and, deep in thought, realized that the protagonist had revealed her identity, which meant that she would now have to lie low for a while. Suddenly, the main character appeared next to her and asked what she was talking about, in particular, about her father. Suddenly, the hang glider's mount broke and they both began to fall rapidly. As they fell, she reacted quickly, pulling a gun out of her pocket. She took aim and released the grappling hook, which caught on one of the building's ledges. The girl held tightly to the hook, her body hanging in the air. After a short moment, she suddenly let go of the hook and landed on a sign attached to the building. Chuckling to herself, Cindy felt a surge of satisfaction, thinking that she was, after all, a black cat. However, her triumph was short-lived, as the click of the fastening was heard and the sign began to descend. With one foot on the sign, Cindy tried to push herself off, but her leg was throbbing with pain. She groaned with the strain and soon began to fall backwards, screaming as she plummeted downwards. In a panic, she wondered if this was really how she was going to die. Such a stupid death. Tears filled her eyes and Cindy silently asked her father for forgiveness. Just then, a male voice behind her asked if this trinket was really worth risking her life for. Hearing the voice, she opened her eyes, realizing that she was now in the arms of the protagonist. He was floating in the air, using his magic to keep her safe. Confused, Cindy looked at him, asking why he saved her if he didn't want her to die. Kanso then slowly lowered them to the ground, turning to face her. He asked why she thought he wanted to kill her. As he did so, his gaze fell on the hand that had the ring on it. He noticed that the ring, which was supposed to sense magical power, did not react at all, which seemed strange to him. After carefully sitting Cindy down, the protagonist explained that he simply wanted to understand why she stole the diamond and why she always returned the stolen things. While he was pondering this, she turned to Kanso with a mischievous wink and explained that the thrill was part of the excitement, and it had also added to her fame. Then Kanso lowered his head thoughtfully, then commented that she was very good at pretending, but terrible at lying. She then turned her gaze to him, who was emitting magical energy, and explained that she had heard that there was a weapon hidden inside the special diamond. This weapon was so powerful that it could defeat even a demon. Then Kanso looked at her, considering this information. Cindy closed her eyes, lost in thought for a moment, then replied that, although it sounded incredible, the weapon was more important to her than her own life. She suddenly opened her eyes, hearing the hero insisting that she explain in more detail. Cindy was extremely surprised that Kanso wanted to know about this. She chuckled softly, saying it was the first time she had shared her story so openly. She looked down and spoke with a hint of sadness in her voice, remembering her late father. Her father was a renowned archaeologist and gemologist, and she remembered how, as a little girl, she would often watch him from around the corner. One day, he received a special order for an unusual gemstone, which he carefully examined under a microscope. Shock crossed his face and he muttered that this couldn't be real. Her father placed his hand on Cindy's shoulder, showing her the stone, and said that it was a weapon that could destroy the demon hidden inside the gem. He believed that they could use the stone to make the world a better place, and spoke at length about its power. But Cindy was too young to fully understand all his words. While her father was working on his research, she remembered how one night, as he was nearing completion of his dissertation, bloodstains appeared on the floor. That night, those same people came for him. 3 figures dressed in black cloaks stood in front of her father. Her father, weakened but determined, looked at her photograph on his desk and thought to himself with his last strength that he could not let them get to Cindy. He looked at her in panic, his face wet with cold sweat. He didn't know what to do. He closed his eyes, clenched his teeth, and clenched his fist, apologizing to her for not being able to protect her. At that moment, he rushed at the attackers. 3 men stabbed him several times, and with each blow, blood flowed from his mouth. Eventually, he collapsed lifelessly to the floor. The men declared their task complete, noting that all that remained was to take the stone and burn all materials associated with their work. Cindy, still small and helpless, watched the whole scene from her hiding place around the corner, covering her mouth with her hands in fear, unable to intervene. She could only watch as her father died before her eyes. The men then set fire to documents in her father's laboratory, destroying his research. Cindy barely managed to escape and hide in a shelter her father had prepared in advance. The next day, the news reported that her father had died in an accident, and articles began to circulate claiming that all his research was a lie. Curled up in a ball, Cindy sat at home and cried. Feeling that no one believed the words of a little girl, she sat next to her father's chair and cried. She later found a notebook that her father had hidden in the orphanage, seeming to foresee the danger. The first line of the notebook spoke of a weapon that could defeat the demon. Now, looking at the protagonist, Cindy explained that it was the weapon that her father had researched, the very one that was now sparkling. Then Kanso suddenly remembered Molly's words about a demon named Dagon calling someone a newbie. She added that the weapon was specially designed to fight demons, but she failed to awaken it. She explained that the weapon was still incomplete, but was clearly powerful enough to cause significant damage to demons. Kanso, still lost in thought, looked down and wondered if this weapon was similar to the dagger Molly had used, or if there were other similar blades. Cindy noticed that glittering weapons were often hidden inside special gemstones, and one of these gemstones was the very one her father had been studying. Kanso, wanting to understand, asked if this meant that there could be several such weapons. In response, Cindy nodded and explained that even if she told others about it and showed them the stone, no one would believe her. The protagonist then asked curiously if that was the only reason she stole the gems. He wondered out loud if she was trying to restore her father's honor and prove that his research was legitimate, and Cindy smiled weakly, confirming that this was indeed true. She smirked, wondering if the guy really believed her. In response, Kanso shook his head in disbelief and looked at her, admitting that he did indeed believe in the existence of a weapon capable of destroying the demon. He then extended his hand to Cindy, stating that he also believed that she was hidden inside the stones. In response, the girl held out her hand incredulously, still unsure, and asked in confusion if he really believed everything she said. Kanso took her hand, confirming that it was true, adding that he had no intention of handing her over to the police. After he put her on her feet, he clearly stated one condition, that one person would come to her. Cindy turned around, asking how she would know who it was. Kanso replied that he would tell her the password, Night Dew, so that she would know who the man was when they arrived. They walked forward slowly, and Kanso added that this man would help her, and that she would no longer need to steal stones to explore them. The girl smiled weakly in response, wondering if she should really believe him. Kanso then turned to her, stating that it was her choice whether to believe him or not, but he, in turn, chose to trust her. He also mentioned that she needed something else, and with that, he handed her the crystal. Cindy looked at the crystal, still confused, wondering how and when he had hidden it in her hair. Kanso explained that she had already examined it, so he would return it to its rightful place. He added that, no matter the reason, stealing was wrong. In response, Cindy sighed heavily, admitting that stealing was indeed wrong. But this particular stone was not what she was looking for. She smirked and turned away, only to find that the protagonist had already disappeared. She smiled, crossing her arms over her chest, as the girl always knew that this guy always does what you want. Cindy looked up to see him floating in the air, flying past her with a smile on his face. She realized that she hadn't even had a chance to thank him. Meanwhile, the story moves to another place. It was a gloomy place where a huge castle towered. At that moment, on the dark area in front of the castle, Malin noticed 2 roses with thorns ahead and saw someone in a black cloak. Then Malin lowered his head and greeted the master. The man, looking at the rose he had plucked, asked him to spend a little time with the miserable slave. Quietly, without taking his eyes off the flower, the lord asked about Dagon. Then Malin bowed his head and replied that Dagon was imprisoned in an interdimensional prison in a small state on Earth. Hearing this, the lord calmly cut the bud from the stem with scissors, watching it fall to the ground. Then he asked if he understood correctly that despite his abilities, Malin was unable to penetrate this prison. The old man raised his head slightly and replied that if the Almighty granted him a little of his strength, he would be able to break through. As soon as he spoke, an incredibly powerful demonic force began to flow into him. A few seconds later, the master asked if it was enough. Then Malin raised his staff, answering that this was more than enough. He thanked the Lord for the power he had given him. The Overlord prepared to leave, warning that if Dagon revealed their family's secrets, Malin would have to deal with him. Dagon would pay for his betrayal. The Lord then added that the old man must use his soul to create a new beast, to which Malin replied that he would obey. When the conversation ended, Mullen got ready to leave. He walked forward, reflecting on the fact that in such a small country many had already paid with their lives. He thought that there was no strong army capable of defending the land, and if it were not for the promise, these insignificant people would have disappeared long ago. Suddenly it dawned on him, and he raised his hand to his chin thoughtfully, wondering if the deity had revealed their plans. Then the man turned around abruptly, wondering if the master had mentioned anything else about it then. Meanwhile, the story moves back to the city of South Korea. In the city center, near the fountain, a large man was sitting on a bench and reading a book. He suddenly raised his glasses, muttering discontentedly that the print in the book was too small. At that moment, a guy nearby saw him and became noticeably scared. The boy turned to his mother and screamed that the old man looked very scary. The woman, trying to console him, suggested that they go home. The old man, hearing this, broke out in a cold sweat. This reaction greatly upset him. At that moment, Hannah approached him and greeted him warmly. This sudden event greatly surprised the seemingly cruel man. The surprised old man lifted his glasses and asked in surprise if she was afraid of him, considering how frightening his appearance was. However, the girl answered in the negative, and her face lit up with a wide smile. She said that he had a kind heart. She then added that he always sat in the park thinking about his friends. The old man smiled at her and his expression softened. Leaning back, he laughed heartily, finding her remark amusing. Then he asked her if she wanted him to give her anything. He put his hand in his pocket and pulled out a piece of candy, placing it in Hannah's palm. As she was about to leave, the girl waved her hand at him, thanking him for the candy. The old man smiled back and waved his hand. Kanso, observing the situation, thought that the old man had a powerful aura and decided to ask Sam who he was. After some time, when they were standing in a restaurant, Sam told the hero that the old man's name was George. Kanso, out of curiosity, asked if he was a famous person. Sam raised his index finger, explaining that the old man was one of the members of the 7th Suicide Squad. He was even included in the association's Hall of Fame. Kanso was taken by surprise, expressing his surprise as he had never heard of this unit. Then Sam grinned, remembering how 25 years ago, when the gates first opened, these 7 awakened ones protected the city. Ordinary people volunteered to protect their families and loved ones by coming together for the cause, including a retired military man, George, who became the leader of the group. He explained that George was about 50 years old at the time, and although his fighting skills were not exceptional, he fought bravely. Sam then remembered that after peace was restored, the squad cooperated with the leader of the Silver Tower, and together they dealt with the remaining monsters in Korea. Sam then asked if the protagonist had studied the South Korean reconstruction operation, as the 7 Suicide Squad played a major role in that effort. He also asked if Kanso had ever heard of Restoration Day, which is a day to remember the fallen heroes who sacrificed their lives fighting monsters to ensure peace in the country. With these words, Sam picked up the card, and the protagonist, intrigued, asked what it was. The man explained that it was an invitation to celebrate the anniversary of Restoration Day, when a festival for local residents is held at the stadium every year. He smiled and added that this time their family had also received an invitation, and Hannah was already preparing for the choir's performance at a concert in the kindergarten. The hero, filled with joy, thought about how the girl would sing in the choir. He then asked if the restaurant would be closed today, wishing Sam a good time, although it was a shame he couldn't join them. Then the man, outraged, asked what the guy was talking about. Kanso explained that Sam mentioned that only his family was invited. Smiling, the man replied that the isolated person was considered a member of the sponsor's family until 5 years had passed since their settlement. With a cheerful gesture, he placed his hand on Kanso's shoulder, declaring that the protagonist was also part of their family. He added that even without such a law, the boy would still be considered a member of the family, and Kanso turned to him, smiling, and said that he always surprised him. Meanwhile, the story moves to a sports complex. The presenter began by saying that in honor of this significant day, a special performance had been prepared, and a choir from the Rostachok kindergarten would perform. The children, holding small Korean flags in their hands, sang joyfully. Meanwhile, Sam was filming the performance on his phone and shouting that their daughter was amazing. George, sitting on a chair, clapped his hands loudly, watching the performance. He looked at Hannah, thinking that she was very cute. He also remembered that she was the girl from the park. However, his expression quickly changed as he frowned and looked up in horror. Wyverns appeared in the sky, circling above the sports complex. The creatures quickly landed on the protective barrier, raising their heads and roaring furiously. They then began to furiously strike the barrier, trying to break through. Panic broke out in the hall. Everyone jumped to their feet and ran for cover in horror. The children, seeing monsters in the sky, cried and screamed in fear. Meanwhile, in the control room, the hired awakened killed all the managers. Then one of them grabbed the mouse and pressed the left button. In an instant, the protective barrier disappeared, sending waves of terror through the crowd. Kanso watched in amazement. Then the mercenary noticed with a crazy smile that the monsters had come for old George, just as he had planned. When the monsters began to attack people, many awakened ones tried to fight back. The president of the Awakened Association was present, surrounded by security, although he continued to shout, urging everyone to stay in line and not run away. He waved his hand, ordering the first squad to evacuate the townspeople, and then ordered the second squad to hold off the flying monsters. Turning to his subordinate, Jeannie asked how long it would take Christian to arrive. The guy replied that Christian was currently out of town, so he probably wouldn't be able to arrive on time. At that moment, another man rushed towards the president, shouting that they had information about black men stationed in the B11 area. The president, in shock, demanded to know what had just been said, gritting his teeth, wondering if this was another mass attack by the monsters. At that moment, a huge shadow loomed over them. Henry frowned and wondered out loud how there could be so many monsters, adding that only Leon could withstand such an overwhelming number. He thought to himself that there was one more person who could help, but suddenly someone shouted at him that there was a monster behind him. Turning around, Henry saw a giant wyvern approaching, reaching out with its claws towards him. As its claws approached his eye, he was filled with horror. Realizing that he had not noticed the creature, suddenly black blood began to spray in all directions. Henry squinted, covering his face with his hands, and then, to his confusion, opened his eyes to see that the wyvern had fallen to the ground, dead. Standing up, he saw the back of a huge man holding a hammer in his hand. George turned to him with a smile, greeting him with the words that they had not seen each other for a long time. Then he immediately came to his senses and said that he had forgotten that he should now address him as Mr. Chairman. Henry's face changed immediately, and he cried out in joy when he recognized George. They shook hands, and the old man said they could postpone greetings until later. Frowning, he asked where those vile creatures were. Meanwhile, Sam was walking to safety and talking on the phone. Kanso was next to him. A man looking worried called Sarah, asking if she and Hannah were okay. The woman, hugging her daughter, assured him that they were safe, as she had taken all the children off the stage. She added that Sora was looking for a way to get to safety. Then Sam sighed with relief and told her to wait for him at that place, as he would be there soon. Kanso, placing his hand on Sam's shoulder, urged him to wait. He closed his eyes and turned his head from side to side, stating that if his suspicions were correct, this attack was not organized by the black men. He warned that if Sam went there, he would be in danger too. The man turned to him in horror and asked what he was proposing. Then Kanso told him to calm down first and listen to him. He offered Sam to stay outside and help evacuate people while he got his wife and Hannah to safety. Sam hung his head in disappointment, saying that maybe he was just getting in the way. He grabbed the protagonist by the shoulders and shouted that he was counting on him. In response, Kanso frowned and nodded, indicating that he understood him. Meanwhile, Sarah walked ahead, leading the children. Suddenly, Hannah pointed ahead, warning her mother, and Sarah immediately turned around in horror. In front of them stood a man with a knife and wearing a black mask. He laughed sarcastically, expressing that they were unlucky. Without warning, he rushed forward, shouting that they could not have escaped alive. Sarah hugged her daughter in horror, who remained unmoved. Hannah smirked, glaring menacingly at the villain. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the stadium. People ran in all directions, screaming in horror. The monster quickly closed the distance, and one man, realizing that he could not escape, covered his head with his hands. However, at that moment, a multitude of rapid strikes whistled through the air. Kanso quickly broke through the monster, and then ran on, determined to protect the others. The guy saw that the wyvern was dead and was shocked, not understanding what happened. There were many dead monsters lying around him. Kanso, realizing how much time had been lost during the evacuation, ran at high speed, his face tense with impatience. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he hoped that Hannah and her mother were okay. At that moment, the man in black rushed forward without hesitation, shouting that they could not be allowed to leave alive. Sarah quickly stood up to shield her daughter, who had her hands on her hips, no fear in her eyes. In an instant, a man in black appeared in front of them, but Hannah only smiled at him. Surprised by her lack of fear, the man in black demanded to know why she was smiling, and suddenly a hammer was thrown at his face. George jumped in front of the children and delivered a powerful blow with the hammer, causing the man to crash into the wall, his blood splattering everywhere. He broke through the wall, leaving a bloody stain behind him. Then the old man, turning to the children, remarked that they were lucky that he had arrived in time. A terrifyingly strong magical energy emanated from him, causing the children to retreat back in fear. They admitted that they were very scared, but Hannah raised her hands and screamed joyfully. George, smiling warmly, asked if it was really her. He then knelt down asking if she was okay, and if she was hurt. Hannah walked up to the man, shaking her head. Meanwhile, the boys, intrigued, asked if she really knew this old man. Hannah nodded and proudly stated that he was a very good grandfather. She raised her head proudly, adding that he only punished bad people, so they had no reason to fear him. The old man, smiling at her, approved of her words, saying that it was good that they were all safe. However, before he could say anything else, a figure in a black uniform appeared behind him, laughing ominously. A whole squad of people dressed in black came out of the corridor, and their leader, looking at the old man, remarked that old people should stay at home. Then he asked where the old man was going. One of the men whispered something in the leader's ear, and the man in black removed his mask, revealing his identity. He looked at the old man with a crazy smile and recognized him as the leader of the 7th Suicide Squad, George. The leader continued by saying that they were lucky because if they had sacrificed the old man and the children, he would have been pleased. Then George, drawing himself up to his full height, turned to face his opponents, while Hannah looked at him with concern. But the old man, frowning, told her to wait, adding that he would deal with the opponents and then take the children to a safe place. Meanwhile, the gang leader, grinning widely, asked why everyone was standing around before pointing 2 fingers at the children and ordering them to be killed. Masked men rushed forward, waving weapons and shouting that they would kill everyone. George's anger steamed from his nostrils, his fists clenched, and he muttered that they would see what happened. In the blink of an eye, he jumped up from his seat, releasing a blast of red mana that instantly killed several opponents. The leader took a step back in horror. Before the leader could react further, George appeared in front of him, jumping high and delivering a powerful blow, red mana flaring up around him, pushing back the entire crowd of black-clad people. The leader, landing on his feet, quickly drew his spear, holding it for protection as he crouched down. His teeth clenched in rage as he watched the old man approaching, whose mana aura was unmistakable. The leader thought to himself, wondering who this old man was. At first he assumed that he had simply woken up, but now it was clear that he was dealing with a real monster. At that moment, more masked figures appeared from George's side, approaching him. The old man immediately swung, drawing his arm back with a quick blow that knocked out 3 of them at once. Swinging again, he threw the men aside, sending them flying. Suddenly, more enemies rose into the air, trying to attack from behind. George then quickly switched his weapon to his other hand, turned sharply, and dealt a crushing blow to one of them, causing him to fall to the ground. The leader, noticing the flying opponents, frowned and turned to the remaining crowd, shouting that this would not do. He then ordered them to use their secret weapon. One of the bandits impatiently threw the magic ball into his mouth, screaming with delight that he had been waiting for this moment for so long. His eyes instantly turned bright red and he stared forward. With a loud cry, a massive, monstrous figure with bulging veins and red eyes rushed at George. The old man's face twisted in confusion. He wondered what kind of creature it was. Before he could react, the massive figure swung its arm and dealt George a blow that sent him flying into the wall, shattering it into pieces. The old man's eyes rolled back and blood began to flow from his mouth, but he managed to stand up, albeit with difficulty. His back was covered in blood. At this moment, Hannah, like all the other children, was worried about the old man. The huge man, filled with demonic energy, rushed towards him again. But George, struggling to stay on his feet, wiped the blood from his face and smiled widely, asking if his opponent was really eager to start a real fight. The giant, growling loudly, towered over him, and the old man, taking a defensive stance, noted to himself that this opponent was unusual. Not only was he a giant, but his aggression seemed to be off the charts. The moment he finished that thought, the giant rushed forward again. He hit the floor with a powerful swing, but George managed to jump back just in time. As the giant hit the ground again, George quickly dodged, thinking that the monster must have gone mad with rage. The huge man raised both his hands to strike, and his powerful blow sent dust and debris flying into the air. To his surprise, the only thing under his hands was the broken floor, and the old man had disappeared. Looking around, the giant searched for his opponent with his eyes, when suddenly George's quiet voice reached his ears from behind him. He said that he had underestimated him in vain. Before the giant could react, George grabbed his massive body, using all his strength to lift his opponent high above him. The veins appeared on his face, and he shouted that he was not so old that a few blows could knock him down. At that moment, a massive, overweight man rushed towards his frightened comrades. George quickly threw the fat man aside, crushing him with his weight. Releasing the fat man, George straightened up, but his expression changed as a sharp pain suddenly engulfed him. He fell to his knees, clutching his chest, blood gushing from his mouth. Seeing this, Hannah immediately rushed to him. With tears in her eyes, she took his hand, desperately trying to help. Then George, looking up at her, assured her that there was no need to worry. Smiling weakly, he explained that this was simply a consequence of the years taking a toll on his body. At that moment, a boy called out to him from behind. George turned around to see all the children shouting happily that he was the best and apologizing for being afraid of him before. They thanked him for protecting them. Then George, surprised and a little embarrassed, breathed a sigh of relief. Starok, surrounded by children, knelt down, feeling a weight lifted from his chest. He expressed his joy that they were all safe. Meanwhile, the protagonist, standing behind the nearest wall, smiled slightly, remembering George's actions. The man, without thinking, protected the children, exposing himself to attack before he could intervene. Then he quickly ran forward, thinking that he would never forget George's deed. His gaze shifted to the wyverns and he quickly walked towards them, determined to deal with these flying monsters once and for all. Suddenly, a helicopter appeared in the air, and Leon, pressing the headphones to his ear, began to speak into them. He held on to the helicopter, shouting that he had just arrived at the scene. He asked if they would start right away, to which Kanso nodded in agreement. He smirked and told Leon to show them what he had accomplished, and he would take care of the rest. Then Leon, smiling, agreed to the plan. Without thinking, he pushed off from the side of the helicopter, and his body floated through the air. His weapon activated, and he thought with a smile that everyone had managed to evacuate safely. Holding the sword in both hands, he prepared to release his technique, his body enveloped in mana, and he decided that it was time to use his secret weapon. Swinging his sword in different directions, he realized that he needed to activate the rainfall technique. Then Leon flew past the wyverns and attacked them with precision, tearing off their wings in flight. The guards below looked at each other in surprise and shouted that Hunter Leon was in the air. The people applauded, declaring that they were saved. Henry smiled, amazed at Leon's incredible strength, noting that he had only gotten stronger since their last meeting. However, his expression changed and he frowned. Watching him closely, she realized that despite his strength, Leon was currently surrounded by wyverns, and it seemed like he couldn't handle them alone. Meanwhile, standing on the roof, Kanso spread his arms wide, directing into them the strongest flow of mana that his body could produce. A moment later, he clapped his hands, causing a massive surge of power, the force of magic spilling out as he continued to pour energy into the spell, his body absorbing the raw magic around him. Meanwhile, Leon's eyes widened in surprise as he felt the ground beneath him shift. A bright light flashed beneath him, and the wyverns' bodies began to disintegrate into the air, their remains disappearing into mana. Leon immediately landed on the ground, using his hand for support as the remains of the monsters slowly rained down from the sky. He looked up, realizing that he had missed many of them. However, Kanso defeated all of the wyverns with one powerful blow. Leon admired his incredible strength. The guards, still in shock, looked ahead and were momentarily speechless. They looked at Leon with wide eyes and then joyfully shouted that he was a great guy. Meanwhile, Leon, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, replied that he hadn't done anything special. He turned his gaze to Kanso, who stood with his back to him, thinking to himself that despite everything, he was still the strongest warrior. Several days passed from that moment. After some time, Hannah found herself in a dark forest. She was crying and running away from the monster. Behind her, two glowing red eyes were visible, which belonged to the monster chasing her. Suddenly, the girl tripped over a stone and fell straight to the ground. When she turned around, she saw behind her a huge monster with a hairy face, a huge axe visible from his belt. The monster approached Hannah and extended its huge paw towards her. At that moment, the girl covered her face with her hands and was already hoping for the worst, but she did not stop calling her uncle for help. When she opened her eyes, she saw that the huge monster had fallen with a crash straight to the ground. After this, a young man with blonde hair approached her and asked if everything was okay with her. At first, there was surprise on Hannah's face, but then it quickly turned to joy. The girl immediately threw herself into the blonde's arms and cried with happiness, since her uncle had come to her aid. At this point, the director who was filming the scene said that everything was filmed. A director named Carl was surprised at how well this girl played. Then an actor named Eugene dropped to one knee and smiled. Hannah awkwardly scratched the back of her head and said that it was all thanks to Uncle Eugene, because he helped her a lot. Then the director noted that since they had coped, they could now rest a little. As it turned out, after the success of the series The Revenge of the White Rose, Hannah was invited to star in the film The Uncle and the Girl. At that moment, a man approached Carl from behind and asked if this was really the famous girl Hannah. It turned out he was a sound engineer. His name was Samuel, and he was Carl's younger brother. Then Carl said that the series was a great success, and he believed that he had found the right actress for the role of the girl. He even turned down other offers to choose Hannah. At that moment, Samuel leaned over to him and whispered something in his ear, but Carl told him not to try to lure Hannah away from him, to which the younger brother noted that she was not under his command anyway. He assured his older brother that the girl would definitely be interested in this, and asked if he knew what Milky Way girls were. Carl knew that it was a popular girl group that was sponsored by a legendary guild. Then Samuel said that he had been entrusted with filming a video for them, and they just happened to need a child for one of the roles. The man noted that this would be a great chance for Hannah, and at the same time good advertising for his film, since he definitely wanted to invite this particular girl to the filming. Carl agreed with him, because he decided that such talent should be developed and shown to everyone. The next day, Hannah and her mother arrived at the filming location for the same group's video. The girl was very pleased with how bright the equipment was, and happily agreed to star in the music video. Moreover, Kanso had a chance to work as a bodyguard, so he came to the filming with Hannah. When the director came out to the girl, she bowed low to him and greeted him. The man then turned to the group of young girls and asked them to come up to Hannah to say hello. At that moment, 5 girls approached Hannah and introduced themselves as the Milky Way girls. After that, they all leaned towards the girl and noted that she was incredibly cute. One of the group members hugged Hannah tightly and said that she looked like a talking doll. However, Samuel told them to stop hugging as they had to get ready for filming. Meanwhile, Sarah, along with the main character, watched what was happening with smiles on their faces. The main character noticed something. He saw one of the girls approach the guy who was her manager and say that she was hungry and really wanted to have a snack. However, the guy asked her to be patient for a little while, as she had to look good on camera. However, the girl insisted, as she had not eaten anything since yesterday, and now her stomach hurt very badly. At this point, Sarah said with sadness in her eyes that she felt very sad when she looked at this scene. She added that behind the bright life and fame of celebrities, there was a lot of effort, tears, and suffering. The woman said that she knew this very well, and then Kanzo asked how she knew this. Sarah replied that she was once a trainee too. They rehearsed a lot, literally until they lost their pulse. She was even assigned to a group, but in the end, Sarah gave up the life of an idol. The protagonist was surprised that the woman went through so much suffering, but ultimately gave up right before her debut. Sarah explained that at that time, she met her future husband and was faced with the choice of being loved by millions of fans or just one person. In the end, the girl chose the second and did not regret anything because now she had the wonderful Hannah. However, she noted that, despite this, she respected the choice of those who decided to become the favorite of millions. She only hoped that Hannah wouldn't regret her decision if she had to make a similar choice. Then the main character looked confidently at the woman and said that Hannah would definitely not regret it. Sarah agreed with him, because she knew that her daughter was very wise for her age. Meanwhile, the girls approached Samuel and told him that they had already changed their clothes. The man turned around and noticed that Hannah had also changed her clothes. She was now wearing an angel costume, and he was incredibly surprised at how much the girl looked exactly as he had imagined. The man smiled, said he had a great feeling, and then asked all the girls to stand in the frame. However, at that moment a man approached him and greeted him. It turned out to be Mary, who said she had come here in place of the chairwoman of Miss Hannah's fan club. She explained that their leader had prepared some small snacks for them, noting to herself that even the Red Dragon Guild did not know the identity of this leader. After that, Mary looked at the girls and said that if they didn't mind, they would prepare everything now, and the girls were all for trying the snacks. However, Samuel stopped them and said that it would not be very convenient to eat before filming. At that moment, Hannah appeared in front of him, and looking at him with pleading eyes, said that she really wanted to eat. Samuel realized that he couldn't refuse her, and said that he didn't think anything terrible would happen, especially since filming requires a lot of strength and energy. Soon, the waiters set the table, and as it turned out, Mary had brought a lot of snacks with her. The girls were incredibly pleased to have a truly top-quality buffet laid out for them, and thanked Hannah for organizing it all. Meanwhile, Samuel enjoyed the food. He noted that it was the first time he had seen such a luxurious treat, and now wondered who Hannah's fans were, if they could prepare such a table. At that moment, a man approached the table and suddenly leaned down, hitting his hands directly on the table. When Samuel saw the man's face, the piece of food fell out of his mouth because he was extremely surprised. Meanwhile, the filming of the video was in full swing. The male actor was sitting on a bench and reading a newspaper. At the same time, the girl who had been peeping at him from around the corner suddenly came out from there, holding a gorgeous bouquet of peonies in her hands. After that, she silently approached the guy, bowed and handed him the bouquet. However, suddenly the girl raised her face, and it was distorted, as if she was afraid of something. At that moment, Samuel approached her and asked with anger in his voice what was wrong with her face and what her problem was. He noted that there was not a drop of emotion on her face, and in this scene she was supposed to give flowers to the man she secretly loved. The man said that at first she did well, but at the most crucial moment her expression changed dramatically. At that moment, a man who was an actor in the video approached them. Then the girl screamed sharply, pointing her finger at him, and said that she could not express her feelings looking at such a face. She added that they took the manager because they promised to film him only from behind. Then Samuel noticed the man's face, and noted to himself that the girl might have been right. However, he said that no matter what, she had to play her part. He asked her to imagine another man in the manager's place, and then asked if she had never dated a guy. The manager then intervened and explained that these girls were idols, and if they dated anyone, it would result in a scandal. At that moment, the director thought about it, and realized that there was truth in his words. He thought that the funds he had allocated were not enough, and now he regretted that he had not hired a professional actor. Samuel looked at the girls and noted that they performed well on stage, but on camera they acted like newbies. At this rate, they wouldn't be able to finish filming in 2 days. The man then decided that perhaps he should find the actor before it was too late. At that moment, he looked up and saw Kanso standing nearby, looking off to the side. Then the director approached him and asked if he could take off his glasses for a minute. The protagonist was surprised that he was asked to do this, but the director assured him that it would not take much time. After that, Kanso obediently took off his glasses, and when the girls looked at him, shock was reflected on their faces. They all noted in unison that this guy was a real hottie. As it turned out, the man who was hanging over the table while the director was sitting behind it was the main character. Now the director understood that when he saw that guy, he wasn't imagining things. People with such an appearance are born once in 1,000 years. Meanwhile, the girls approached Kanso and begged the director to give the leading male role to this man. Then Samuel approached the hero and asked him for a favor. He said that, in his opinion, he would really help them tune in to the necessary emotions. However, the hero said that he would not be able to do this, since he did not plan to act. At that moment, Sarah approached him and asked if he didn't like the camera, but the hero replied that he simply didn't want to show himself in front of everyone. He explained that he did not want to harm the restaurant where he worked and the people who worked with him. However, Sarah said that he didn't have to worry about that since his face wouldn't be visible on camera anyway. Samuel also assured him that they would only film him from behind, and his face would remain covered. At this point, the main character began to hesitate. He thought that the sooner the filming ended, the sooner Hannah would go on vacation. Then he looked at the girls again and said that he agreed to help them. Soon after, he was given a business suit to wear to film the video. While the main character was standing in the alley, one of the girls was watching him from around the corner. Next to her stood Hannah in an angel costume. Noticing the girl's loving expression, Hannah looked up and smiled, then blew a kiss to Kanso. At that moment, the guy felt a slight gust of wind which blew his hat off his head. It turned out that this hat fell right at the feet of a girl who was standing around the corner. Without thinking twice, she lifted her headdress, straightened her hair, and looked at the guy lovingly. At that moment, Samuel screamed with happiness. He said that the scene was filmed perfectly. The manager was upset. He couldn't even imagine that the difference in emotions would be so great if someone else was put in his place. Then one of the girls noted that this guy was really very attractive. Even other men could appreciate him, and the manager replied that this was indeed the case. He looked at the main character again and noted that with such a face, he would achieve a lot. Meanwhile, the story moved to the special prison of the Silver Tower, where Dagon was imprisoned. Despite the toys lying around him, he was very bored. He thought that he would soon die of boredom, and wondered how much longer he should stay here. Then he wondered what would happen to him if he just walked out of there. At that moment, Malin entered his cage, hit the floor with his cane, and said that Dagon had managed to make noise even here. After that, he looked questioningly at the demon and asked what was happening to him. Dagon was extremely surprised to see a man there, as he thought that no one could get in. But the old man replied that he had to work hard to find a way. Then Dagon thought that he was sent here to get him out of here as soon as possible. But Malin said that he had misunderstood everything. He informed the monster that the Lord was very angry because someone, to whom the Lord had generously given a chance, had passed on all the information about other creatures to people. At that moment, Dagon realized that they were talking about him, and he cried out, begging to be allowed to meet the Lord again, and he would be able to explain everything to him. However, the old man said that it was already too late, and in this state Dagon was even weaker than himself. He explained that the demon had broken the stone that the Lord had given him, and had therefore lost all his power. Now he was not even able to remove the shackles. After this, the old man approached him, and with a sinister smile asked what he could do even if he met the Lord, after which he called Dagon a talentless snake. The demon was extremely displeased that this old man had the audacity to treat him like that. Then he strained himself with all his might and rushed towards him, saying that he would kill him now, but in response, Malin only laughed. He pointed his magic staff at the demon, saying that even in this state his pride had not gone anywhere. After this, he flew through Dagon, leaving a huge hole in his chest. After this, the demon, being at death's door, fell to his knees. A huge hole gaped in his chest, and then the old man said that what belonged to Kaisar would return to him. The man laughed and added that no one can appropriate the owner's property.